Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hobert Jeffrey once again realized he had stepped into the same dream. Before him stretched a crooked, moss-covered ancient castle, looming over a picturesque, yet abandoned town. But what truly unsettled him was the world itself. In the distance, the ground was painted with suns, clouds, and stars. Above, a vast forest hung upside down, its titanic trees dangling like stalactites from the heavens. Between sky and earth, vertical mountains and a colossal clock tower floated, as if nailed to a massive, unseen wall. Everything felt like the inside of a box. For the past month, Hobert had been dragged into this dream again and again, so vivid he could recall every detail upon waking. And, as always, he wasn't alone. Turning, he spotted the indistinct silhouette lingering behind him. Each time, the figure appeared, blurry, faceless, mouth wide open in a soundless scream. Sometimes Hobert could hear its shrieks, sometimes not. When he did, he almost wished for silence. The scream scalded his brain, boiling his thoughts until a tidal wave of madness threatened to consume him. On those nights, he would jolt awake, gasping, fighting to keep his sanity intact. He had once tried to communicate with the figure, wondering if it was some resident of this strange realm. But the effort was pointless. All that remained was to flee. Yet the figure floated faster than Hobert could run. It always caught him. This time was no different. The shrieks speared into his ears, his skull roiling with pain. Just as he prepared to force himself awake, clarity struck. He understood the figure's words. Nation of disorder. Nation of disorder. The name snapped something loose in his memory. Nation of disorder. One of the Sefirah. His eyes widened. Was this place truly the nation of disorder? But wasn't it said to exist on the western continent? Startled, Hobert woke with a violent gasp. He sat upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Outside his window, the crimson moon hung quietly above, insects chirring as the night breeze rustled the leaves. It all seemed so peaceful, but his heart knew otherwise. Important fragments of memory had slipped away again. In the dream, he knew the truth of that strange world, but upon waking, it vanished like smoke. This had become a pattern since his transmigration 1 month ago. Back then, he was just an ordinary Chinese office worker who loved web novels. Now, he lived in the world of Lord of the Mysteries, in Backlund, capital of the Lone Kingdom, under the reign of King George III. Stranger still, he had inexplicably gained Beyonder-like abilities, silver-tongued eloquence that bent others to his words. Yet the original owner of this body had never consumed a potion, nor touched a mystical artifact. The mystery deepened with his constant dreams and the creeping erosion of his memory. He remembered enough to know the danger. Mystical knowledge could corrupt the weak. Forgetting was a form of protection. But why these memories? Why now? Pain suddenly spiked through his skull, as though blades churned inside his mind. A beastly madness surged within him, howling to escape. He collapsed, shaking, his vision darkened by urges to scream, destroy, kill. Only the faintest shard of reason stopped him. With trembling lips, he recited words in Hermes, clinging to the last thread of sanity. The fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for you. Suppress this endless madness. He cannot turn to his adoptive father, who might secretly be a Beyonder but had never revealed anything. Klein, however, another transmigrator, another outsider, felt more trustworthy. Hobert clung to the thought of the fool's compassion. It was July 1349. By now, Klein should have crossed over, and perhaps even established the tarot club beneath the gray fog. This wasn't Hobert's first prayer. Until now, no response had come. But tonight, he had no choice. Either Klein heard him, or the madness would devour him. He repeated the prayer again and again. His rationality slipped further with each second, the beast within clawing free. Just as it was about to consume him, He felt himself yanked through a veil of gray-white mist. The insanity vanished in an instant. Hobert opened his eyes to find himself seated at a vast bronze table. At the far end, cloaked in blinding obscurity, sat a mysterious figure. Relief welled up inside him. "Klein, you finally responded." Inside the Sefirah castle, Hobert's lost memories surged back like a broken dam. He finally understood. His amnesia wasn't random. It was a defense mechanism. Only within this place could he shield himself from the corruption of the outer gods and those who reigned above the sequences, allowing him to recall what he had once been forced to forget. And then the realization struck him. His tie to the nation of disorder was eerily similar to Klein's connection to this very Sefirah castle. But comparisons could be cruel. Klein had awoken to the castle of Sefirah and immediately established the Tarot Club, a gathering that would alter fate itself. Hobert, in contrast, was bound to a quagmire, a treacherous nation of disorder. His lips curved into a bitter smile. Rising from his chair, he bowed slightly. "Great and mysterious fool, thank you for your aid. Without you, I would already have drowned in madness." The thought alone chilled him. If not for Klein's timely intervention, he might have raved through the night, endangering his foster mother, siblings, and the empty home his foster father had left behind on business. No one could have stopped him. Klein, seated at the head of the long bronze table, received the thanks in silence. His blurred silhouette radiated authority, yet his response was almost dismissive, as if to say, "Such things are trivial." Then his deep, enigmatic voice rolled out. "How did you know my name?" The question caught Hobert. Klein himself was unsettled. He had crafted his threefold honorific barely a week ago and shared it only with Justice and the Hangman. Yet this stranger had been whispering it night after night, dragging Klein awake from his rest each time. More troubling was the thought of how this man could possibly know the fool's name at all. The unease pricked at Klein's heart like a thorn. Hobert had already prepared an answer. He forced calm into his voice. "Honorable fool, a month ago, when madness first stirred within me, I prayed for salvation." There was no reply, but in the depths of despair, a gray fog appeared in my mind, and with it, your name. It was not a scientific explanation, but in this world, the mysterious rarely was. Klein's confusion only deepened. Could the gray fog itself have revealed his name? The possibility left him unsettled. Sensing Klein's doubt, Hobert changed the subject. "I don't know how to repay such kindness." "No repayment is needed," Klein replied evenly. He neither rejected nor accepted the explanation, choosing instead to let the matter rest. Then, "Honorable fool," Hobert hesitated, his throat dry. "How do I escape the fate of madness?" The words slipped out before he could stop them. Regret surged through him. After all, the current Klein was not the omniscient figure of the future. Wouldn't this question only embarrass him? So he quickly added, If sacrifice is needed, what price must I pay? I'm a fool who favors equivalent exchange." "I require no sacrifice," Klein said calmly. "Tell me, you have not consumed any potions. Did your madness begin after touching some mystical item?" In the haze of gray fog, Klein's spiritual vision confirmed it. The young man's aura was darker than ordinary, but he was no beyonder. For mortals, losing control came only in two ways: by birth, as half a sequence 9, or through corruption from a sealed artifact or mystical event. And Hobert was clearly not the former. "That is exactly what confuses me," Hobert admitted. "I have not taken potions, nor have I knowingly touched any mystical item. The truth, that his madness had begun the moment he transmigrated, remained unspoken." Klein fell silent for a few breaths before answering. "There are two others like you here. I summoned them for other reasons. They proposed regular meetings for the exchange of formulas, materials, information, and commissions. I agreed." His voice deepened. "You two may participate. Use your knowledge of mysticism to trade on equal terms. Your questions will be answered here. Your problems may be solved." Hobert lowered his head. "It is my honor." Every Monday, Klein continued, at 3 in the afternoon, free from outside interference. A set of tarot cards appeared before Hobert. Klein's voice carried a weighty authority. They use tarot names as code names. You should choose one as well. Hobert's eyes lingered on the cards. His heart stirred. So this is how I step into the beyonder world, by the hand of fate itself. He placed his palm on the deck. Let destiny decide. The card he drew glowed faintly. The Emperor. One audacious title. Behind him, the chair's sigil shimmered, manifesting an abstract throne entwined with symbols of chaos and distortion. The Emperor, Klein intoned. That shall be your name. Remember the time of the gathering. With a wave of mist, Hobert was cast back to reality. He awoke sprawled on the floor, pajamas drenched with sweat, hair plastered to his temples. His body trembled from exhaustion, but his heart burned with gratitude. Had he not known of the fool, he would have been devoured by madness long ago. Outside, the horizon was already paling with dawn. Hobert no longer wished to sleep. It was Monday. This afternoon, he would attend his very first tarot gathering. Early in the morning, Hobert left his room and went to the dining room on the first floor, where his younger sister and brother were already having breakfast. His adoptive father, Commander Christian Jeffrey, seemed to be underutilized despite his rank. T/N. Not sure what the rank actually is. There's nothing on the wiki for lone military ranks. Even so, a commander is still a high-ranking officer and a member of the upper class in Backland. They owned a spacious two-story villa with a sizable garden in the Empress Burrow. Additionally, Hobert, his 1-year younger sister Donna, and his 3-year younger brother Tyran all attended top public elementary and secondary schools in Backland and could easily get into Backland University, known as the #1 University of Lone. However, their living conditions and treatment were far from those enjoyed by the nobility. Hobert judged that his adoptive father Christian was not highly valued because the family's financial situation was not very affluent. He remembered that another general, Emilius, seemed to be quite wealthy. Recently, Hobert had only managed to save £15, which was probably less than Miss Justice's pocket money. Compared to Mr. Klein, Hobert's starting point was much better. He remembered that Mr. Klein's initial funds were only about £1, which included the food expenses for the 3 siblings. Donna, with her slightly curly golden hair, guarded her milk and sweet bread roll and said, "Hobert, you don't look well." Hobert sat at the dining table and replied casually, "I had insomnia last night." The maid served Hobert's breakfast, which included salad and fried eggs, a very sumptuous meal. Hobert glanced at the tea and said, "I'd rather have a cup of milk." Having been here for so long, he still wasn't used to drinking tea or coffee in the morning. However, he quickly got used to being served breakfast. Just as the 3 were about to finish breakfast, Hobert's adoptive mother, Melissa, appeared on the second floor. "Hobert, come home early this afternoon. Your father is coming back today, and he said he has something important to discuss with you." Hobert stood up and said, "Okay, Mother." Donna said happily, "Father's coming back today? I wonder what gift he will bring me." "Oh dear, you still have hope for your father's gifts?" Melissa sighed. "Believe me, I've been married to your father for so many years and have never received a satisfactory gift." Donna laughed. "That's because father doesn't have a good personal valet." The 3 siblings finished their breakfast while chatting, then went back to change clothes, gathered their school supplies, and took the family carriage to their respective schools. Hobert was studying law at Backland University. In the afternoon, he skipped class and found a secluded equipment room to prepare for the upcoming Tarot Club meeting. At 3 o'clock, Hobert seemed to suddenly enter a dense, gray-white fog, and then a grand hall and a long bronze table appeared before him. Miss Justice, Audrey, bowed and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. It's a pity there's no fine wine here. Otherwise, we could toast to your successful attempt." She and the hanged man had just tried using the Fool's 3-part honorific name to pray to Mr. Fool last week, and they both received responses from the Fool. This made them realize once again how powerful the Fool was. However, what they didn't know was that a new member had repeatedly used the 3-part honorific name, disturbing the Fool's sleep. Miss Justice paused because she noticed the new member. As she spoke, she habitually began to observe. The new member was a young man, looking energetic and likely fond of sports. He appeared calm, without the nervousness or surprise of someone attending the tarot club for the first time. His attire was somewhat blurry, but it seemed to be of high quality and fashionable, with a distinct lone kingdom style. Miss Justice concluded. He was likely born into the upper class of Lone and probably lived in Backlund. Although young, he seemed very composed and calm. Miss Justice's living conditions were a whole level above Hobert's. She and her two brothers had private tutors at home and didn't need to attend grammar school or university. It was because of this that she didn't immediately guess that Hobert was a university student. On the other side of the long table, the hanged man, Alger, also praised Mr. Fool. Your power far exceeds our imagination. He also noticed the new member, which made him frown. Although Mr. Fool was very powerful, he should have informed him and Miss Justice before adding a new member. If he hadn't just witnessed Mr. Fool's power, he would have protested. Mr. Fool said, "Very well, this shows that we are on a productive path. In the future, if you have something to do on Monday afternoons and can't attend, perform the ritual in advance to inform me." He continued, "As you can see, the Tarot Club has a new member." Then Mr. Fool introduced, "This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. Hangman. The new member is Mr. Emperor." "Good afternoon, Mr. Emperor," Miss Justice greeted with a smile. This Mr. Emperor was likely a member of Lone's upper class, which made Miss Justice feel somewhat close to him. "Good afternoon," Hobert replied. "It's an honor to join your gathering." The hangman did not greet him, but observed Hobert for a while. The meeting officially began. Miss Justice first gave Mr. Fool a page from Emperor Rosel's diary. She kindly reminded Hobert, the notes written in special symbols left by Emperor Rosel are actually his diary. Mr. Fool is very interested in these diaries. You can collect them and trade with Mr. Fool. Hobert politely said, "Thank you for the reminder." He thought to himself, "I already know that. It's in simplified Chinese." But then again, Miss Justice is really kind-hearted. Just as he thought this, he noticed that the atmosphere in the hall was a bit off. Miss Justice, the hangman, and even Mr. Fool were staring at him as if he were a monster. Hobert belatedly realized, "When I heard about Emperor Rosel's diary, I didn't show enough surprise. Even a little surprise would have been good. What should I do now? Should I explain quickly or pretend to have a strong background?" He quickly realized that whether he explained or not, the result would be the same. His identity would seem very mysterious. So, he decided not to explain and let them imagine for themselves. "The fool, Klein. What kind of monster did I bring in?" He also knows that it's Rosel's diary? Could it be that he is also impossible? To borrow a phrase from Emperor Rosel, I'm the chosen one of this era. No, I can't be complacent. I need to test him when I get the chance to see if he is a transmigrator. On the other hand, if he really is a fellow countryman, he might be more trustworthy. Justice Audrey, he actually knows it's a diary. Could he also understand those special symbols? Are there so many people in this world who understand these symbols? Or has he mastered some related mysticism knowledge? Then he must come from a Beyonder family or a Beyonder organization. The hangman, Alger, I should have thought of it earlier. A new member recognized by Mr. Fool must have something extraordinary about him. Just now, I even doubted Mr. Fool. Fortunately, I didn't show my doubts. A few seconds later, their second round of scrutiny of Hobert ended, but by this time, they no longer looked down on Hobert as they did at the beginning of the gathering. Next was the time for Klein to read the diary. Hobert also wanted to take a look because there were many of Rosel's diaries, and he couldn't remember the specific content of the diary that appeared at this gathering. After Klein finished reading, Justice asked, "Mr. Fool, could you explain the concepts of acting and digesting to the new member?" Klein glanced to Hobert and saw that he showed no signs of surprise. "I have already received your payment. You can explain it to him, or you can use this knowledge for an equivalent exchange." He had a look of not wanting to take candy from a baby. However, the new member should already know this knowledge. At this moment, Klein and Audrey had similar thoughts, believing that the Emperor should be a member of a Beyonder family or organization. Even so, it was still unusual for the Emperor to know so much Beyonder knowledge despite not being a Beyonder person. After all, who would let a non-Beyonder family member or organization member learn Beyonder knowledge? Justice also realized this. "Mr. Emperor, do you know about acting and digesting?" As Mr. Fool said, "I know this knowledge," Hobert said with a bitter smile. "But I don't need this knowledge yet because I haven't taken any potions." The justice didn't think much of it, but the hanged man was once again shocked. Previously, he thought he knew a lot and could make a big impact in the Beyonder world. Especially Justice's ignorance made him feel good about himself. But today, Hobert poured cold water on him. Like the fool, he found it abnormal for an ordinary person to know so much Beyonder knowledge. Hobert continued, "Thank you, Mr. Fool, for allowing me to join this gathering. I hope to find a reason for my gradual madness here." He briefly described his experiences over the past month. "If anyone can help me find the cause, I can exchange it for some Beyonder knowledge that you definitely don't know. However, I must inform you in advance that I am not a natural half-sequence 9. I have recalled countless times, and I did not come into contact with any Beyonder items that could pollute me a month ago. Of course, it is also possible that I was unknowingly polluted, but if that were the case, I should have come into contact with the same Beyonder item more than once, and I should have noticed." The hanged man, who wanted to regain his confidence, fell silent. The reasons he could think of were all included in Hobert's description. Justice weakly asked, "Mr. Emperor, what does half-sequence 9 mean? Do I need to pay any price for this question?" Hobert smiled. "I can answer this question for free as a gift for our first meeting and as a reward for your kind heart." Justice happily said, "Thank you for your generosity." The so-called half-sequence 9 refers to some people who are born with Beyonder characteristics, Hobert explained. This usually happens when both parents are powerful Beyonders, or one of them is. During childbirth, there is a certain probability that the parent's Beyonder characteristics will be inherited by the newborn. The more Beyonder characteristics the parents have, the higher the probability of inheritance. But this is not usually a fortunate thing because the child can only choose the Beyonder path inherited from the parents. And if the parents can't help control the Beyonder characteristics during childhood, how can a baby have the ability to control Beyonder characteristics? The child is likely to go mad from a young age. Justice nodded. "Thank you for your answer. I didn't expect such unfortunate things to happen in the Beyonder world." Hobert sighed. "Misfortune is the norm in the Beyonder world. Just like me, I was eating hot pot and singing, and suddenly I was about to go mad." At this moment, the fool suddenly tapped the bronze long table with his index finger and said in a supreme voice, "What you encountered is a curse." This conclusion was reached after his discussion with old Neil today. Hobert's thoughts suddenly opened up. Yes, there is also the possibility of a curse. But then the question arose, who would curse an orphan who had never seen his biological parents? If it were his adoptive father's political enemies, they would curse Donna or Tyron instead, right? Hobert thought again. Perhaps this disaster was indeed brought about by his unseen biological parents. Their death at a young age were abnormal in itself. Was it the enemies of his biological parents who cursed their child? He thought that he could have a good talk with his adoptive father this afternoon and take the opportunity to ask for some information about his biological parents. Hobert said to Klein, "This gives my investigation a new direction. How can I thank you for your answer?" Roselle's diary, Klein said, or information about the Antigonus family, even if I already know it. Hobert said, "I can pay you the required price now." Antigonus first appeared during the Solomon Empire era. He established his own kingdom in the Hornacis mountain, and from then on, the Antigonus family entered the historical stage. In the fourth epoch, Antigonus had a good relationship with two significant figures, but I can't mention their names here for now. I believe Mr. Fool knows who those two figures are. It's safe to talk about them here under Mr. Fool's protection, but discussing them outside would bring disaster. So, for the safety of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, let's talk about them when they are strong enough. Klein, the fool, smiled bitterly. I really don't know, but it's probably for the best. After all, this is a mysterious world where just talking about certain people or events can bring disaster. The Emperor knows a lot of secret knowledge. It was a good decision to bring him in. Audrey the Justice shuddered. How terrifying, how terrifying. Is this the Beyonder world? Just talking about some people can invite disaster. Alger, the hanged man, remarked inwardly. The Emperor seems to possess very advanced knowledge about Beyonders. Fortunately, I didn't show any disdain toward him earlier. Hobert continued. Later, during the Four Emperors period, the Antigonus family became a prominent family by supporting the Blood Emperor's rule. However, after the Blood Emperor fell, Antigonus was hunted by the gods and lost control for some reason. The kingdom he established was also destroyed. There are also rumors that Antigonus still sleeps in the palace of Hornaces, but no one can verify this. After that, there was no more news about the Antigonus family. Even if their descendants escaped the gods' hunt, they would be distant relatives and unable to restore their former glory. The other three fell into varying degrees of silence. The notion of being hunted by the gods shocked them. Although they believed in the existence of gods, hearing about their deeds made them want to cover their ears. Klein also noticed that Hobert said Antigonus was hunted by the gods, not the Antigonus family. Could it be that the founder of the Antigonus family and the one hunted by the gods were the same person? As for the possibility that Antigonus still sleeps in the palace of Hornaces, this was very valuable information for Klein, almost explaining the whispers he heard when he became a Beyonder. Seeing everyone silent, Hobert felt a bit helpless. He had been very careful, not mentioning Adam and Hmon, the two angel kings, nor saying that Antigonus was a descendant of the ancient gods and the little brother of the Evernight goddess. He didn't expect that even the information he had processed would still shock everyone so much. The hanged man even began to suspect, is the Emperor like Mr. Fool, a waking evil god? Otherwise, how could he know so much secret information? With this in mind, he asked tentatively, Mr. Emperor, besides the Church of the Lord of Storms, where else can I get the wind-blessed potion formula? What kind of payment would be required for such information? Hobert replied, I haven't decided on the specific payment yet. Let's leave it as a debt for now. I'll ask for it when I need it. As for the value of my information, you can ask Mr. Fool to verify it. Alger was taken aback, not expecting the Emperor to actually know another way to obtain the Sailor Pathway potion. No problem. Hobert asked, Have you heard of the elves? I've heard of them, the hanged man replied, but they are a long-extinct race. Yes, the elves no longer exist, Hobert said. But don't underestimate ancient mythical creatures. Some of their powerful members might still retain their will through certain Beyonder items. Of course, I don't recommend you seek out such Beyonder items, as it is very dangerous. I believe you know that the Beyonder pathway the elves mastered is the same as yours. Additionally, as far as I know, there are many elven ruins at sea. I think you might find what you're looking for there. The hanged man fell silent. Hobert had provided him with a new, feasible idea. The fool also fell into deep thought, realizing that many secret extraordinary events had occurred in the distant second and third epochs, still affecting the current era. The Justice couldn't suppress her curiosity about ancient mythical creatures, but since Hobert had already given her a meeting gift, she felt embarrassed to ask more. After a few seconds, the hanged man said, Thank you for your answer. I will repay you with equivalent compensation in the future. Next came the information exchange session. Hobert sat silently until Klein announced the end of the gathering. Back in reality, Hobert reflected on the meeting. Klein had given him a good idea. At this moment, he suddenly thought that staying close to the protagonist would definitely be beneficial, given the protagonist's aura. Usually, after school in the afternoon, Hobert would play cricket with his classmates for an hour or two, or practice fencing together. When it was hot, they would go swimming. Hobert often marveled at how, in an era without the internet, college students had much healthier ways to spend their free time. However, today, due to his mother's instructions, Hobert took a hired carriage home after school. When he first arrived, trying to save as much as possible, Hobert had taken the public carriage home for several days, as it only cost 6 pence, while a hired carriage cost 2 to 3 solely, depending on the carriage's class. But when his foster mother found out, she severely scolded him, saying that his behavior might make neighbors or classmates think the Jeffrey family was going bankrupt or that they were too harsh on their foster son. Hobert had no choice but to conform to the values of this world, burying his frugality deep in his heart. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the butler took his school bag and said, "Young Master Hobert, the master requests your presence in the study." Okay. Hobert followed the butler to the study door, where the butler knocked and announced his arrival. After receiving permission from his foster father, Christian, Hobert opened the door and saw his foster father sitting behind the desk. He looked only in his 30s, clean-shaven, and even though he was smiling, he exuded an aura of authority. Before Hobert's transmigration, there had been some estrangement between him and his foster parents, which had only grown after the transmigration. He always called them father and mother, unlike Donna and Tyron, who called them dad and mom. Christian pointed to the chair opposite the desk. "Sit down." Hobert felt a strong inclination to obey his foster father's command, which he attributed to his belief that his foster father was a beyonder. Christian asked, "I've heard that you've been distracted lately, suffering from insomnia, and occasionally showing signs of madness?" Hobert was taken aback. "I've been trying hard to hide my inner madness. Some things can't be hidden just because you want to," Christian sighed. "We haven't talked about your biological father for a long time, have we?" "No, we haven't." Hobert hadn't expected his foster father to bring up his biological parents, saving him the trouble of finding a way to ask. Christian said, "There's a curse in your family's bloodline." Intermission by author. Hello, everyone. Thank you for reading this book. At the beginning of this book, I would like to introduce myself and give a general overview of the book's concept. I have previously written 2 relatively successful works. Well, at least they didn't flop. My author level is about to reach level 4. I share this to let you know that I have experience in completing works and take writing seriously, so you can feel confident in following this story. Although my skills are limited, I am committed to doing my best with this book. If there are any shortcomings, I ask for your understanding. I'm a big fan of Lord of the Mysteries and just completed my 3rd read-through before the new year. At that time, I had the idea of writing a fanfiction based on it. But which pathway should I choose? The seer pathway is definitely out of the question, as it would conflict with Klein. The Evernight goddess has always been a positive figure, though she has also planned and participated in many conspiracies, and is the true deity of the sleepless pathway. Unless a divine war occurs and the goddess falls, this pathway is hard to develop. Pathways like Sailor, Spectator, Reader, Bard, and Secret Supplicant face similar issues as the sleepless pathway, which is a problem Emperor Roselle encountered. So, I had to choose a pathway without a true deity to have room for development. The assassin pathway was out of the question because it would eventually turn the character into a female, which would be quite awkward. As for the hunter pathway, it's easy to die at the provoker stage. I also had to avoid pathways polluted by outer gods, like Mother and Moon. T/N, Lummi and Skull. After much consideration, the lawyer or arbiter pathways seemed the most suitable. However, since Zio is already an arbiter, the protagonist had to choose the lawyer pathway. This way, when the protagonist becomes a great old one, Ms. Zio can still advance to sequence 1. But a new problem arose: how to ascend to the Black Emperor without harming Emperor Roselle. Fortunately, at the end of the first part of Lord of the Mysteries, Klein became a half-great old one and obtained the Error Authority from Hmon, which provides a lot of room for maneuver. However, the specific method will remain a secret for now. Some of the readers from my previous 2 books might be here to support me. They know that while my skills may be limited, my fanfiction won't be embarrassing because I respect the original work and am willing to patiently recreate it based on the original. Regarding updates, there will be 2 chapters daily before the book is officially released, as we wait for recommendations, which is customary. After the release, there will be 3 chapters daily, with occasional additional updates. If the number of monthly votes, recommendation votes, or rewards reaches a certain amount, there will be extra updates. If a reader contributes significantly to the book, there will also be extra updates as a thank you. In the past 2 years, I have not missed an update, even when I was sick. The updates are guaranteed. I could write more chapters daily, but that would likely result in filler content, which is a common issue in fanfiction. Although I'm not a famous writer, I am also a reader and do not want to do that. I will strive to maintain quality, especially in the later stages. Finally, I want to thank Brother Cuttlefish for his inspiration. I also want to thank all the readers. Your comments, votes, and rewards are a great motivation for me. Hobert frowned. He didn't expect Klein's prediction to be confirmed so quickly. You don't seem surprised? Christian smiled. Yes, Hobert admitted. I've been interested in the occult since middle school. About a month ago, I suddenly felt an indescribable madness within me, and it became increasingly severe. It felt like a curse described in the occult. He paused and continued. Hearing you say this, I am still quite surprised. So, some occult knowledge might not be just legends or rumors, but actually exist. Christian said seriously, that's right. Behind the facade of the world, there is indeed a mystical world. He said, we need to have a heartfelt talk. Where should we start? Let's start with your biological father. I should have told you before that your biological father was my best friend. He was a beyonder who reached heights many could not. At the same time, he was the most likely person to end the curse in your family's bloodline. Christian said sadly. Unfortunately, he still failed. Hobert caught a key piece of information. He had never associated himself with any family before, as he had never met any blood relatives. Could it be that he was the only one left in his family? Also, was his family a beyonder family? Christian continued, I fought alongside your father, Rex, in West Balham. At that time, we talked about everything. He told me about the curse in your family's bloodline, and that he didn't plan to continue this cursed bloodline. But later, he met your mother. They were very much in love, and under your mother's insistence, or perhaps due to fate, you were born. Generally, the curse in your family's bloodline would awaken on your 12th birthday, but your mother sealed it for you, giving you 10 more years. She hoped you would have a carefree youth, a chance to enjoy the beauty of life, to fall in love and kiss girls your age, not always with a stern face like your father. So, when she left, she made me swear to tell you part of the truth after the curse was awakened. Hobert felt a strong mix of joy and sadness in his heart. He knew that wasn't his mother, and even the original owner's memory had no trace of his mother, but he was still deeply moved by the maternal love. Time flies, Christian sighed. That was already 20 years ago. He continued, when you were born, Rex's condition was already very bad. In his last moments, he was still worried about how you would fight the curse in your bloodline. He wanted you to choose for yourself. One path was to remain an ordinary person, but you would be in a semi-mad state. However, your father left you enough wealth, and I would send you to a manor in the countryside and select loyal servants for you. Rex made a deal with the life school of thought before he died. After you turn 45, you'll have enough luck to gradually wake up from the semi-mad state and enjoy the rest of your life as an ordinary person. The other path is to become a beyonder. When you become a Sequence 9 beyonder, your madness will be greatly reduced. But Rex wanted me to remind you of two things. First, you can only choose the Lawyer Pathways potion because the curse in your bloodline will make you a half Sequence 9 of the Lawyer Path when it awakens. Second, after becoming a beyonder or after half a year, the madness will gradually increase again. At that time, the potion will be like opium to you. Whether you have digested the previous potion or not, you will be eager to advance. Or you can choose not to advance and fight the endless madness, but this will make your emotions very unstable. Most of your family members died from losing control. Christian said, you can think about it first. There's no need to rush to give me an answer. Oh, by the way, I should remind you that I only have the potion formulas for Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 of the Lawyer Pathway. Hobert was stunned. Didn't my father leave higher sequence potion formulas? No, this is a test from Rex, Christian said. Or maybe your father hoped you would choose to be an ordinary person. Hobert twitched his mouth. Others have troublesome fathers, but the original owner's father was a professional at making things difficult for his son. Then he thought about his code name in the Tarot Club, the Emperor, and the true god of the Lawyer Path, the Black Emperor. Was this a coincidence? This is a mystical world. How could there be such coincidences? After a brief thought, Hobert said, "Actually, there's no need to think about it. I can't waste my best years in a state of madness." Of course, it was also because dear Mr. Fool would have the Black Emperor card of the blasphemy slate in half a year. As long as he made a deal with the Fool, he could get the subsequent potion formulas. Christian said, "I still advise you to think about it. There are many people in this world who didn't make the most of their best years, and they still live well." Hobert shook his head. "I prefer to control my fate rather than leave it to enough luck. Father, please give me the Sequence 9 potion. I will continue the family's business. When I become strong enough, I will eliminate the curse in the bloodline." Christian laughed heartily. Rex would be very pleased to see this. He said, "I respect your choice." He took out a piece of parchment from the drawer and went to a cabinet in front of the bookshelf. Opening the cabinet door, there was a set of beakers and many Beyonder materials in small bottles or jars. Christian placed the parchment on the cabinet and began to prepare the potion. He didn't ask Hobert to leave, so Hobert stepped forward to look at the contents on the parchment. As he guessed, it was the lawyer potion formula. Main ingredients: 1 eye of a fear demon worm, 1 fruit of a flash pattern tree. Auxiliary ingredients: 1 black iris, 6 leaves of a monkey face orchid, 8 grams of black heartgrass juice, 120 grams of white wine. After reading the formula, Hobert was surprised to see that the potion formula required wine. He thought to himself, "It seems that people allergic to alcohol can't become lawyers." At this moment, he felt both excited and nervous, so he used random thoughts to vent. Christian first added the auxiliary ingredients to the beaker, then used tweezers to place a black eyeball, which still induced fear despite being lifeless, into the beaker, and finally added a fruit that looked like a peeled walnut. Once all the ingredients were added, there was no need to stir. All the Beyonder ingredients instantly melted, and after a bit of black, dreamy mist emerged from the beaker, the deep black liquid potion was ready. Christian pushed the beaker towards Hobert. "This is the Sequence 9 lawyer potion." Christian looked at the deep black potion and gave a final reminder. "You have one last chance to back out. Once you drink this, you will become a Beyonder and leave behind the life of an ordinary person forever." Hobert picked up the beaker. "Before I lose the courage to move forward." He drank the potion in one gulp. As soon as the deep black liquid entered his stomach, Hobert began to tremble uncontrollably. For a moment, the world before his eyes seemed to distort. At the same time, intermittent whispers echoed in his ears. The whispers were so vague that he couldn't make out what they were saying. Soon, he gained some understanding. In previous eras, only Solomon had successfully ascended to become the Black Emperor, but he fell during the War of the Four Emperors. Later, Emperor Roselle became the new Black Emperor, completely eliminating the possibility of Solomon's rebirth. Therefore, Solomon had almost no influence on lower sequence Beyonders of the same pathway, and Roselle's current state was very poor. Hobert couldn't remember the specifics, but knowing the Emperor's state would lead to contamination. In any case, the Emperor couldn't influence lower sequence Beyonder individuals either. Because the lawyer pathway had no existing true gods or high-sequence individuals, Beyonders of this path wouldn't hear distinct whispers during their ascension. Hobert then noticed 2 small cracks on a wooden plank on the bookshelf and a small dent on the cover of a book. Based on these observations, Hobert deduced that the bookshelf would start to deteriorate from that plank and the book from that small dent. These were the flaws of the bookshelf and the book. But soon, this strange vision disappeared, and the uncontrollable trembling also ceased. Seeing Hobert's state stabilize, Christian poured a glass of the white wine they had used earlier for both of them. Although grasping the Sequence 9 potion isn't very difficult, congratulations are still in order. "Thank you." Hobert took the glass, clinked it with Christian's, and they both drank it down. Christian put away the potion formula, and the 2 of them sat back at the desk. Christian began to explain the main abilities of a lawyer. "I heard from your father that a lawyer can find the weaknesses of things or opponents from the information they see and hear. But you need to be cautious in battle because most enemies are aware of their weaknesses and may have ways to protect them. Additionally, your eloquence will improve, and you can twist some simple thoughts of others, but it's best to use this when the opponent is unprepared. He spread his hands. That's all I know. You'll have to explore the other abilities and precautions on your own. Christian then taught Hobert how to activate and deactivate spiritual vision. However, a lawyer's spirit vision couldn't see a person's astral body or spirit body, only the obvious flaws in the scenery or people before them. But when Hobert used spirit vision to examine Christian, he couldn't find any weaknesses. Christian smiled. Remember, when you can't see any flaws in a person, it often means that person is currently unbeatable. Hobert was taken aback. Such modest boasting. He then realized that Christian was likely a mid-sequence powerhouse. Christian continued to explain some beyonder knowledge, such as the acting method, and finally said, I'll arrange for you to work as a lawyer's assistant at a law firm the day after tomorrow or on Thursday. I hope you find the essence of being a lawyer there. It wasn't until the end of the conversation that Hobert had a chance to ask, who cursed my family, or rather, the Heller family? Hobert's biological father's full name was Rex Heller. After Christian adopted Hobert, he took his adoptive father's surname. Christian seemed to recall some past events, and, after more than half a minute, said, I promised Rex that I would tell you the whole truth after you fully digest the Sequence 8 potion. Oh, the whole truth as I know it. At that time, you will face another choice. Until then, the less you know, the better. Hobert nodded. All right, since the other party wouldn't say, he planned to investigate using his father's information once he became familiar with a lawyer's abilities. The conversation ended there. As Hobert closed the study door, he saw Christian behind the desk, seemingly lost in memories, staring blankly. After leaving the study, Hobert thought of a question. How did Christian know he was showing signs of losing control? Christian had been on a business trip for more than half a month. Before he left, Hobert's madness wasn't that strong, and no one noticed anything unusual. Someone must have discovered Hobert's abnormality after Christian left and informed him. Hobert quickly thought of two possibilities, his adoptive mother, Melissa, or the butler, Walker. But Hobert's speculation ended there. There was no point in further guessing, and no need to verify. It was enough to know in his heart. At dinner, Christian returned to his usual self, chatting and joking with the family, occasionally bantering with his daughter. The family atmosphere was still very good, but Hobert felt somewhat alienated and rarely spoke at the dinner table. After dinner, Hobert read for a while and soon became too sleepy to keep his eyes open. He hadn't slept well the previous night, and today's tarot meeting and potion consumption had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Unconsciously, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder in his dream again. The difference was that he usually appeared near the ancient village at the foot of the mountain in the Nation of Disorder, but this time he appeared at the mountain peak. There was a chair that seemed to be made of stone or jade, standing in the grass, covered with some moss, as if it were part of the mountain. In front of the chair was a large pool of water, the water pitch black, but strangely, the rocks at the bottom were visible. In the black water, countless white star-like light clusters floated slowly like jellyfish, appearing almost alive. Hobert thoughtfully sat on the stone chair, and in that instant he felt a special connection with the Nation of Disorder. He then saw the blurry figure that had been chasing and shouting at him before, floating towards him. The figure seemed clearer now, and he could see it was a man. Hobert waved his hand towards the black pool, and the blurry figure was thrown into the pool. The figure struggled in the pool, but couldn't get out. Hobert immediately understood that now, as a Beyonder, he had some control over the Nation of Disorder. Undoubtedly, the stone chair was a throne. As long as he sat on it, part of the Nation of Disorder would submit to Hobert. Hobert watched the figure struggling incessantly in the pool and thought to himself, unless I allow it, you won't be able to get out in this lifetime. He sat on the stone throne and pondered for a while, coming up with some ideas about the origin of the figure. It might be the embodiment of the curse in the Heller family bloodline. The evidence was that every time he heard the figure's screams, he would fall into endless madness. Before this, the Nation of Disorder had been providing him with some protection, so he didn't hear the figure's screams every time. However, because he didn't have a special connection with the Nation of Disorder like he does now, the protection it offered was very limited. Thinking of this, Hobert let out a sigh of relief. If his guess was correct, then leaving the Nation of Disorder this time wouldn't bring the painful madness. If he could keep that figure trapped in the pool, perhaps the curse on him would disappear. Now that's more like it. Hobert muttered to himself. Even if the Nation of Disorder can't be like Sefirah Castle and create a network sales platform, it can at least suppress the family curse on me, which is not a disgrace to the Sefirot. He wanted to leave the Nation of Disorder immediately to verify his guess. But since he was already here, he decided to explore a bit first. First was the stone throne. Hobert felt the closest connection with the throne, but it seemed his control only extended to the area around the throne, at most reaching the pool, but no further. Hobert looked up at the clock tower hanging in the sky. He could feel that the clock tower, or rather the giant clock inside, was as special as the throne. However, he couldn't reach the sky to climb the clock tower now. Hobert guessed that he might be able to control the clock tower only after reaching the mid-sequence. Next, Hobert thought the stone throne was too ordinary, lacking any majesty. He tried to change the throne's appearance, and, as he imagined, he could alter its shape. For instance, after a brief thought, the stone throne turned into a round-backed chair. Hobert pondered whether to turn it into the dragon throne from ancient TV dramas, but the style didn't match his current world. He decided on a Western fantasy-style chair instead. He thought of the Iron Throne, the throne from A Song of Ice and Fire, symbolizing the king's supreme authority. With a thought, the throne under him transformed into a towering structure made of iron swords, with steps forged from sharp blades, making Hobert feel as if he were sitting among thorns. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. This felt more like a throne. Then he turned his gaze to the pool in front of him. Two star-like light clusters were emitting white light. Hobert tried to approach them, and they floated towards the throne as expected. Most of the other stars remained as white light clusters of varying sizes, completely beyond Hobert's control. Hobert estimated that he might be able to control more stars after his advancement. He decided to check the two stars he could control. He chose one and focused his mental energy on it. He saw a middle-aged man on a bed. Hobert felt an urge to cover his face and quickly withdrew his attention. He hadn't expected his first use of a Nation of Disorder power to result in such an awkward scene. Based on his feeling, Hobert realized he couldn't pull a person's astral body into the Nation of Disorder like in the Tarot Club, but he could communicate with them. However, Hobert didn't plan to talk to the busy middle-aged man. Even a cough might give the couple a psychological shadow. It wouldn't be decent. After some thought, Hobert focused on another white light cluster. He saw a young man hiding in a dark forest. A brown-skinned, middle-aged man was cautiously searching. When the time was right, the young man jumped out of the bushes and stabbed the middle-aged man in the back. The brown-skinned man let out a disturbing roar, his eyes flashing with madness, looking imposing. But the young man seemed unaffected, his attacks relentless. Hobert judged this to be a low-sequence Beyonder fight because their strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, and the surrounding trees were pushed over by their fight. Soon, the middle-aged man's injuries began to affect his combat ability, showing signs of losing control. The young man seized the opportunity to inflict more wounds, finally slitting the middle-aged man's throat. The middle-aged man completely lost control, but before he could turn into a monster, the young man skillfully decapitated him. After watching the scene, Hobert realized that communicating with the young man now might also scare him, so he decided to wait. Soon, the middle-aged man's Beyonder characteristic emerged, a gray light cluster resembling a miniature brain with visible folds. Hobert vaguely recognized this Beyonder ability, but couldn't recall its exact pathway. Watching the young man collect his spoils, Hobert summarized. Using the two white light stars, he could project true vision from the Nation of Disorder to the outside world. However, he couldn't pull people into the Nation of Disorder, indicating significant differences between its functions and those of the Sefirah Castle. As for why these two white light stars became his coordinates, Hobert wasn't sure and needed more observation. After these attempts, Hobert was exhausted. He left the nation of disorder and woke up from his dream. As he expected, there was no madness. However, Hobert didn't think the family curse had disappeared. Even the nation of disorder, he could only trap the blurry figure, not completely eliminate it, merely suppressing the curse. Hobert didn't continue thinking. He was too tired and turned over to sleep deeply. The next day, Hobert arrived at Backlund University in high spirits. However, his mind was not on his classes. He was constantly thinking about finding time to explore the nation of disorder again. It was like a child who had received a beloved toy and couldn't wait to play with it, especially since he had thought of some ways to try to enter the nation of disorder actively, rather than passively in his dreams, which made him even more restless. Finally, the afternoon arrived, and Hobert's two close friends, Bishop and Uriah, invited him to have afternoon tea together. Without thinking, Hobert declined, "Sorry, I need to go to the equipment room." The upper class of the entire Lone Kingdom had the habit of drinking afternoon tea, and it was sold in the school cafeteria at Backlund. Hobert had gone with Bishop before, and the cheapest afternoon tea set cost 2 soldi and 3 pence. To him, it was just a cup of tea and 2 plates of snacks. Even in a mid-level restaurant outside the school, this price was enough for a steak. The key was that no one wanted the cheapest set in the school. For someone like Hobert, whose family conditions were not great, going for afternoon tea would cost 3 to 4 soldi. If he chose the cheapest set, he would be laughed at by his classmates. So Hobert avoided going whenever he could. He didn't have the habit of drinking afternoon tea, so why waste the money? At this moment, Hobert remembered that his foster father, Christian, had said that his biological father had left him a substantial inheritance, but there was no intention of letting him inherit it. Uriah smiled and said, "Hobert, you've been acting strange lately. You used to love afternoon tea the most, saying it reflected a gentleman's dignity and taste." "I must have been out of my mind back then," Hobert thought bitterly. However, he also realized that university classmates were very important connections in this world, so he needed to maintain them. So Hobert said, "Let me tell you a secret. My father is good friends with Barton, a senior lawyer at the Aslan Barton law firm. My father is arranging for me to be Barton's assistant this week. I didn't tell you before because it wasn't confirmed. Now that it is, I'm very anxious and nervous. Sorry, I really don't have the mood for afternoon tea." Bishop laughed. "Hobert, this is a great opportunity. Barton is one of the top lawyers in Backlund. If you perform well as his assistant, I believe you'll be qualified to appear in court in 3 to 5 years." The Lone Kingdom had 2 types of courts: the magistrate's court and the formal court, also known as the criminal court or the noble court. Lawyer assistants were only qualified to attend the magistrate's court. Only lawyers and senior lawyers could attend the formal court. However, the formal court was generally the battleground for senior lawyers. Ordinary lawyers mostly operated in the magistrate's court. Bishop was referring to the formal court. With enough connections and resources, and if Hobert worked hard enough, he could soon become a formal lawyer in the legal sense. Hobert smiled. "I hope I have such good luck." Uriah added, "But Hobert, you've been acting a bit strange lately. You used to praise the goddess frequently, but now you don't do it even once a day." Christian's family were all followers of the Evernight goddess, and so was Hobert. However, he wasn't used to praising the goddess for everything. Moreover, in the past month, he had prayed to the goddess more than once, hoping she would help him eliminate the madness within him. But perhaps the goddess was too busy, as she never responded. So he was too lazy to praise the goddess anymore. Hobert smiled. Steadfast faith often lies deep within the heart. Uriah nodded. Emperor Rosel's words make a lot of sense. Hobert felt an urge to cover his face. The emperor never missed a chance to show off. "All right, you two. I won't keep you from your afternoon tea. When I get my first paycheck, I'll treat you to a meal at the restaurant." "Deal," Bishop said with a grin. "Deal." Hobert watched his 2 friends leave before heading to the secluded equipment room. He first muttered, "Open sesame," a few times, but nothing happened. Then he used the meditation technique Christian had taught him to put himself in a state of emptiness, but he still couldn't establish a connection with the nation of disorder. So he tried the third method, chanting as he walked, "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted the Arch of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." After reciting these 4 incantations, Hobert's vision was engulfed by black tides. Before he could struggle, he saw the iron throne he had designed. Looking back, he saw that he had entered through a black pool, and the blurry figure he had locked in the pool was still in its original place. The Nation of Disorder and the Sefirah Castle shared a password. Hobert realized that the Nation of Disorder had been sealed by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, so using the method to enter the Sefirah Castle could bypass the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings seal and enter the Nation of Disorder. When Klein first arrived in this world, he established a subtle connection with the Sefirah Castle. Similarly, when Hobert arrived in this world, he established a subtle connection with the Nation of Disorder. This was a binding, a connection from fate to the soul, which was also the key to entering the Sefirah. Understanding this, and having found a way to actively enter the Nation of Disorder, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder. After all, he was still at school and couldn't guarantee that no classmates or teachers would disturb him in the secluded equipment room. In the afternoon, when school ended, the butler, Walker, came to help Hobert with his leave of absence. Hobert informed his tutors of his new direction and hoped to write to them for help if he encountered difficulties in the future. Faced with such a promising student, the tutors were, of course, happy to agree to keep in touch with Hobert. After saying goodbye to Bishop and Elia again, Walker took Hobert to the Aslan Barton law firm, where he met the senior lawyer, Barton Stanley. This law firm was co-founded by Aslan and Barton. Both were well-known senior lawyers in Backlund, having resolved many disputes for nobles and wealthy individuals. Barton, in his 40s, had light yellow hair, deep blue eyes, and a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. He said, "I was once comrades with your father. I know why he sent you here." With that, Barton picked up a folder from his desk. "This is a case with no suspense. Tomorrow, you will go to the magistrate's court as the plaintiff's lawyer. Finally," he said meaningfully, "reflect well on what it takes to be a good lawyer." Hobert expressed his gratitude while thinking, is the acting method so widespread? Christian had become a commander in his 30s, so he must have known about the acting method. But he didn't expect Barton to know about it too. This senior lawyer must also be a beyonder. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly laughed to himself. It was likely Christian who had told Barton about the acting method. He then sighed inwardly. The wheels of fate are rolling, and in the blink of an eye, I'm already a lawyer's assistant. On the way home in the carriage, Hobert couldn't wait to open the file and start reading. As Barton had said, the case was straightforward. The defendant, Mr. Robin, had borrowed £200 in cash from his friend, Mr. Henry, for investment purposes. However, Mr. Robin's investment failed, reportedly losing everything. Recently, Mr. Henry urgently needed money. After failing to collect the debt, he had no choice but to take his former good friend, Mr. Robin, to court. Mr. Henry had an IOU and witnesses with ample evidence. The case could almost be concluded as soon as it started. Although it was just a formality, Hobert still took his first court appearance very seriously. He began to rehearse in his mind the fierce debate he would have with Mr. Robin in court, ultimately applying to the judge for enforcement, leading to Mr. Robin's defeat. During dinner, Christian had made poor Hobert a glass of wine. "Tomorrow you officially start work. This is an important step in life. Have a drink to celebrate." Hobert did not refuse. After a few sips of wine, he became more talkative. "Donna, even if I'm not at school watching over you, you're not allowed to date. Those boys are still too immature." Donna pouted. "I don't need you to watch over me. Besides, there are many mature and steady or humorous and talkative boys." Hobert took another sip of wine and said, No, you don't understand. I'm a boy, and I know better what they are thinking." Although Hobert had some estrangement from this family, both the original and the current Hobert tried their best to fulfill the responsibilities of an elder brother. Especially since Hobert was always a grade ahead of Donna in school, He naturally had a protective instinct towards her. Christian smiled and said, "Listen to Hobert on this matter." Donna stuck out her tongue ungracefully, as if she had taken Hobert's words to heart, but whether she would follow them was another matter. After dinner, Hobert returned to his room and reviewed the file several times, imagining various possibilities and unexpected situations, even foregoing his exploration of the nation of disorder. However, what happened in the magistrate's court the next day far exceeded Hobert's expectations. Hobert still took the family's four-wheeled carriage to work. The carriage first took Donna and Tyron to school, then headed straight to the magistrate's court. There were many magistrates' courts in Backlund, and the one handling this case was the one in the Cherwood Burrow. Although the magistrate's court had 2 large windows, the lighting was still not very good. Besides the judge's bench, the plaintiff's bench, and the defendant's bench, there was only a small public gallery with 2 rows of rough wooden benches. Today's defendant, Mr. Robin, did not act like a debtor as Hobert had imagined. He wore a shabby coat and a patched hat. To show respect for the court, Mr. Robin took off his hat and held it in his hand, pleading, "Your Honor, Mr. Lawyer, please give me a month. I will definitely repay the money in a month. Or let me repay in installments. I can pay £2 a week, no, £3 a week. Please don't sell my house. I don't want to lose my family or move to the East Burrow or Backlund Bridge." This was unexpected for Hobert. When reading the file, he had unconsciously sided with the plaintiff, always thinking of the defendant as a villain. But Mr. Robin clearly did not intend to default and had his own difficulties. Hobert flipped through the file again. Mr. Robin's only asset was his small house. He tried to suppress his sympathy. "Mr. Robin, I sympathize with your situation, but if we don't auction your house to repay the debt, my client's family will go bankrupt. Should they move to the East Burrow or Backlund Bridge?" Mr. Robin was speechless and looked at his former good friend with some shame. Mr. Henry also seemed a bit reluctant, but he said nothing. As Hobert had said, if he softened, his whole family would suffer. Hobert continued, "Mr. Robin, I see in the file that you have a stable job with a weekly salary of about £3 and a house inherited from your father, so you don't have to pay rent. £3 a week is enough for your family to live a middle-class life. Why did you take the risk to invest? You are an adult. Since you chose to invest, you must take responsibility for your choice. I suggest you rent a house in the East Burrow, work hard, and in a few years, you might be able to buy back the auction house." He concluded, "Your Honor, I request enforcement." The judge, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately agreed to Hobert's request. After auctioning the defendant's assets, the court would receive no less than 10% in fees, which was a major source of income for the magistrate's court. In the Loan Kingdom, a high proportion of civil economic cases in magistrates' courts ended with enforcement orders, causing many middle-class families to go bankrupt. After Mr. Henry and Mr. Robin's case ended, Hobert sat in the public gallery for 10 minutes before leaving to take a public carriage back to the Oslan Barton law firm. Hobert first reported the case results to Barton. Sitting in a leather chair, Barton glanced at Hobert. "You look tired." "I'm just—" Hobert smiled bitterly. "I just realized that I live in such a cold world." He had previously lived in the small world of Backlund's upper society and had forgotten that this was Backlund, a time of primitive capital accumulation. "What do you think we are?" Barton took a sip of coffee. "We are a pack of wolves in Backlund, biting off a piece of meat when we see a sheep." Hobert was stunned. "Is this what a lawyer is?" Barton smiled. "If you think lawyers are champions of justice, you are very wrong. But if you have no sense of justice, you will never be a good lawyer." He said, "Go home and rest today. Come back early tomorrow and follow me to handle an economic dispute commissioned by Earl Hall." On the way back in the carriage, Hobert gradually figured out some issues. He shouldn't have prematurely judged the character of the plaintiff and defendant. His client couldn't always be on the side of justice, and some clients might not be on the side of justice at all. But as a lawyer, he still had to fight for and protect his client's interests. That was the court. Outside the court, he could do his best to help those who deserved help. During dinner, Hobert asked the maid for a glass of wine and said to his adoptive parents, "Father, Mother, thank you for your protection in the past. Today, I realized what the world is like without your protection. Christian patted Hobert's shoulder with relief. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up. Melissa was almost moved to tears by Hobert's sudden gratitude. On Thursday morning, Hobert accompanied Barton in the law firm's carriage to the residence of Earl Hall. In the carriage, Barton introduced, Earl Hall is a nobleman with profound vision and a wise mind. While most lords are still living off their land and estates, Earl Hall has actively invested in banking and emerging industries. Hobert nodded, thinking, isn't he Miss Justice's father? He had some impression of him. Barton sighed. The reforms in the Lone Kingdom over the years have been like a sieve. Some nobles have seized the opportunity to gain more wealth and political status, while most have fallen into decline. However, nobles value their dignity. Even if there are disputes among them, they first think of resolving them privately. If it goes to court, it means both sides have completely torn apart, willing to forsake their noble dignity for some wealth and assets. Barton was deeply trusted by Earl Hall. Whenever the Earl had important transactions or collaborations, he would ask Barton to review the contracts. In case of economic disputes, he would also seek Barton's advice. Hobert had seen Earl Hall's mansion from a distance before. It didn't seem impressive from the outside, but once inside, Hobert realized it was much larger than he had imagined. Upon entering, there was a huge garden with sculptures, fountains, vast lawns, and well-trimmed landscape trees. Lawns were a symbol of nobility in this era. Ordinary families wouldn't plant grass because it had no economic benefit and required effort to maintain. Only nobles, who didn't rely on the land for their livelihood, would choose to plant grass. Gradually, lawns became a symbol of nobility and wealth. Hobert and Barton arrived in the carriage in front of a grand 3-story European-style building. Earl Hall's butler was already waiting outside. The butler politely exchanged pleasantries with Barton and didn't forget to compliment Hobert on his handsome appearance. Then, under the butler's guidance, Barton and Hobert entered the mansion. The entrance led to a magnificent hall with many artworks on the walls and valuable antiques on display. Earl Hall was waiting in front of a reception room. Although time had left its mark on the Earl, he was still handsome. One could imagine that in his youth, he must have been a noble who captivated many young ladies. Mr. Barton, you always look so well, Earl Hall smiled. Is this your new assistant? Your complexion is as warm as the morning sun, Barton replied. Yes, Earl. He is a top student from Backlund University, a very promising young man. Earl Hall scrutinized Hobert, noting his black hair, dark eyes, and handsome features, especially his sunny and cheerful smile, like a neighbor's boy visiting. Seeing these outstanding young people makes me feel truly old, Earl Hall sighed. Please come in. Father, a clear voice called out, stopping the 3 men in their tracks. They turned towards the sound. Hobert saw a stunning beauty walking gracefully towards them. She had golden hair and blue eyes, her long hair shimmering like gold, with a pure and elegant demeanor. Her green eyes were like the purest gems. Hobert was mesmerized. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful lady he had seen in both his lives. Barton cleared his throat, snapping Hobert back to reality. He apologized, Sorry, Earl, and this beautiful lady, your beauty has left me in awe. Earl Hall smiled. There's no need to apologize. The pursuit of beauty is a gentleman's virtue. This extraordinarily beautiful lady was, of course, Miss Justice Audrey. Hobert thought, no wonder Klein lost his composure when he first met Audrey, even suspecting she might be a witch. She was indeed excessively beautiful. The Earl asked Audrey, who had approached, My beautiful daughter, what do you need? Hello, Mr. Barton. Audrey greeted warmly, her good manners evident. She also gave Hobert a gentle smile. Then she turned to Earl Hall. Dear father, after you finish your business, may I ask Mr. Barton a few questions privately? T/N. How does she address him? Father? Dear Earl? I vaguely remember her saying Dear Earl in the novel. Of course, Earl Hall replied indulgently. Barton added, It would be my honor, beautiful lady. He continued, Allow me to introduce my assistant, Hobert. He is a law student at Backland University. If you have legal questions, I believe Hobert can assist you. Earl Hall smiled. It seems you have high expectations for this young man. Bart nodded. Yes, I do. Hearing their conversation, Hobert was slightly stunned. He understood that Barton was recommending him to the Earl's next generation. In the loan legal community, it was customary for prominent lawyers to recommend promising students or assistants to their main clients or their clients' descendants. It was akin to taking on a closed-door disciple. However, Hobert thought that once he digested the potion, he might leave the firm. Why was Barton nurturing him this way? But now wasn't the time to ponder this. Hobert bowed slightly to Audrey. At your service. Audrey seemed a bit skeptical of Hobert, but out of respect for Mr. Barton, she said, All right then, Mr. Hobert, please follow me. Watching the two young people leave, Earl Hall smiled. I should consider finding a young assistant too. He sighed. Youth is wonderful, always full of vitality. I feel invigorated just being around them. Barton smiled. Shall we get to work? The two men continued their conversation as they entered the reception room. Meanwhile, Audrey led Hobert to the garden. Even the most beautiful flowers there paled in comparison to Audrey. Walking ahead, Audrey asked, Mr. Hobert, have you handled criminal cases before? Hobert was taken aback. He couldn't very well say he had only handled one case in total. I've reviewed many related cases and can help you analyze and provide suggestions. If it needs to be resolved in court, Mr. Barton can represent you. Audrey frowned slightly before continuing. I have a friend who accidentally crippled someone in a conflict. Hobert thought, Miss Justice, could that friend be Zio? Hobert remembered that Furs Wall, a future member of the Tarot Club, had indeed sought Audrey's help to rescue Zio Dericha. Audrey continued, For what I understand, my friend is very willing to help the weak seek justice, and the person she injured is a thug from the East Burrow. So, I want to help my friend clear her name. She said, Mr. Hobert, I believe you will also stand on the side of justice and give me the most reasonable advice. Hobert thought for a moment before saying, Miss Hall, perhaps what I'm about to say will make you uncomfortable, but it is my understanding of justice. He unconsciously emphasized the word justice, then pointed to a gardener in the distance. Miss Hall, I believe your requirement for a gardener is to plant various flowers and know how to fertilize them. Then he pointed to the maid following them. I think your requirement for a servant is to be smart, cautious, and able to assist you in daily life. Audrey didn't quite understand what Hobert was trying to convey, but nodded in agreement. Hobert continued, But you don't require all their actions to be just or always stand on the side of justice. Audrey was taken aback, realizing that Hobert made a good point. For gardeners and servants, only the most basic moral requirements are needed. No one would demand a gardener to have a just character when hiring them. So you don't need to require me to be just either, because being a lawyer is a job for me, just like being a gardener or a servant. Regardless of whether your request is just, I will provide you with the best advice and help I can, Hobert said, because absolute justice may not exist in this world. What you consider just might be seen as evil or annoying by others. Although I haven't been in the legal profession for long, I've already lost hope in absolute justice. If you ever hear that I'm defending someone for free, it must be out of my conscience, not justice. These were Hobert's reflections from the previous night. Although they didn't seem to help in summarizing the lawyer's principles, they seemed to help in being a good lawyer. Perhaps out of trust in the Tarot Club members, and also a desire to show off, Hobert shared his understanding of justice with Miss Justice. Audrey was greatly surprised by these words. You are a knowledgeable gentleman. At this point, they arrived at a secluded spot in the garden, where a round table and 2 chairs had been set up in advance, with some drinks and snacks on the table. Audrey invited Hobert to sit down, and her maid asked Hobert, Would you like coffee or tea? Tea, please. Hobert began to analyze the case for Audrey. There are 2 ways to clear your friend's name. One is to have your friend provide proof of being a mental patient, and the other is to have the injured person withdraw the lawsuit. Although the first method is simple, I prefer the latter because having proof of being a mental patient would bring many inconveniences to your friend's future life. While speaking, he always felt someone was watching him. After finishing his words, He looked behind him and saw no one, only a golden retriever. Wait, could that be Susie? Hobert activated his spiritual vision and found that the dog's weakness was its eyes, confirming it was Susie. For a spectator, the most important part is the eyes. Without vision, they would lose most of their abilities. Audrey noticed Hobert's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "What exactly should we do?" Hobert pretended to be distracted and said, "I need to meet your friend in person and then talk to the injured person. It would be best to offer some money to have him withdraw the lawsuit." He said, "Miss Hall, you can entrust this matter to me. I will talk to them tomorrow, and if we're lucky, this matter can be resolved in a day or two." Through the conversation, Audrey had already established initial trust in Hobert. "I'm happy to entrust this matter to you. Thank you for your trust. How much are you willing to spend to resolve this matter?" £600, no more. "The injured person is truly a thug," Audrey said. Hobert smiled. "No problem. You can send someone you trust to assist me in resolving this matter." By assist, he meant having someone report the entire process of how Hobert resolved the issue to Audrey. Audrey nodded, "All right." After discussing the case, they started chatting. Hobert shared some interesting stories from his university days, making Audrey, who had always been educated at home, yearn for university life. It wasn't until almost noon that Barton finished his discussion with Earl Hall. On the carriage ride back, Barton asked Hobert about the general content of his conversation with Audrey. Finally, he said, "You handled it well. This is an opportunity for you. Remember, Earl Hall dotes on his daughter and will likely give her no less than £300,000 in assets. When this beautiful lady gets married, it will be a substantial dowry. As long as you gain her trust, you'll have a steady stream of business." £300,000. Hobert thought about his £15 of pocket money and suddenly felt like giving up. He wondered if Earl Hall was looking for a son-in-law. Then he shook his head. Nobles value matching social status and dignity. Even if he wanted to be his son-in-law, he probably wouldn't have much of a chance. Better to give up on that idea. The next morning, Audrey sent an assistant butler to assist Hobert in resolving Zio Dericha's issue. Generally speaking, being an assistant butler in a noble family is a promising career. In Earl Hall's household, there are several assistant butlers, 3 of whom take care of the lives of Earl Hall's 3 children and assist them in managing their respective businesses or estates. In the future, when Earl Hall passes away or his children get married, these 3 assistant butlers will likely become the official butlers for Audrey and her 2 brothers. So, the person Audrey sent was a woman in her 30s named Lisa. She was well-dressed and serious. After a brief greeting, Hobert invited Lisa to join him in the firm's 2-wheeled carriage, heading straight to Mint's prison. There are 3 prisons in Backlund, 2 on the outskirts of the city and 1 within the city, known as Mint's prison because it is located on Minsk Street. In Hobert's understanding, Mint's prison is more like a detention center, usually holding prisoners awaiting interrogation or trial. Hobert had prepared the necessary documents the day before. After showing them to the prison guard, he quickly got the opportunity to visit Zio Dericha. After waiting in the visitation room for a while, the door opened again, and a short girl with a slightly chubby face was brought in by the guard. She had delicate and soft features, but her eyebrows and eyes seemed immature, even a bit naive. Judging by her height of less than 1.5 meters, Hobert was sure this was Zio Dericha. Hobert resisted the urge to pat her head. With her height and appearance, it was just too tempting. "Miss Dericha, your friend Miss Hall asked me to help you out of your current predicament. Last night, Furs had used her apprentice ability to inform her in prison about seeking help from Earl Hall's daughter and the young Viscount Glaint. Zio politely said, 'Please thank Miss Hall for me. How should I cooperate with you? This young lady is quite sensible.' Hobert smiled. 'I need to know the entire process of the conflict.' 'All right,' Zio began. 'Mr. Bennett is an honest worker from the East Burrow. He was quite wealthy over a decade ago, but a business failure led to his family's bankruptcy. Even in his hardest times, he still protected the pocket watch inherited from his father. Half a month ago, Bennett found his pocket watch stolen after work. Fortunately, the thief hadn't gone far. Bennett saw the thief's face and recognized him as one of Weir's men. Do you know the relationship between the East Burrow thieves and the bullies? Hobert replied, I have a rough idea. Some thugs force or instigate the children in the East Burrow to steal. Zio nodded exactly. So my arbitration was that the 7 or 8-year-old thief was not at fault. We had to return the pocket watch and compensate Bennett with 3 solely for lost wages. But Weir refused to comply with my arbitration, so I had to resort to physical persuasion. Physical persuasion, my foot. Hobert thought, isn't that just beating him into submission? I swear. Zio said, I only intended to break one of his legs. It was his own fault for accidentally hitting the table and reportedly breaking his spine. She spread her hands. That's the whole story. Hobert nodded. I understand. Lisa, who had remained silent, timidly asked, is that thug Weir really so fragile? Or is he ill? Otherwise, how could such a small girl possibly beat a grown man? Zio opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Miss Lisa, allow me to introduce you. This young lady is wearing a knight's training uniform. Hobert winked at Zio. As far as I know, she has undergone rigorous knight training. Not to mention a thug. Even 2 or 3 grown men wouldn't be her match. Zio quickly nodded. Yes, yes. She guessed that Hobert might also be a beyonder or at least aware of their existence. That's why Miss Hall sought his help and informed him of her status as a beyonder. Lisa was a bit surprised and started considering whether to have her daughter undergo knight training as well. Hobert then asked, where can I find Mr. Weir? I don't know where he lives, but you can definitely find his men at the Blue Knight Tavern, Zio replied. Hobert stood up. All right, Miss Derry-Cha, please be patient. I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. Thank you. Zio politely shook hands with Hobert. Hobert felt like he was shaking hands with a middle school student. Sorry, it's not that I want to look down on you, but it's the only way I can make eye contact with you. Leaving Minsk prison, the carriage headed straight for the East Burrow. In the carriage, Hobert asked, Miss Lisa, have you ever been to the East Burrow? A few times, Lisa replied, returning to her stern demeanor. I went there to hire maids. Hobert sighed. I've heard countless stories about the East Burrow, but this is my first time going there. He asked, what do you think of the East Burrow? It feels like they live in a different world from us. The carriage fell silent. After a few minutes, Hobert said, You're absolutely right. By this time, the carriage had arrived in the East Burrow. It was Friday, a work day, yet the streets were still filled with homeless people with vacant expressions. Emaciated children with disproportionately large heads ran through the streets, eyeing Hobert's carriage with shifty eyes. Hobert looked at the children and sighed. They should be in school, living carefree lives, not mingling in bars frequented by thugs, engaging in petty theft. He continued, perhaps explaining to Lisa or talking to himself. I know I can't help them now. I just feel their lives shouldn't be like this. Why don't they eat meat porridge? My words must sound so detestable. Lisa didn't quite understand Hobert's words, but she sensed something was off with the young man beside her. Of course, something was off. When Hobert read about the East Burrow in books, it didn't affect him much. He was born and raised in a peaceful country and lived in an upper-class family after crossing over. It was hard for him to empathize with the people of the East Burrow. Only by coming to the East Burrow did he understand what numbness and as thin as a matchstick truly meant. After a moment of reflection, Hobert quickly adjusted his emotions. As he said, he couldn't do anything for them now. Showing sympathy would be meaningless and could ruin his plans. Arriving at the Blue Knight Tavern, it was a different scene. The place was bustling, filled with the stench of sweat and feet. Many people hoped to drown their sorrows in alcohol, escaping their wretched lives. This was also a small black market. Thieves would fence stolen goods here, and thugs would make illegal deals or collaborations. At the bar, Hobert took out a £1 note. Whoever takes me to see where we'll get this pound. The noisy bar suddenly fell silent. Most workers in the East Burrow earned around 10 to 15 solely a week. A pound was a significant amount here. A young man approached with a grin. I'll tell you where Weir is. Hobert coldly replied, You need to take me there. All right, no problem. Give me the money, sir. After receiving the money, the young man laughed. Now let me tell you, Weir is dead. Do you want me to take you to hell? Ha ha ha. The bar patrons joined in the laughter. Hobert calmly opened his coat, revealing a revolver at his waist. My gun seems dissatisfied with your answer. He had anticipated coming to the East Burrow today, so he had specifically requested a revolver. However, his marksmanship was such that the gun was most powerful when not fired. The revolver silenced the bar again. The young man stopped laughing. All right, young master. I'll take you there. Intimidated by the gun, the young man didn't dare to play tricks. After several turns, they arrived at a dilapidated door. The young man knocked. Boss Weir, are you still alive? A rough voice came from inside. Which bastard is here to rob me again? Since he couldn't stand up, no one treated him as a boss anymore. As soon as Lisa opened the door to the Weir household, a foul stench hit her, prompting her to quickly cover her nose with a handkerchief. One could imagine the miserable state of a paralyzed person left without care. Hobert waved his hand in front of his nose to disperse the smell and stepped inside. The room was devoid of any valuable items, clearly looted. A man in his 40s lay on the bed, his face covered in stubble, looking disheveled. This was Weir, injured and bedridden. Moldy food and empty wine bottles were strewn across the floor. Weir clutched a bottle of wine, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Hobert. Who are you? What do you want? Who I am is not important, Hobert said as he opened a window to let in some fresh air. Where are your parents? Weir sneered, dead long ago. And your wife? That bitch ran off. She had taken his savings with her. Hobert speculated, given your current state, you probably won't last more than half a month. Weir stared at Hobert. What do you want? I don't remember offending you. Or I could give you some money to hire a maid to take care of you until you get used to being paralyzed, Hobert suggested. Weir was initially incredulous, then seemed to understand. What do you need me to do? Hobert got straight to the point. Drop the charges against Zio. Weir spat out. That's impossible. She made me lose my legs. Let her rot in prison. You didn't die on the spot, Hobert said. This is just intentional injury. With me defending her, she'll be out in 3 or 4 years. Oh, goddess, look at the state of the world. Weir drunkenly shouted. The person who paralyzed me isn't getting the punishment they deserve. Hobert waved dismissively. All right, the fact that you're still alive is the greatest mercy from the goddess. Let's get down to business. I'll give you 300 pounds if you drop the charges. Or in half a month, I'll come to collect your corpse. Hobert was trying to use his twisting ability to influence Weir's thoughts. But Weir, breathing heavily, stared at Hobert for a long time before saying, I want 3,000 pounds. Hobert was disappointed. His twisting ability hadn't been very effective. The young man who had brought Hobert here had been watching from outside. Hearing Weir's demand, he was shocked. I'll agree to your terms, Hobert smiled. Then, after you drop the charges, I'll spend 100 pounds to have you killed. Weir was terrified by Hobert's cheerful smile. Your asking price is too high, Hobert said. Then 2,000 pounds, no less, Weir countered. Hobert shook his head. Weir sneered. I'm a dead man anyway. Young lawyer, come collect my corpse in half a month, but make sure that bitch is ready for prison. Hobert thought for a moment. Let's change the terms. I'll find a doctor to help you walk again, and you drop the charges. Weir was initially excited, then shook his head dejectedly. I've seen many doctors. They all said I can't walk again. Hobert continued to use his distortion ability to influence Weir's thoughts. With all due respect, what good doctors can you afford? Weir was stunned, as if a light bulb had gone off. Right? What good doctor could a thug from the East Burrow find? The best doctor he had seen was at the hospital in the Cherwood Burrow. Hope rekindled in him. If you cure me and give me 300 pounds. Hobert interrupted. You can only choose one, money or treatment. My patience is limited. If you keep playing games, you'll get nothing. He was a bit excited internally, as his influence seemed to be working. All right, I'll choose treatment. We're set, but I'll only drop the charges once I see significant improvement. Hobert nodded and called to the young man, peeking in from outside. What's your name? Peter, sir. My name is Peter. Hobert took out a 1-pound note. All right, Peter, Would you like to run an errand for me today? If you do, you'll earn another pound. Peter immediately stepped inside, reaching for the note. Of course. Hobert put the money away. You'll get it after the job is done. Now, go find 4 homeless men and tell them I'll hire them for a day, paying each 6 solely. Happy to help. Peter turned and left. He soon returned with 4 homeless men. Hobert had Peter rent a carriage, then had the homeless men carry Weir to a nearby bathhouse for a wash and arrange for a shave and haircut. When they emerged from the bathhouse, Weir, carried by the homeless men, looked at least 10 years younger. By now it was noon. Hobert found a nearby cafe for lunch and invited the 4 homeless men to join them. The homeless men were grateful, with 2 of them even shedding tears, as they hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Hobert kept reminding them to eat slowly to avoid choking. The food was greasy, but Hobert finished it all. After wandering the East Burrow, he felt that wasting food was shameful. Lisa, however, seemed to have no appetite and barely touched her lunch. With her permission, Hobert shared her meal with the homeless men. After lunch, Hobert told the coachman, "To River Bay Avenue, south of the bridge." The coachman asked, "Sir, which number specifically?" "I forgot. I'll ask for directions when we get there." Hobert was honest. He had only seen the Vampire White family's address a few times and was lucky to remember it was on River Bay Avenue. As the carriage moved, Lisa, in the leading 2-wheeled carriage, asked worriedly, "Mr. Hobert, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell Weir's seriously injured. Are you confident you can cure him?" Hobert smiled. "Whether I'm confident doesn't matter. The doctor will decide." He added, "But the doctor I know is very special and highly skilled. If he says it can't be done, then Weir is truly beyond help." Lisa didn't pursue the topic further, and the carriage fell silent. When they reached River Bay Avenue, where most residents were middle class, walking down the street felt like returning to civilization. Hobert asked a passerby and quickly got the address of Dr. White, who specialized in bloodletting treatment, 48 River Bay Avenue. When they knocked on the door of 48, a young vampire, no, a young man, answered. "Who are you looking for?" "We're here to see Dr. White." "Are you Dr. White?" Hobert asked. "No, I'm his son, Emilyn White." The young man before them had black hair and red eyes, his hair slicked back at an angle. He exuded a mix of seriousness and a touch of nonchalance. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, handsome with slightly delicate features and an unmistakable air of arrogance. He was Emilyn White, the vampire who later joined the Tarot Club. Emilyn said, "Sorry, my father just went out. Please come back another day." Hobert smiled and said, "I heard that Dr. White's son also has excellent medical skills. We've traveled a long way. Please help my friend." Emilyn hesitated for a moment before saying, "Come in." The 4 vagrants carried Weir to a bed in the clinic. While examining Weir, Emilyn casually asked, "You don't seem to be locals." In Hobert's impression, Emilyn was somewhat careless, but now it seemed this vampire was quite cautious, even asking about the background of a stranger. "Yes, I was introduced by Mr. Moriarty," Hobert said boldly. Mr. Moriarty once had a severe liver disease, and doctors had almost given up on him. Through a friend on River Bay Avenue, he found Dr. White. After just 3 doses of medicine, Mr. Moriarty's condition miraculously improved. Hearing that they were introduced by a client of his father, Emilyn diagnosed, "His lumbar vertebrae are broken. I happen to have a potion that can regenerate bones, but it will be very painful." He explained, "My father and I specialize in internal medicine. Your friend is lucky. I just read about a bone-regenerating potion a few days ago." Hobert thought, is it really such a coincidence? Or is this vampire doctor just saying that? He said, "That's great. Please start the treatment now. The potion costs 30 pounds. Emilyn explained. One of the ingredients is very rare and expensive. It seemed to contain some beyonder materials of a low sequence. Without hesitation, Hobert counted out the money. "Please start." Fortunately, he had borrowed 50 pounds from the office in the morning, or he wouldn't have had enough for today's expenses. Lisa, who had come along, hesitated, clearly wanting to remind the young man that no medicine should cost 30 pounds. Was he being scammed? Even Weir, lying on the bed, thought it was too expensive, but since it wasn't his money, he said nothing. Emilyn began his bloodletting treatment, making a shallow cut on Weir's arm. As he collected the blood, he said, "The body's fluids are limited. If I don't release some blood first, the potion I prepare will be hard to absorb." It sounded reasonable, but Hobert almost believed his nonsense, especially when Emilyn subtly licked his lips at the sight of blood. It was indeed nonsense. After collecting about 200 milliliters of blood, Emilyn went to the preparation room to mix the potion and had Weir drink it in one gulp. Then, like a bone setter, Emilyn realigned Weir's lumbar vertebrae. The process made Weir scream in pain. When Emilyn finished, Weir screamed even louder. "Did you give me poison? Are you trying to kill me?" Emilyn said, "The bones are starting to regrow. I told you it would be very painful." Hobert ignored Weir's screams and chatted leisurely with Emilyn about the interesting things in the south of the bridge area. After about 10 minutes of desperate screaming, Weir's pain began to subside. He found that he could miraculously sit up. Peter and Lisa, standing by, couldn't believe their eyes and began praising the goddess, calling it a miracle. Emilyn's proud expression became even more pronounced. "All right, in an hour or two, you will be almost fully recovered." Hobert couldn't help but marvel. "Your medical skills are truly superb." The 30 pounds were well spent. With Emilyn's satisfied expression, Hobert had the vagrants carry Weir back to the carriage, and they all returned to the East Burrow. On the way back, Lisa kept saying, "Goddess, it's truly incredible, Mr. Hobert. I didn't expect there to be such a skilled doctor in Backlund." Hobert smiled meaningfully. In Backlund, anything is possible. Lisa wondered, but if that young doctor and his father are so skilled, why don't they have any reputation? Because they don't want to be too conspicuous, Hobert thought. If he hadn't prepared Mr. Moriarty in advance as a referral, Emilyn wouldn't have treated Weir. Thinking this, Hobert said, "As far as I know, they don't like being disturbed by too many people, so please don't spread today's events." Lisa sighed, "That's a pity." Back in the East Burrow, Hobert paid the vagrants 6 soli each. They thanked him profusely, as this money would allow them to have 2 full meals and find a cheap inn to rest, giving them a chance to find work. With a job, they could rent a floor space for 10 pence or 1 soli a week, leaving the life of a vagrant behind. Peter stepped forward and said, "Sir, what about my payment?" "I'll give it to you later," Hobert said, "so you don't chase after the 4 vagrants to extort them." Peter smiled awkwardly. He had indeed thought of doing that. Hobert said to Weir, "It's only 2:30. We still have time to withdraw the lawsuit." Weir, almost fully recovered, respectfully said, "Yes, sir." Standing up again, Weir felt reborn and had newfound respect for Hobert, becoming unconsciously more respectful. By 4 o'clock, Hobert and his group had successfully withdrawn the lawsuit, resolving the matter perfectly. Back at the Earl Hall's mansion, Lisa still found the day's events unbelievable. After dinner, Audrey finally had time to hear Lisa's report. Earl Hall and his wife were also present, having nothing else to do after dinner, so they listened in. Audrey asked, "How did it go, Lisa? Did you meet my friend and the injured person?" "Oh, my beautiful lady, the progress far exceeded our expectations," Lisa said. "Miss Zio will be released tomorrow." Audrey was stunned. Wasn't the injured person hurt by Miss Zio? Of course, it's hard to imagine how such a petite girl could injure an adult male, Lisa said. "It was our lawyer, who demonstrated high efficiency and valuable connections." Mrs. Lisa began recounting Hobert's outstanding actions today and the miraculous potion in front of the Count and Countess, as well as Audrey. T/N is Earl both his name and rank. Audrey suspected that the miraculous doctor might be a Beyonder. Since Hobert knew such an extraordinary doctor, could he also be a Beyonder? Unfortunately, she had too little knowledge of the supernatural to make a correct judgment. However, the Tarot Club meeting was in 3 days, and she could ask Mr. Emperor for advice then. This gentleman knew a lot and was very approachable. After listening to Lisa's account, Earl Hall smiled and said, "He is a reliable young gentleman who knows how to seize opportunities." He then said to Audrey, "Dear, if you have any legal issues in the future, You can seek his advice. Father, that is exactly my thought, Audrey smiled. But before that, I want to pay Aslan Barton a satisfactory reward. Father, is there a way to give Mr. Hobert a little extra tip? I think he deserves it. Earl Hall smiled and said, besides the fee paid to the firm, you can specify an amount to cover the firm's expenses for this case. Generally, after deducting expenses, the firm will give the remaining money to the lawyer responsible for the case. Usually, these matters were handled by the butler, and Earl Hall would just give a brief instruction to tip a certain lawyer. Today, to let his daughter understand the underlying rules of Backlund society, the dignified Earl Hall personally attended to this small expenditure of a few £100s. On Saturday morning, Hobert accompanied Lisa to complete the release procedures for Miss Zio. When Zio walked out of the prison, she was still in disbelief. Mr. Hobert, it's really hard to imagine that you solved the matter in just one day. Hobert smiled and said, it was just good luck. I happen to know a famous doctor who cured Weir's paralysis. He looked around the prison gate and asked, no friends came to pick you up? Zio smiled helplessly. She probably hasn't received the news yet. Hobert said, then please allow me to take you back to your place. Zio immediately declined. Thank you for your kindness, but I would like to walk in the sunshine for a while. Her face looked somewhat youthful, making it easy to overlook that she had been struggling in Backlund for many years. She did not trust Hobert enough to let him know where she lived. All right then, Hobert thought to himself. It seems I won't be seeing Miss Magician today. Zio asked for Hobert's contact information. If I encounter any legal difficulties in the future, I hope I can still get your help. Hobert nodded. I look forward to your patronage. Watching Miss Zio leave with her short legs, Hobert and Lisa took a carriage back to the law firm. Lisa went directly to Barton's office, and Hobert guessed it was to settle the payment for this case. Near noon, Lisa left, and Barton called Hobert into his office. Miss Audrey is a generous lady. She paid the firm £200 for this case. Hobert quickly did the math. As a legal assistant, he could only get 10% of the fee, which was £20. This was a considerable income. In previous cases at the magistrate's court, he only received £3, and after taxes, it was just £2.12 solely. The usual weekly salary for a legal assistant was £6 to £9. However, when Hobert started working at the law firm, Barton suggested he take a commission instead of a weekly salary, and Hobert followed the advice of this great lawyer. A legal assistant could get 10% of the total fee, and after becoming a senior assistant or lawyer, they could get 20%. If one became a great lawyer, they could either become a new partner in the firm or start their own law firm. Choosing commission-based pay as a new legal assistant was not very cost-effective because not every case was easy to solve. Sometimes, it took 2 weeks to earn £3 or £4. However, with Barton's support, income was not an issue. His recommendation alone earned Hobert £20. Seeing Hobert's pleased expression, Barton smiled with a hint of amusement. The generous Miss Audrey also paid the firm £80 to cover all expenses for this case. According to custom, after deducting the £34, 6 solely, and 3 pence you spent, the remaining £45, 13 solely, and 9 pence will be your tip. Hobert's mouth opened in surprise. This is a large income. Barton's laughter echoed. This is Backlund. It has its ugly side, but also its beautiful side. He said, congratulations, young man. Your excellent performance has earned you over £60. You should know that many middle-class people are not as wealthy as you are now. After leaving Barton's office, Hobert was still excited. Is this what Backlund is? It can make a person penniless overnight, or turn an ordinary person into a wealthy one at the same time. As he thought about it, Hobert gradually calmed down. He suddenly realized that such a society was actually terrifying. With more examples of overnight wealth, people would always think of taking shortcuts, always thinking of gambling everything in some investment. He recalled seeing Mr. Robin in court. Mr. Robin's family was doing well, but he went into debt to invest, ultimately bankrupting a happy family. The excitement of receiving a large sum of money for the first time gradually faded, and Hobert's mind became clear. Although money was useful, he could not get lost in the world of money. He had many things to do, such as summarizing the lawyer's principles, further exploring the nation of disorder, finding a way to completely lift the family curse, and figuring out why he had crossed over and why he had such a close connection with the nation of disorder. In this world, strength is the hard truth. Hobert sighed at how he was almost blinded by money and began to summarize his recent gains in his mind. There is still no clue about the lawyer's principles, but he had a better understanding of the abilities of a lawyer. In Hobert's view, the abilities of a lawyer mainly consisted of two parts: finding weaknesses and distorting thoughts. Finding weaknesses was a very useful beyonder ability. Generally, for those at sequence 9 and below, it was easy to find the other party's weaknesses. Distorting thoughts was not as useful as imagined. Based on Hobert's attempts in the past few days, the main way to distort the other party's thoughts was through eloquence, and could not significantly violate the other party's ideas. Hobert's previous interaction with Weir, where he used his abilities, serves as a good example. To influence Weir's thoughts, Hobert had to align with Weir's thinking, and even then, the extent of the influence was minimal. Of course, it might also be because the potion hasn't been fully digested yet. Hobert speculated that if the lawyer potion were completely digested, his ability to distort others' language and change their thoughts might be enhanced. However, Hobert realized that he was still too weak. He had the ability to identify enemies' weaknesses but lacked the means to exploit them. This is the reality of being at sequence 9, possessing some beyonder abilities beyond ordinary people, but in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, only slightly stronger than a regular person. Hobert decided that after work today, he would buy a cane. Previously, he had looked down on people who walked around with canes despite having no leg or foot issues. Now he realized that a cane was a weapon, always ready to deal with sudden dangers. It was a civilized cane prepared to crack someone's head open if needed. Then there was the revolver. Hobert clearly remembered the power of a handgun in the Blue Night Bar. The next crucial step was to find a place to practice shooting. With a gun and a cane, Hobert could face some dangers with confidence and even have the ability to fight against other Sequence 9 Beyonders. He then thought that Christian should know a place to practice shooting, given that he was a senior officer. He would ask him during dinner. Around 3 in the afternoon, Barton called Hobert into his office again and gave him 3 cases, which would be Hobert's main work for the next week. After explaining the work, Barton curiously asked, "How do you plan to spend the reward you just received?" Hobert smiled and said, "I want to buy a dress for Donna, a nice pen for Tyron, and get myself a gun permit." "A gun permit?" Barton's surprise was evident. "Yes, I think I might frequently visit the East Burrow in the future. A gun has enough deterrent power there to save me a lot of trouble," Hobert said, half-truthfully. Barton nodded. "On Monday, let Bogeyr help you get the gun permit. He's quite good at it." As the conversation ended, Barton smiled and said, "Congratulations, young man. You've withstood the test of money. It's rare to see a young person with such self-control." Hobert smiled back but thought to himself, 60 or 70 pounds is hardly a test. If you gave me 600,000 pounds, I'd fall for it immediately. After work, Hobert went to a department store, spent 10 solely on a black wooden cane, and 2 pounds and 1 solely on a pocket watch engraved with the symbol of the Evernight Goddess and a simple watch chain. It wasn't that Hobert suddenly found his conscience and started believing in the Evernight Goddess. It was just that the cheap pocket watches only came in a few popular designs, and those related to the Evernight Goddess, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Steam looked more exquisite. As someone who had traveled from a modern society, not knowing the time made Hobert uneasy, so he reluctantly bought a pocket watch. Then, as he had mentioned in the afternoon, he bought a dress for his sister, a pen for his brother, a silk scarf for his foster mother, Melissa, and a pair of leather gloves for Christian. These cost him a total of 5 pounds and 2 solely, making Hobert feel like his heart was bleeding. His family was delighted with Hobert's gifts. Donna cheerfully said, "Hobert, now that you have money, can you often take me and my brother out for a big meal?" Melissa sternly said, Don't think about getting pocket money from Hobert. She then turned to Hobert and said, "We appreciate your thoughtfulness, but in the future, save your money and build your own savings." Hobert nodded. "I understand, Mother." He then said to Donna, "If you want to go to the museum or bookstore, I'd be happy to pay for it. As for food outside, it's far worse than what we have at home." Since starting work, Hobert had been eating lunch outside, costing about 1 soldi and 3 pence per meal, and the taste was quite unappetizing. Donna was a bit disappointed. The dishes at the Intis restaurant are quite good and have an exotic flavor. Hobert suddenly remembered that the Intis restaurant in Backlund was owned by the daughter of Emperor Roselle. He thought he might visit it someday, but not now. As dinner was ending, Hobert asked Christian where he could practice shooting. Christian thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to join the mercenary club. They have a free shooting range, and you can get some valuable information or opportunities there." Hobert had heard of the mercenary club, a semi-official club with many mercenary teams and retired soldiers as members. As far as Hobert knew, tasks unsuitable for the military, such as reconnaissance, espionage, and assassination, were often posted at the mercenary club for mercenaries to execute. There were also archaeological and commercial activities with certain dangers, but without military protection, for which the mercenary club would post tasks to hire mercenaries to protect the archaeological team or caravan. From what Christian said, it seemed the mercenary club also had a mechanism for information exchange. After dinner, Hobert returned to his room, locked the door, and prepared to explore the nation of disorder again. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted Darch of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The black tide appeared before him again, and Hobert entered the nation of disorder by walking backward. Through his recent explorations, he discovered that sitting on the Iron Throne allowed him to control certain powers of order and disorder. For example, he could make a small chaotic area nearby orderly, turning the chaos into land, rocks, etc. The power of disorder, on the other hand, could make orderly areas chaotic, mixing land, rocks, flowers, and trees together. However, Hobert was still unsure of the extent to which the powers of order and disorder could affect the world outside the nation of disorder. So today, he planned to follow Klein's example and design his own 3-part honorific, then pray to his own power to see if he could channel the power of the nation of disorder into the outside world. Thinking of this, Hobert couldn't help but laugh. Klein had followed Emperor Roselle's example, and now he was following Klein's. Sitting on the Iron Throne, the first part of the honorific had to refer to himself, starting with a title, like Klein's the Fool. This title had to be somewhat autonomous, as long as it had enough connection to future sequences. For example, the goddess's honorific includes Evernight Goddess instead of Goddess of Darkness. Similarly, the sun refers to himself as the eternal blazing Sunday. Only someone like Klein, a beacon of fate, could call himself the Fool right from the start. Following this logic, Hobert thought of himself as the master of the nation of disorder, a necessary substance for the Black Emperor and Arbiter pathways to become ancient beings. After coming to this world, Hobert could only choose the lawyer pathway, and he had chosen the Emperor card of the Tarot Club, which seemed like a destined arrangement, perhaps by a god who controlled fate. So the title should be related to Emperor. Hobert pondered this, noting that in this world, Emperor was a single word, but in his homeland, it was a compound word. Emperor referred to the heavens or the supreme, while creator referred to the act of creation. Hobert had an idea. He could call himself the creator. After all, supreme and most high didn't sound right, and heavenly sounded like an insult. With the title decided, the next part was the description, which was crucial and had to refer to himself. Not of this era, had already been used by Klein, and using it again might lead to confusion. From the past. That seemed too vague. After some thought, Hobert decided that since he couldn't find a suitable description for his origin, he would describe the nation of disorder instead. As the master of the Iron Throne, describing the nation of disorder would also point to him. Hobert quickly came up with a fitting description: shadow of order. He remembered this was a direct description of the nation of disorder and also of the Black Emperor, making it quite suitable for himself. Thus, the first part of the honorific was decided: creator in the shadow of order. The following is a message from the author, who has returned from over 500 chapters ahead, to discuss the issue of saints. Due to the development of the plot, many readers have commented that the protagonist's behavior seems a bit saintly. This made the author realize that many people's understanding of saints has been skewed. We can refer to modern Europeans and Americans, who often sacrifice their compatriots' interests to help immigrants and Black people, and they applied double standards, being harsh on their own people while being lenient towards immigrants and Black people. A saint generally meets one of these two criteria. Just like Ching Xian in the three-body problem, who sacrificed her compatriots' interests for her personal reputation and so-called benevolence. Nowadays, public intellectuals' criticisms of China are no longer widely believed, but the author has noticed that these people now like to shift concepts. For example, the concept of a saint. If someone helps their compatriots or assists those in need within their capacity, does that make them a saint? The author believes that as long as it doesn't harm their compatriots' interests, helping the weak is not wrong. Or, as long as it doesn't harm the interests of good people, helping the weak is not being a saint. On the contrary, this is what the Chinese concept of chivalry entails. It may not be praiseworthy, but it shouldn't be criticized either. The author didn't intend to discuss this issue, but seeing many people influenced by these concept-shifting arguments, where honesty and trustworthiness are seen as foolish and helping others is seen as being a saint, he felt compelled to address it. In modern society, we shouldn't easily help others, but being a refined egoist isn't necessarily correct either. Cultural rise isn't just about making a few good movies. It's about each of us having a broad mind. Finally, the author knows some will call these thoughts saintly, but he can only say that while the world is indeed dark, there is also light within it. We may not have the resolve to be that light, but we should try not to block it or let ourselves fall completely into darkness. To prevent misunderstandings, the author clarifies that the light he refers to is not about being a saint, but about those willing to help others in this utilitarian society. Hobert continued to design his honorific name. The second line typically describes one's authority, and since he ruled the nation of disorder, he decided to incorporate the titles Black Emperor and Justiciar. As Hobert stroked the armrest of the Iron Throne, an idea struck him. You are the beginning and end of all order. Here, beginning refers to the Justiciar who establishes order, and end refers to the Black Emperor who destroys it. For the third line, Hobert noticed the clock tower in the sky, which reminded him of the famous bell of order in Backlund. Although he wasn't sure if there was an actual clock inside, his intuition told him it was significant in the nation of disorder. You are the ruler of the laws governing the bell of order. Although Hobert didn't yet know what was inside the clock tower, he was confident that as his power grew, he would eventually find out. Thus, his three-part honorific title became Creator in the Shadow of Order. You are the beginning and end of all order. You are the ruler of the laws governing the bell of order. Next, Hobert conducted his routine observation of the two glowing stars. Over the past few days, he discovered that the middle-aged man in the first star lived in Backlund, while the young man in the second star seemed to reside in the southern continent, though the exact location was still unknown. The middle-aged man in the first star continued his life of debauchery. Today, Hobert got lucky and learned from a signbill that his name was Raff Pound. Exiting the star's perspective, Hobert found the name strangely familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it. Since he now knew the man's name, he planned to inquire about him in Backlund when the opportunity arose. He then observed the second star and saw the young man pacing in his room, his face contorted in pain as if countless venomous snakes were burrowing into his exposed skin. The sight was terrifying. This is a sign of losing control. Hobert had sensed something was off about the young man yesterday, but hadn't expected him to be on the verge of losing control. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert pondered for a moment. Although he had first seen the young man committing murder, His observations over the past few days revealed that the young man wasn't a homicidal maniac or a villain. He decided to try saving him. After a brief moment of thought, Hobert decided to use the power of order to stabilize the young man's condition. Hobert then used the Iron Throne to channel the power of order into the second star. In the upper reaches of the Hodis River, West Balam, southern continent, Elliot was tormented by the maddening roars in his ears. His blood boiled, and he felt like an overinflated balloon about to burst. His sanity was slipping away. Elliot didn't know how much longer he could hold on. He was on the brink of despair, tormented by the roars for years. Perhaps it was time to give up. Just as Elliot was about to warn his companions to prevent unnecessary casualties in the village, a majestic throne appeared above him. The throne, forged from iron swords, looked powerful and imposing. A shadowy figure sat among the thorn-like swords, gazing down like a deity with an indescribable sense of solemnity and majesty. Suddenly, Elliot felt the sensation of losing control vanish. Every inch of his skin and every drop of his blood seemed to fall into perfect order. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Elliot bowed deeply. "Thank you, mysterious and great being, for restoring order to my body. What sacrifice must I offer to repay you?" He dared not look up, only feeling the overwhelming pressure and speculating about the identity of this mysterious entity. A dignified and solemn voice replied, "I have not observed the mortal world for a long time. Tell me about your surroundings and the reason for your loss of control. Consider it your sacrifice. Not observe the mortal world for a long time? Is this a powerful being from the spirit world or an ancient entity that has been asleep for ages?" Elliot speculated as he respectfully replied, "As you command. I am in the territory of General Anthony in West Balam, south of the Star Highlands, west of the Pamir Mountains. The reason for my loss of control is a family curse. Every member of my family hears maddening roars in their ears when they turn 12. These roars stimulate our blood, making us half-lawyer pathway, sequence 9. The dignified voice interrupted, "You mean you can only alleviate the symptoms by consuming the lawyer potion?" Elliot was initially stunned, then excitedly said, You know about this curse?" Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert thought, "Of course I know. Why do I know? Because the mysterious and great me also bears this curse. Could this be a member of the Heller family?" Hobert calmly asked, "What is your family's name?" "The Balk family," Elliot quickly replied. "Mysterious and great being, do you have a way to lift our curse? We will offer you anything you desire." "Not the Heller family? Or have they changed their name?" If I had a way to lift the curse, I'd use it on myself first." Hobert continued, "I am not interested in the sacrifices of mortals." He thought to himself, just like Mr. Fool. Elliot hurriedly said, "Our family also has demigods. If you can lift our curse, we will serve you for generations." A demigod family, having such a curse and still producing demigods, is quite remarkable. Hobert suddenly remembered that Christian and his biological father had once fought in West Balam. So he asked, "Have you heard of a man named Rex Heller?" Elliot bowed even lower. "Omniscient and mysterious being, Rex is a benefactor of our family. The Heller family, like us, suffers from the same curse. The difference is that Rex was an unprecedentedly powerful being, the most likely to end the curse, but he reportedly failed. However, during his lifetime, Rex generously shared much knowledge on combating the curse. For example, he taught us 3 methods to alleviate the curse, all of which we found very effective. He also taught us how to use beyond our abilities to fight the curse. Thanks to this method, our family has produced demigods." Elliot's words gave Hobert a more concrete understanding of his original father's unseen presence. Moreover, Rex's strength exceeded Hobert's previous expectations. Initially, he thought Rex might be a mid-sequence beyonder, but after hearing Elliot's response, Hobert realized Rex was at least a demigod. Elliot continued, "According to some family documents, my ancestors suspected that the family curse came from a powerful prisoner pathway expert skilled in curses and filth. So, in recent decades, we have been hunting prisoner pathway beyonders, searching for the source of the curse. Unfortunately, we have not obtained the information we wanted. Hobert was stunned. Before you met Rex, you didn't even have the protection of a demigod, yet you weren't retaliated against by the prisoner pathway experts? Elliot replied, we have a high-sequence sealed artifact that can form a chaotic barrier, protecting an area the size of a small town from being found by anyone. At this point, Elliot had no more secrets to hide from the powerful being above him, revealing all the family secrets. Of course, in his view, it made no difference whether he spoke or not, as the other party had already broken through the chaotic barrier and descended into the town, indicating that the other party was much stronger than the high-sequence sealed artifact. Hobert pondered for a moment and understood. Since it could form a chaotic barrier, it should be a sealed artifact of the lawyer pathway, turning the orderly state within a certain area into a distorted state. The Nation of Disorder is a super-sealed artifact of the lawyer pathway. What sealed artifact in this pathway could have a higher status than the Nation of Disorder? So, within the Nation of Disorder, Hobert completely ignored the sealed artifact protecting the Bulk family. Understanding this, Hobert said, although I have some interest in your family's curse, a Sequence 4's allegiance is not enough for me to lift your curse. I will continue to watch you, but without my permission, you are not allowed to reveal my existence. Elliot was somewhat disappointed, but still respectfully said, I will follow your will. Hobert added, if you show signs of losing control again, you can chant my name. However, next time I help you, I will need a real sacrifice. Elliot became excited. As long as the process of losing control could be stopped, it would temporarily suppress the family's curse, which was a blessing for the family. He almost knelt on the ground. I will listen to your esteemed name. Hobert solemnly said, Creator in the shadow of order. You are the beginning and end of all order. You are the master of the bell of order. Then he withdrew his power, and the image of the Iron Throne disappeared from above Elliot's head. Elliot did not dare to look up for a long time. He didn't know if it was due to excitement or fear, but he knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Moreover, he was called a creator, and the abilities he displayed indicated that he was a high-sequence being of a lawyer pathway. The elders in the family had said that only high-sequence beings of the lawyer pathway had the hope of lifting the curse. So, he really had the ability to lift the family's curse. Unfortunately, the family did not have a sacrifice that interested this powerful being. He really wanted to tell everyone this news, but he did not allow others to know of his existence. Elliot sighed and could only strive to please him in the future, hoping he would pay more attention to his family members. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert felt his spirituality was almost exhausted, so he quickly left the Nation of Disorder. After returning to reality, Hobert had a splitting headache, and chaotic murmurs appeared in his ears. He sighed. His spirituality was still too weak. The current limit was to stay in the Nation of Disorder for half an hour, then rest for 5 or 6 hours to recover his spirituality. It was estimated that, after fully digesting the lawyer potion, he should be able to stay for an hour at a time. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the splitting headache and the disturbing murmurs gradually disappeared, and Hobert finally calmed down to think. Not just one family was cursed with ravings, and the curses all originated from the Sequence 9 of the lawyer pathway. This was no coincidence. Hobert also thought that the Bulk family had a high-sequence sealed artifact of the lawyer pathway. This family must have produced a strong lawyer pathway powerhouse, and was likely a family of beyonders mastering the lawyer pathway. But the Bulk family? He had never heard of it. Then he thought, were the 2 stars emitting white light both people suffering from the curse? But the middle-aged man named Raff Pound in the first star was not tormented by the curse. While thinking, Hobert gradually fell asleep and slept until dawn. The next morning, Hobert, full of energy, followed Christian in a 2-wheeled carriage to the Mercenary Club on Queens Avenue. The club had a large courtyard. On Queens Avenue, such a courtyard was inconspicuous, but as a club, having such facilities was already considered luxurious. When they arrived at the gate, Colonel Bruno's carriage was already waiting there. Christian greeted the other party from the carriage window, and the 2 carriages entered the gate together. There were 7 or 8 security personnel in black clothes at the gate. They carefully checked Christian's badge and conducted a routine inquiry with Hobert, who did not have a badge, before letting them in. The mercenary club required the introduction of 2 formal members to join. Christian brought Colonel Burrow along to complete the procedure of introducing Hobert. The club's membership fee was £80. For Hobert, this was very expensive, but for professional mercenaries or military personnel, this price was definitely worth it. However, Hobert's total savings were less than £80. Fortunately, Christian paid the fee for him and introduced him to the reception staff at the front desk. "This is my eldest son, Hobert. He wants to find a place to practice shooting. Please introduce the club's facilities to him and show him the shooting range and the process of getting a gun." The reception staff immediately smiled. "Don't worry, Mr. Christian. We will take good care of Mr. Hobert." Christian then said to Hobert, "Don't come back too late in the afternoon, so your mother won't worry. I have some matters to attend to with Colonel Burrow, so I won't accompany you to practice shooting." Hobert nodded. "Okay, father. Thank you, Colonel Burrow, for the introduction." Colonel Burrow smiled and shook hands with Hobert, then left with Christian. At this time, the reception staff stepped forward and said, "Mr. Hobert, this way, please." The reception desk had 3 staff members, one of whom guided Hobert around the club without affecting the front desk's operations. The staff member attending to Hobert was a young woman in her 20s, dressed smartly and looking very talkative. She introduced herself. "You can call me Honest. Mr. Hobert, would you like to practice with a pistol or a rifle?" Hobert replied, "Hello, Honest. I would like to practice with a revolver." "All right, sir. The pistol range is in the backyard," Honest explained. "You can first go to the weapon display room to choose a gun and collect ammunition. Each member has a monthly quota of 500 free rounds. If you have a gun license, you can take these bullets outside, but without a gun license, they can only be used at the range. Additionally, the club provides practice firearms for members, which can only be used at the range. If you want to buy a gun, you also need a gun license. The firearms here are more comprehensive and cheaper than any weapon store." As she spoke, Honest led Hobert to the weapon display room, which was filled with various pistols, shotguns, rifles, and even high-pressure steam rifles. Honest introduced, "You can choose any type of gun here except for the high-pressure steam rifles and the new submachine guns." Under Honest's guidance, Hobert saw the submachine guns. He had never seen this model before. It had a bulky body and a round magazine. The only familiar feature was the magazine inserted on top of the gun. Hobert asked, "Can I also buy a machine gun?" Carrying this thing out in a head-on confrontation, no one below Sequence 7 would be a match. "Sorry, sir, you are not eligible to purchase it," Honest explained with a smile. "Only mercenary teams that have been members of the club for more than 3 years or retired officers can buy it. After purchase, it is not allowed to be carried or used in the city, and every 3 months, the gun must be sent to the club for maintenance, and the usage of the gun in the past 3 months must be reported. Even if it is scrapped or severely damaged, the main parts must be brought back." Hobert understood. "To prevent leaks." "Yes," Honest smiled. "The high-pressure steam rifles and submachine guns produced by the Lone Kingdom are the most advanced firearms in the world, and even the military has not yet completed large-scale equipment." Hobert marveled at the strong backing of this club. He obediently went to choose a revolver. There were several types of revolvers, one with a very long barrel that looked very powerful, but it was too heavy and inconvenient to carry. The smaller ones didn't seem very intimidating. In the end, Hobert chose a revolver with a barrel as long as an adult's palm, which had an industrial aesthetic. After choosing the gun, Hobert collected 50 rounds of ammunition and left the weapon display room. Honest then introduced the locations of the restaurant and the washroom and informed him of the lunchtime before taking Hobert to the shooting range. On the way, Hobert asked, "I heard there are gatherings or information exchange sessions here?" "Yes," Honest said. "There is a bulletin board in the second room on the left on the 3rd floor, where you can write and post information for free. You just need to have the club's badge to enter. Valuable information can be written as a brief description or a few keywords, and you can leave your contact information with the staff. If there is a buyer, we will immediately contact the seller. Additionally, Gatherings are held once a week in the first room on the left on the third floor, starting at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday afternoons. You just need to have the club's badge to participate. Hobert nodded, thinking he could check it out today. After leaving the building, the shooting range was right in front of him. It looked like the backyard was originally a garden, with many ornamental trees and flowers around the range, but without dedicated care. The plants looked a bit wilted. Hobert casually asked, "This club's grounds seem to have been a residence before?" "Yes," Honest, leading the way, said. "This used to be one of Viscount Pound's properties." Hobert was taken aback. "Was it the Pound of Raff Pound?" he asked casually. "Pound? Why don't I have any impression of this Viscount?" Honest replied casually. "It said that this lord became addicted to gambling and debauchery. More than 10 years ago, Viscount Pound was demoted to a baron." Hobert asked again, "How many members are left in the Pound family now?" "I heard there's only one person left in the whole family." Honest shook her head. "I'm not very sure." Hobert responded with an "oh," and didn't ask further. When they arrived at the individual shooting range, Honest left, and Hobert didn't start practicing immediately. Instead, he thought about the Pound family. From Hobert's observations over the past week, Raff's usual behavior was very much like a fallen noble. It was almost certain that Raff Pound was a member of the Pound family. But the question was, why could Raff be seen in the stars before the Iron Throne? If Elliot Boxstar was not there because of a curse, but because he was a member of the Lawyer Pathway Beyonder family, then could the Pound family also be a Beyonder family of the Lawyer Pathway? Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head. There was too little information now, and it was not good to investigate rashly. He could only observe for a while. He could ask Miss Justice, who was also a noble, to help investigate the fallen nobles of Backlund. After obtaining enough information, he could use the status of a nation of disorder to bluff Raft and perhaps get more information. Having made up his mind, Hobert decided to put this matter aside for now. Although having his own believer in Backlund would be convenient, he couldn't take risks. Hobert began to focus on practicing shooting. After firing a few shots, he summarized while ejecting the shells and loading bullets. Even with the revolver, the recoil was strong. Of course, it could also be because the gun he chose was more powerful than the average handgun. He then tried shooting while activating his spiritual vision, as he would need to fight with his spirit vision in future confrontations. After firing 6 rounds, Hobert found that his accuracy improved significantly with his spirit vision activated. This should be the effect of Beyonder characteristics, not only providing a way to discover the opponent's weaknesses, but also enhancing the accuracy of attacking those weaknesses. The only regret was that his body was not yet well adapted to using a handgun, so his accuracy was only slightly improved, far from hitting the target every time. After firing more than 20 rounds, Hobert's arm was a bit numb from the recoil. He rested for more than 10 minutes before finishing the remaining bullets. Next, Hobert planned to check out the bulletin board. Hobert showed his badge to the guard at the door and was allowed to enter the room with the bulletin boards. The room was large, almost as big as his living room at home. Except for one wall that was a window, the other 3 walls were blackboards. On the blackboards, there were lines of information written in chalk. Several club members were standing with their hands behind their backs or arms crossed, reading the information on the blackboards one by one. The handwriting was beautiful, likely written by the staff member sitting in the center of the room. In the center of the room, there were several tables and chairs, along with coffee, tea, and other beverages, possibly provided for club members to rest when they got tired of reading. At one of the tables sat a staff member with a box of chalk and writing paper and pens in front of him. Hobert guessed that if someone wanted to post information, they would first write it down with a pen and hand it to the staff member, who would then transcribe it onto the blackboard. It was only then that Hobert realized that ever since he drank the potion, he had become particularly sensitive to rules and was better at summarizing the rules of a certain area or event. Is this what it means to be a lawyer? Good at summarizing rules. Hobert shook his head with a smile and began to browse the information on the walls. After a while, he started to summarize the patterns. On the wall to the right of the entrance, there were mainly task postings or information about finding teammates. The middle wall mostly had information about buying or selling items, and the left wall had various communication messages. The tasks posted here were both official and unofficial, with some tasks in the northern continent and others in the southern continent. For example, an official task was to sabotage and attack the colonies of the Fasak Empire in retaliation for the damage they caused to the lone fleet at sea. Someone also discovered a vault in the southern continent where the Intis Republic stored plundered gold and was looking for teammates to pull off a heist. The buying and selling information was the most abundant. Hobert found several Beyonder items and materials being bought and sold, and even some common sequence 9 potion formulas were being sought. However, the term potion formula was not explicitly mentioned. Since the information was open to all members, words like Beyonder were replaced with terms like mystical, but those in the know understood. There were also long-term sales of common mysticism materials like deep sleep flowers, dragon bloodgrass, and golden mint. This piqued Hobert's interest. Although lawyers were not adept at soul-related Beyonder abilities, as a Sequence 9 Beyonder, his spirit and astral body were sufficient to support him in performing rituals. For other Beyonders, the biggest issue with rituals was not knowing how to perform the rituals, as this knowledge was mostly monopolized by the church and ancient secret organizations. Hobert's advantage was having Old Neil's explanations and Mr. Fool's demonstrations. These high-level secrets were not mysteries to him. Additionally, a few extraordinary items caught Hobert's attention, but their prices ranged from £300 to £3,000, which was beyond his current means. As for the communication messages, they were varied. There was information about a cult in Southville County of the Lone Kingdom, a bizarre murder case in an East Balam military veterans mess, and even a scandal involving a congressman from the Intis Republic. 2 pieces of information left a deep impression on Hobert. One was about the Fasak Empire's fleet ambushing the lone fleet on the Berserk Sea route, resulting in the sinking of 1 lone warship and damage to 3 others. The other was about General Anthony, who, although a warlord in West Balam, seemed to have the support of the Fasak Empire behind the scenes. Hobert paid attention to the first piece of information because he hadn't expected small-scale military conflicts between the 2 countries, possibly laying the groundwork for a future war orchestrated by figures like Adam and George III. He focused on the second piece of information because he remembered his first follower, Elliot Balk, was in General Anthony's territory. Most of the other information was about secret matters in the southern continent or other countries, such as various nations infiltrating East Balam or the open and covert struggles in West Balam. For some, this information was very valuable, but it was of little use to Hobert at the moment. After organizing some potentially useful information, Hobert asked the staff to leave a message. Buying Emperor Rosel's notes, £5 per page. Note: I already have many of Emperor Rosel's notes, so I'm only buying pages that are not in my collection. Since there was information about buying and selling Beyonder materials, it indicated that the mercenary club had Beyonder members, making it normal to buy some items related to mysticism. As for the note at the end, it was because Hobert was a bit reluctant to spend money. When he received the notes, he would glance at them briefly. If there was no important information, he would claim he already had that collection. Of course, buying Emperor Rosel's notes was a profitable deal. Hobert could first read the knowledge in the notes to increase his knowledge reserve, which was the first benefit. Then he could trade the notes with the dear Mr. Fool, taking advantage of Klein, which was the second benefit. He could also use the knowledge in the notes to trade with Justice and the Hanged Man, which was the third benefit. Hobert grinned, thinking more and more that this deal was worthwhile. Finally, Hobert asked the staff to contact the club member selling deep sleep flowers, dragon bloodgrass, and other Beyonder materials, expressing his intention to buy and hoping to complete a transaction at the club the next afternoon or the day after. He planned to buy some common mysticism materials to try out the rituals he remembered. After providing the staff with his contact address, Hobert, feeling quite accomplished, leisurely went to the restaurant for lunch. In the restaurant, Hobert did not encounter Christian and Bruno, possibly because they had already left the club. Lunch was a buffet, very sumptuous, with beef, lamb chops, seafood, and the taste was quite good, though there didn't seem to be many people dining there. After eating and drinking his fill, Hobert took out his pocket watch and saw that it was not yet 1 o'clock. He then went to the sofa in the hall, reading the newspaper while waiting for the gathering to start. After reading the newspaper for a while, Hobert noticed many people entering the basement, either leisurely or quickly, and they did not return after 10 minutes. Moreover, Hobert clearly heard someone talking about this gathering, making him wonder if the gathering location had been changed to the basement. In an era where information does not spread very quickly, gatherings initiated by clubs are an important channel for an industry or a class to obtain information. Although Hobert had never been a soldier and had no intention of joining the army alone, he was still very interested in first-hand information about the northern and southern continents. Additionally, from the information on the bulletin board, it seemed that this gathering would also involve the trading of mystical materials and items. Transactions at a mercenary club with military background would certainly include many mystical items suitable for combat, which would be an important channel for Hobert to integrate into the Beyonder world. Therefore, Hobert valued this gathering highly. But why were so many people gathering in the basement instead of the third floor? He checked his pocket watch. It was just 1:20 p.m., more than an hour before the meeting time Honest had informed him of. After a brief thought, Hobert had an epiphany. He put down the newspaper and went to the basement door, but was stopped by a waiter. The waiter was tall and rugged, more like a bodyguard. The waiter said, "Sorry, sir, this area is only open to certain members." Hobert was even more certain of his guess. There was also a gathering in the basement, but it was for the Beyonders, while the third-floor gathering was for ordinary mercenaries. This made sense. Otherwise, if there were a large number of ordinary people at the gathering, the Beyonder transactions would have to be conducted secretly, as if they were illegal. Hobert asked, "What do I need to do to participate?" The waiter replied, "Prove yourself." The waiter shrugged without answering. Hobert immediately understood. He activated his spirit vision and examined the waiter in front of him. The waiter's left shoulder was slightly lower than his right, and his left arm seemed to be protecting his left armpit. Hobert concluded, "If I attack your left armpit, I should be able to take you down more easily." The waiter was slightly stunned. "That's right. My left armpit was injured on the battlefield. You have proven your ability. Please go ahead." Hobert smiled and nodded, then walked down the stairs step by step. The basement was larger than he had imagined, resembling a small theater, with a stage on one side and rows of seats on the other. Given the history of the building, it might indeed have been a small theater once. Many people were already seated. Unlike other Beyonder gatherings, most of the participants here knew each other, so there was no need to wear masks or hoods to conceal their faces. People sat together in groups of 3 or 5, chatting while waiting for the gathering to start. Hobert found a corner to sit in. As it was his first time attending such a gathering, he planned to be just an observer. After all, he had nothing to sell and not enough money to buy anything. At 1:30 p.m., an elderly man with gray hair, wearing a tuxedo and a cloak and a golden mask, emerged from the backstage. Hobert noticed that the man's shoes had long tips, and his clothes were clearly outdated, as if he had stepped out of a classical oil painting. However, the aura of authority he exuded made people unable to look at him for long, and they would unconsciously lower their heads in his presence. Hobert immediately judged that this was a powerful figure on the path of the arbiter. The old man's appearance silenced the crowd. "Let's begin," the old man, seated in the center of the stage, commanded. The gathering officially started. A middle-aged man with a small mustache in the front row was the first to stand up. "My mercenary team has just taken on a mission to retaliate against the Fasak Empire. We are currently short of a teammate skilled in mediumship, preferably someone above Sequence 8, with combat experience against the warrior or hunter pathways." Someone asked, "What do you plan to retaliate against those bastards?" "I can't disclose the exact location," the middle-aged man replied. "I can only tell you it's in the southern continent." The middle-aged man did not respond, but everyone understood that the Lone Kingdom did not plan to retaliate against the Fasak Empire at sea. Many people immediately signed up, and the middle-aged man asked all the applicants to meet him on the second floor after the gathering. Next, a young man stood up and said, "About half a month ago, an extraordinary event occurred on the west bank of the Tussock River in northern Backland, where a small forest disappeared and reappeared. I believe everyone remembers this news. Last week, I led a team to investigate and confirm that it was a relic of the Trunsoist family from the Fourth Epoch. We speculate that there are Beyonder items or characteristics in the relic, which have recently become active for unknown reasons. We now need to recruit a teammate from the Corpse Collector pathway to deal with possible evil spirits inside. We also need a teammate on the Lawyer path to handle the side effects of Beyonder items and summarize their usage rules." Hobert was tempted. The Trunsoist family was a Beyonder family that mastered the Arbiter pathway, neighboring the Lawyer pathway. Whether the relic contained Beyonder items or characteristics, they were likely related to the Arbiter and Black Emperor pathways. Therefore, the team was recruiting a teammate on the Lawyer path, which was also the Black Emperor pathway. Having a teammate on this path would make it easier to summarize the side effects and usage rules of Beyonder items. Hobert wanted to participate, but his strength was too weak, and joining such an operation would be dangerous. He had to give up this opportunity. After that, others formed teams to investigate cult organizations in Southville County or to explore the southern continent. Hobert was not interested in these activities and did not delve into them. After the recruitment process ended, the trading session began. Participants stood up to announce what they wanted to sell or buy. As Hobert had expected, most of the items traded were Beyonder items that could be used in combat, but they were expensive, and he could not afford them. Some people also sold characteristics, mainly from the Warrior, Corpse Collector, Prisoner, and Hunter pathways. These four paths were currently the main opponents of the Beyonders in the Lone Kingdom. The Warrior and Hunter pathways mostly came from the old rival, the Fasak Empire, while the Corpse Collector and Prisoner pathways mostly came from the local Beyonders in the southern continent. The gathering continued until after 3 p.m. Although the old man on the stage only said, "Let's begin, and that's all for today," his presence made everyone feel secure about the transactions, and the mercenaries forming teams had basic trust in each other. As he left the basement with the crowd, Hobert made a silent resolution. He needed to work hard to make money. So, after returning home, Hobert once again studied the 3 cases given to him by Barton. For now, only his job as a lawyer could provide him with an income. During dinner, Christian had not yet returned. He occasionally went out for social engagements, and everyone was used to it. After dinner, Hobert routinely observed Raft. As usual, he found him at the gambling table, sweating and spending money. "Tomorrow, I will ask Miss Justice to help investigate. Once it is confirmed that Raft is indeed a gambler, it will not be too late to take the next step." After leaving the Nation of Disorder, Hobert pondered over Raft's matter, the 3 cases in hand, and the Tarot Club meeting tomorrow, gradually falling asleep. In the southern continent, upstream of the Hodis River, there is a town called Non-Existent Town. Because to outsiders, this town does not exist, it is named Non-Existent Town. The low-sequence Beyonders gathered as usual, and the mid-sequence family members checked their status. In this cursed family, most Beyonders died from losing control or committing suicide. Very few died at the hands of enemies, hence the weekly status checks. Since most people died in the town, the family's Beyonder characteristics had not significantly diminished over the centuries. On the contrary, they had accumulated many Beyonder characteristics from other paths through battles. If not for the curse, they could have established a Corpse Collector pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6, and a Prisoner pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5. Elliot, as Sequence 8, was also among the low sequence group and was a key inspection target. A week ago, during a routine check, he showed signs of losing control and was forbidden to leave the town. Calvin, a mid-sequence powerhouse responsible for the inspection and Elliot's uncle, could hardly believe his eyes. "Elliot, your signs of losing control have all disappeared." Moreover, his entire body was orderly, in stark contrast to the previous disarray. Everyone looked over. In Non-Existent Town, losing control was generally irreversible. Once signs appeared, It was only a matter of time before complete loss of control. Elliot inwardly praised a mysterious existence on the Iron Throne again and had already thought of an excuse. Thanks to the Rex Law, the Balk family calls the methods taught by Rex to counter the curse Rex Law. I didn't expect those methods to work at a critical moment. Some nodded, some were puzzled, but the routine check continued, and no one paid further attention to Elliot. Calvin, however, shook his head. The Rex Law would have an effect, but not to this extent. If he hadn't sensed the curse still on Elliot, he would have reported to the elders immediately. Uncle Calvin, can I continue to carry out tasks outside the town? Elliot asked. Calvin came back to his senses. Yes, you're fine now. You can freely enter and leave the town. In any case, the disappearance of Elliot's signs of losing control was a good thing. As the carriage arrived on the street of the law firm, Hobert saw Mr. Robin standing at the entrance. Mr. Robin was the defendant in the first case Hobert took over. Last week, the court auctioned his house to repay his debts. White Milan Street, where the law firm was located, was a street concentrated with various firms and service companies. These small businesses made their signs and carriages look glamorous to attract potential customers and showcase their financial strength and capabilities. Those seeking services here were well-dressed upper-class people from Backlund and middle-class individuals who valued appearance. Amidst the luxurious carriages and well-dressed pedestrians, Mr. Robin was an exception. He still wore his shabby coat and patched hat, looking out of place on this street. Hobert got off the carriage. Mr. Robin. Mr. Robin nervously took off his hat. Mr. Hobert, I hope you can help me. Please follow me. Hobert led Mr. Robin into the office to hear about his difficulties. Hobert shared an office with 5 other legal assistants. He was the first to arrive, so the office was empty. He invited Mr. Robin to sit by his desk and poured him a glass of water. What legal trouble are you facing? Mr. Robin tightly clutched his hat. I don't know if this counts as a legal issue, sir. My investment wasn't exactly a failure. I was scammed, Mr. Robin explained. Half a year ago, my cousin approached me, saying that Mr. Zachary, who ran an insurance company, was in financial trouble. Mr. Zachary was willing to sell some shares to get through the crisis and was looking for investors. My cousin got authorization for 0.8% of the shares, but needed £1,600. He couldn't come up with that much money alone, so he asked me to partner with him. We each put in £800 and split the profits. T/N. 0.8% at £1,600 equals $200K for 100% shares. Sir, this was a great investment opportunity for us. If we completed the transaction, I would receive about £200 in dividends annually, almost as much as my salary. I inquired about Mr. Zachary's insurance company and found it was doing well. So my cousin and I pooled £1,600 and completed the share transaction. At this point, Mr. Robin's expression turned bitter. Over a month later, we found out that the insurance company had never sold any shares, and there was no Mr. Zachary. Hobert asked, "Didn't you report it to the police? Do you still have a share authorization?" We found out through the police that Zachary was a gang leader in the East Burrow and had disappeared half a month before we reported it, Mr. Robin said. The police also told us that many others have been scammed like us. The share authorization is still here, but it has been proven to be a forgery. He took out a share authorization document. Hobert's first thought was, is it a swindler acting? After thinking for a moment, he said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Robin. I'm not a police officer. I can't help you find a fugitive." No, Mr. Robin said. "I'm not asking you to find him. My cousin and I have been searching and investigating Zachary. We accidentally discovered that Zachary was working for someone named Mr. Hmon. We don't know how to gather evidence to sue Hmon, so we came to ask for your help." He continued, "If you can help us recover the money, we are willing to give you 20% as your legal fee." Under Mr. Robin's earnest gaze, Hobert said, "I can't agree immediately. I need to investigate first. Leave me an address. If I make any progress, I will write to you." He added, "Tell me the details of your investigation process. Thank you for your help," Mr. Robin said with red eyes. They had approached many lawyers, but none were willing to help. Hobert was the only one willing to understand the details. Hobert inquired about the residence of Mr. Hmon, to which Mr. Robin replied, "We only know this gentleman's name, but we don't have any other information about him." Hobert felt somewhat helpless and had to investigate on his own. He left the share authorization document behind, and just as he saw Mr. Robin off, Barton called out to him, "Are you planning to help?" "Yes," Hobert replied. "At the very least, I will investigate." Barton shook his head. "We are lawyers, not police officers or detectives. We need our clients to provide sufficient evidence. Our role is to help clients with their lawsuits, not to search for evidence." Hobert smiled wryly. "I know you're right, but I still want to help him. Even if after investigating I find that I can't help him, my conscience will feel better." Barton shrugged. "All right then, but the firm won't reimburse your expenses on this case. Of course, if there are any gains, you don't need to hand them over to the firm. Consider it a private commission." Hobert nodded, understood. Hobert spent the entire morning handling his gun license. After returning from the government office, he organized materials and reviewed documents. He planned to go out in the afternoon under the pretense of visiting a client and then find a hotel to rent a room by the hour to attend the Tarot Club meeting. Fortunately, he didn't go out. Just before noon, he received a letter from the Mercenary Club stating that someone selling common mysticism materials like dragon bloodgrass had arranged to meet him at the club at 4 p.m. Additionally, someone wanted to sell notes from Emperor Roselle and had also arranged to meet him around 4 p.m. It seemed that Monday would be too busy to visit clients. Around 2 p.m., Hobert left the office, walked through 2 streets, and found a hotel where he rented a room for one solely. At 3 p.m., a well-prepared Hobert was pulled above the gray fog. After the members greeted each other, Hobert sincerely thanked them. "Thank you, Mr. Fool, for the idea you provided at the last meeting. After my confirmation, my family indeed has a curse, and I am currently investigating its origin. If anyone hears of a similar curse, please let me know. I will offer knowledge as a reward for the information." The hanged man agreed. While justice seemed a bit restless, Honorable Mr. Fool, ever-helpful Mr. Hanged Man, and knowledgeable Mr. Emperor, I have a question to ask. What can a pet with beyonder powers do for its owner? As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that Mr. Fool, the Hanged Man, and the Emperor all fell silent. "Audrey, hey, say something. Don't look at me like that. Really, I'm asking for a friend." Hobert's light laugh broke the silence. If the pet possesses the beyonder abilities of a spectator, it can observe and eavesdrop in certain situations on your behalf. People are wary of their kind, but are less likely to suspect a pet of eavesdropping. Audrey makes sense. Many times when Dad discusses important matters with others, he avoids me, but they don't drive away Susie. Wait a minute, Mr. Emperor. Why did you directly use spectator as an example? She quickly jumped to the next topic to ease her embarrassment. "Mr. Fool, I found another page of Emperor Roselle's diary." After about 4 or 5 minutes, Mr. Fool finished reading the diary. "You may now discuss." Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. "I want to know if there's a potion called Arbiter, and what kind of beyonder can pass through wooden doors directly." "There is," Hobert replied casually. "Beyonders of the Arbiter pathway are common in the armies of the Lone Kingdom and the Phaenopotter Kingdom because the royal families of these 2 kingdoms, the Augustus family and the Castilla family, became beyonder families on the Arbiter pathway due to their allegiance to the Solomon Empire and the Trunsoist Empire. Additionally, due to wars and other reasons, the kings of these 2 kingdoms awarded some soldiers with Arbiter pathway potions, resulting in some non-royal Arbiter beyonder families. Generally speaking, Arbiters are widely present among the nobility, military, and political circles of the 2 kingdoms. The Phaesac Empire should also have some Arbiter beyonder characteristics, as it has been an old rival of the Lone Kingdom. Audrey was somewhat surprised, not expecting the royal families to be beyonder families. But thinking about it, in a world with beyonders, the fact that the Augustus family has existed for 1,000 years and remained unshaken speaks volumes. Hobert continued, "As for beyonders who can pass through wooden doors, they are on the apprentice pathway. The Theosophy Order has many beyonders on this pathway. Additionally, The Abraham family also holds relatively complete potion formulas for this pathway. However, like my family, the Abraham family is also deeply affected by a curse. It is said that there are no strong individuals on this pathway currently. Alger and Klein were both slightly surprised. They knew about the apprentice pathway and the Theosophy order, but they had never heard of the Abraham family, which made them once again marvel at the Emperor's vast knowledge. They were also very curious about the history and current situation of the Abraham family. "Mr. Emperor," Audrey asked, "why haven't I heard of the Abraham family?" Klein secretly thought, "Miss Justice, your question is excellent." Alger also perked up his ears, seriously freeloading this secret knowledge of the Beyonder world. Hobert smiled. "That's because this family began to decline in the fourth epoch. However, almost all Beyonders on the apprentice pathway, except those from the Theosophy order, have some connection to this family." Audrey nodded. "Mr. Emperor, your explanation is very detailed. How should I pay you?" Hobert had already planned to ask Audrey to investigate the fallen nobles in Backlund, which naturally included Raff Pound. However, just as he was about to speak, Hobert suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He racked his brain and finally remembered. In a tarot meeting a few months later, Mr. World would commission Audrey to conduct the same investigation. At the same time, memories of Raft also flooded Hobert's mind. The Pound family were descendants of the Blood Emperor Tudor. After changing their surname and going into hiding, they began to serve the lone royal family. However, their real goal was to settle in Backlund and attempt to excavate the relics left by the Tudor Empire. As a result, many strong members of the family were killed by the evil spirit in the ruins, causing the Pound family to fall into decline. Although the Blood Emperor is a true god of the Red Priest pathway, he transitioned from Sequence, one of the Black Emperor pathway, to the non-adjacent Red Priest pathway. As a result, the Blood Emperor has always been in a semi-mad state. After the Blood Emperor's fall, his descendants were eager to restore their former glory, leading to the plan to excavate the ruins of the Tudor Empire. As for the evil spirits in the ruins, they are linked to a conspiracy involving Adam and the Blood Emperor during the Fourth Epoch. Hobert took a deep breath. This explained everything. The Balk family, far away on the southern continent, is a Beyonder family of the Black Emperor pathway. As for the Pound family, descendants of the Blood Emperor, they must have inherited the potion formulas of the Black Emperor pathway from the Tudor family. After all, before becoming the Red Priest, the Blood Emperor was loyal to the Black Emperor Beyonder family of the Solomon Empire. The Nation of Disorder is the source of the Black Emperor and Arbiter pathways. Therefore, in a Nation of Disorder, Hobert could see and influence the Beyonders families of the Black Emperor pathway. "Mr. Emperor?" Audrey asked curiously, wondering why the Emperor suddenly froze. Hobert snapped back to reality and thought, "Miss Justice, you might not believe it, but you just missed an opportunity to repay a debt." He said, "Sorry, I was thinking about something else. I haven't decided on a reward yet. I'll let you know once I figure it out." Then she asked, "I have another question. Why did the two royal families become Beyonder families of the Arbiter pathway? Because of their loyalty to the Solomon Empire and the Trunsoist Empire." "This involves the issue of adjacent pathways," Hobert replied. "It's too early for you to know this knowledge. I suggest you learn more about Beyonders before delving into the issue of adjacent pathways." Audrey was a bit disappointed. All right then. Klein and Alger were also disappointed, especially the great Mr. Fool, who wanted to say, "I already know a lot about Beyonders. I can understand the issue of adjacent pathways." However, rationality prevented Klein from speaking, as it would ruin the image of the Fool. The first transaction ended, and the hangman Alger initiated the second transaction. He said to Miss Justice, "I hope you can help me find out something. You can set the price based on the difficulty of the task." Audrey asked with interest and confusion, "What is it?" Alger replied, "I want to know if the Lone Kingdom intends to retaliate against the Fasak Empire within this year or by June next year, starting a new war on the Byam East Coast." Hobert was stunned. In the mercenary club yesterday, retaliation against the Fasak Empire was a common topic. He said, "Mr. Hangman, I can answer your question right now." Alger asked, "Are you sure?" He had asked Miss Justice because she was obviously a noble of the Lone Kingdom. If she paid a little attention, she should be able to come across such topics and indirectly find out the answer. But why would the Emperor know? Not only was Alger surprised, but Klein also didn't expect the Emperor to know the answer. Could it be that he, like Miss Justice, was a noble of the Lone Kingdom and happened to have access to such information? Audrey, however, was used to it. It seemed there was no question Mr. Emperor couldn't answer. Hobert smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I learned the answer to your question yesterday. You want to know if the previous sneak attack by the Fasak Empire on the Lone Fleet will lead to a maritime retaliation by the Lone Kingdom, right?" Alger leaned back in his chair, seemingly tired. "Yes." The Emperor explained the cause and effect, and Alger now believed that the Emperor truly knew the answer. Hobert pondered for a moment and said, "For today's question and the reward you owe me from the last meeting, I want a mystical item of sequence 8 level with minimal side effects. Is that too much?" Alger breathed a sigh of relief. That's a fair deal. This wasn't difficult for him. First, he knew a wild craftsman, making it relatively easy to obtain mystical items. Secondly, once he went ashore, he would receive the 1,000 pounds in cash previously paid by Miss Justice. Generally, the Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 8 were worth about 600 to 700 pounds, and a mystical item of this level was worth about 800 to 900 pounds. There would be a premium, but 1,000 pounds should be enough. Sitting at the end of the long table, the fool Klein suddenly realized that, unknowingly, the Emperor had become the biggest creditor at the gathering, even surpassing him, the initiator. Of course, maintaining the image of the fool and avoiding initiating some low-end transactions also played a part. At this moment, Klein urgently wished he had a Smuff account. Hobert said, "As far as I know, the Lone Kingdom does not plan to retaliate against its old rival, the Fasak Empire at sea. Instead, it plans to retaliate on the southern continent. However, I don't know the specific location and method of retaliation." "Your answer exceeded my expectations," Alger said honestly. Hobert smiled, "As long as you're satisfied." The transaction phase ended, and everyone entered the information exchange phase. Hobert thought for a moment and decided to remind Audrey, "The low-sequence Beyonders of the Spectator Pathway are not suitable for direct combat because your weaknesses are too obvious. If I knew my opponent was a spectator, I would immediately find a way to deprive them of their vision, thus rendering them powerless." Audrey fell silent. She suddenly realized that the Beyonder world was indeed cruel. Her proud Beyonder abilities could become the target of her opponents. If she were not a Beyonder, other Beyonders might not attack her. But once she became a Beyonder, she couldn't have any delusions and must always be prepared to face Beyonder challenges. She sincerely said, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Emperor. I will strive to be a good spectator and avoid conflicts with other Beyonders as much as possible." Hobert smiled. "I wish you to become a mid-sequence powerhouse soon. I remember the abilities of the Spectator Pathway powerhouses are very strange and powerful." Audrey smiled. "I joined the Beyonder world out of curiosity and didn't intend to become a powerhouse." Hobert shook his head. "Once you step into the Beyonder world, your fate becomes twisted. It's not up to you to decide." He had this sentiment because of his family's curse, which gave him some views on the Beyonder world. However, this remark also made Klein and Alger fall silent. Klein recalled that Professor Azek had told him that his fate was dissonant, and he had divined the red chimney above the gray fog. Recent coincidences might not be coincidences. Alger, on the other hand, recalled his unpleasant childhood and his experiences after becoming a Beyonder. Audrey returned to her room and stared silently at the dressing table before her for a long time. The Emperor's reminder and reflections still echoed in her ears. This caused Audrey, who had always maintained an optimistic attitude towards the Beyonder world, to suddenly feel worried and defeated. "You look like you've had some realizations about certain things," said Susie. Audrey couldn't help but hold her forehead. She was still having trouble accepting a talking Susie. However, at this moment, Susie was the only suitable confidant. She patted Susie's head and said, "Susie, Perhaps our choices weren't the right ones. But soon, Audrey's eyes were filled with determination and optimism again. But since we've already made our choice, we can't complain too much. Meanwhile, in Backlund, after leaving the gray fog, Hobert returned to his hotel room. He quietly watched the flow of carriages and the surge of people outside the window. Hobert suddenly missed his previous life a bit, even though each day was just work and watching videos, which felt boring. Looking back now, that mundane life was a form of happiness. Unlike now, with the family curse, playing the role of a lawyer, and the need for money, it felt like someone was whipping him from behind, forcing him to move forward quickly without a chance to rest. Hobert smiled wryly and composed himself before going to check out. Since he had already begun the life of a beyonder, he shouldn't complain about the hardships this world brought him. After all, he had gained beyonder abilities. On the street, Hobert hailed a cab and headed straight for the mercenary club. When he left the law firm that afternoon, he had brought all his savings, a total of £71, 5 soldi, and 8 pence. He had counted it several times. However, today's afternoon transaction would likely use up most of his savings. Hobert patted the pocket containing his wallet, already feeling the pain of spending money he hadn't yet spent. With his club badge, Hobert easily entered the club. He opened his pocket watch and saw he was about 10 minutes early. However, the club members selling dragon bloodgrass and other materials had also arrived early. He was a man in his 30s carrying a huge suitcase. He introduced himself. "You can call me Gal. I specialize in items needed for mysticism. My shop is at 51 Henry Street." Hobert smiled and said, "Hobert, mysticism enthusiast." The two exchanged smiles, feeling that the other was hiding something. This was normal, as they hadn't yet established full trust. Arranged by an attendant, the two came to a small reception room to conduct their transaction. Gal placed the suitcase on the table and opened it, revealing bottles and jars containing various common mysticism materials. He introduced, "This is essential oil extracted from deep sleep flowers, and here are chamomile petals. I noticed the goddess symbol on your pocket watch earlier, so I strongly recommend this Amantha essence and holy night powder. Trust me, they'll definitely please the goddess." Hobert was taken aback. "Brother, your word just now seemed a bit ambiguous. Or has the word please been ruined? Why do I always think of some indecent images when I hear this word?" He shook his head, driving these clearly disrespectful thoughts about the goddess from his mind. Hobert was buying the mystical materials needed for the ritual to receive a response from the Evernight goddess, so he could ask for her help in spirit communication when needed in the future. Of course, Hobert could also try to pray to himself for power and spirit communication, but the Nation of Disorder was a symbol of order and chaos. Even if it could help him complete the spirit communication, there was a high possibility it would be done in a distorted way. In that case, the spirit communication would be completed, but who knows what mess it would leave behind. After some friendly negotiation, Hobert finally bought a silver knife, a small bottle of Amantha essence, a small jar of holy night powder, deep sleep flower essential oil, moon flowers and chamomile petals, as well as 3 candles mixed with night lavender, mint, and other materials, for a total of £3 and 18 soldi. The silver knife and Amantha essence were the most expensive, with the former costing £1 and 6 soldi, and the latter costing £1 and 3 soldi for a small bottle. As they parted, Gal hinted, "If you need higher quality, more magical materials, you can come to my shop to choose. Of course, if you're not comfortable with that, you can also choose to trade at the club." Hobert nodded and smiled. All right. It seemed Gal had even higher grade beyonder materials. Next, Hobert began his next transaction. The other party was a military man in his 40s, wearing a neat uniform. "This is a spoil of war from a battle," he said as he took out a stack of Emperor Rosel's diary pages from his leather bag. "There's still enemy blood on a few pages, but it doesn't affect reading." The stack of diary pages numbered at least a dozen. Hobert had already made up his mind. He definitely couldn't take them all, or he would go bankrupt. He cleared his throat. "I'm sure you saw my message on the information board. I need to briefly review the content to make sure I don't have similar items in my collection." "Well, You should know that there are many copied versions of Emperor Rozel's notes, and I don't need duplicate notes. In fact, the price he offered was slightly lower than the market price. Generally, a page of Emperor Rozel's notes normally traded between £6 to £7. However, the other party didn't haggle. That's fine, but I'm curious about your reason for purchasing Emperor Rozel's notes. Regarding the buyer's request for a brief review, the seller wasn't worried because no one could understand the content of the notes. Even if someone browsed them, there was no concern about the content being leaked. The reason the seller didn't haggle was that the market for Emperor Rozel's notes was very small. When someone interested in collecting them wanted to buy, it was best to sell immediately. Hobert smiled and said, "I'm trying to decipher the symbols in Emperor Rozel's notes." The other party showed, an as expected expression, "A very good idea. I wish you success." However, his expression clearly said, "There really are such fools in this world." Hobert shook his head with a smile, without further explanation. He took the diary pages and briefly browsed through them, picking out some of Emperor Rozel's romantic history and some seemingly unimportant content. He also picked out some beyonder knowledge that he already knew. After becoming a supernatural being, his reading ability and comprehension had improved. He could remember the gist of most diary entries with just a glance. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that he could read Chinese characters. In the end, Hobert was left with only one diary page in his hand, creating a somewhat awkward situation. Even Hobert, with his improved eloquence, couldn't find a suitable reason to explain to the other party. The seller spoke first. "I didn't expect your collection to be so extensive." Hobert let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had spent a short time browsing each diary page earlier, so the other party hadn't noticed anything amiss. If he had spent a long time looking at each page and then very annoyingly said, "I'm sorry, sir. I already have all these notes," the secret of his ability to understand these mysterious symbols might have been exposed. Hobert took out £6 in banknotes, with £1 meant to alleviate his guilt. After completing this transaction, he asked the attendant not to let anyone disturb him, and he carefully read the Emperor Rozel diary entry he had valued in the small reception room. March 12th. I heard from the minister in charge of intelligence about a very interesting matter. Most of the fourth epic ruins appearing around Backlund are traps. Hobert first recalled the ruins in northern Backlund that someone had organized a team to explore during a previous club gathering. Could it have been a trap? He continued reading. I asked the minister why such intelligence had emerged. The minister just gave me a mysterious smile without answering my question. If I become king in the future, I'll tie up this minister and tickle his feet with feathers until he's had enough of laughing. Hobert deduced that this journal entry was written during the period before the emperor overthrew the Intis royal family, when he was still a low-sequence beyonder. He read on, March 16th. The trap in Backlund has intrigued me, so I discussed it with Bishop Michel. He told me it's likely that the lone royal family discovered and excavated fourth epic ruins, then used them as bait to lure more beyonders of the same sequence. Bishop Michel spoke with such certainty, as if his guess was the truth. When I asked why he was so sure, he said it's a secret hidden within the sequences. I have a terrible suspicion, but I'm not sure if it's correct. This page of the diary had clearly been transcribed by someone later, containing only these two brief entries. When Emperor Rozel wrote these entries, he was evidently unaware that even without enmity, those of the same or adjacent sequences were natural enemies due to the competition for beyonder characteristics. Hobert first thought of Hmon, who had designed many so-called treasures of marauder pathway families to devour beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. He would leave a clone in the treasure, waiting for marauder pathway beyonders to walk into his trap. The lone royal family's trap was similar to Hmon's method. Most fourth epic ruins were related to the lawyer and arbiter pathways. 3 emperors emerged in the northern continent during the fourth epic: the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Night Emperor. Among them, the Black Emperor Solomon was the true god of the lawyer pathway. The Blood Emperor Tudor and Night Emperor Trunsoist both started in the lawyer pathway. They betrayed Solomon, helping the six gods defeat him to obtain the sequence, one characteristic of the lawyer pathway. The current Lone and Phaenopotter royal families, both arbiter pathway Beyonder families, had served different emperors in the fourth epoch. After the fall of the four emperors, they became ruling families with the support of the six gods. Both lawyer and arbiter pathway Beyonders were quite active during the fourth epoch, producing two true god-level rulers, the Black Emperor and the Night Emperor Justiciar. The capital of both the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire and the Trunsoist Empire was present-day Backlund. Thus, anyone with basic historical knowledge would know that ruins of the Tudor and Trunsoist families were likely to be found near Backlund. This was why Hobert valued this diary page. He had also considered searching for ancient ruins around Backlund once he became stronger, as these ruins would likely contain items related to the lawyer pathway. He believed the lone royal family had exploited this fact to set traps in the ruins, probably as a way to recover Beyonder characteristics. Realizing this, Hobert mourned for the mercenary team that had gone exploring earlier. He also thanked the Emperor for the warning, feeling the £6 spent were well worth it. This was the Beyonder world. Even the kindest person could become a sinner due to possessing Beyonder characteristics. What was that saying? Ah yes, the innocent suffer for the jade in their possession. Hobert carefully recalled the contents of the other diary pages. Though he couldn't remember all the details, he could piece together 7 or 8 pages of coherent entries. He planned to use them to trade, negotiate with the dear Mr. Fool. Instead of leaving the club immediately, Hobert collected 50 more bullets and went to the shooting range to practice. After returning the gun, he didn't forget to remove his notice about buying Roselle's notes from the information wall on the 3rd floor. He didn't want to draw too much attention. If too many people came to sell him diaries, but he only wanted a few, he might get away with free information, but the sellers would certainly be unhappy. His life experiences had taught Hobert not to go too far. Moreover, today's expenses were less than expected, which pleased him. He now had £61, 7 soldi, and 8 pence left. He had counted several times to be sure. After dinner at home, Hobert eagerly returned to his bedroom. Following old Neil's instructions and Klein's practice, he first drew the symbol of the Evernight goddess on the table and lit 3 candles. 2 candles represented the Evernight goddess, and 1 represented himself. Then, Hobert infused spirituality into the silver knife, consecrating the pure silver blade, and circled the table to build a wall of spirituality. Next, he took out Deep Sleep flower essential oil, dripped it on the candles, and burned moonflower petals. Finally came the most important part, the incantation. As a graduate of a top public high school, Hermes language was a required course. He solemnly recited in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the favor of the Evernight goddess. Your faithful believer prays for the Evernight goddess to grant me a quality sleep. Nightshade, herb of the moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. Moonflower, herb of the crimson moon, please transmit your power to my incantation." Hobert nervously watched the candles on the table. According to Klein's analysis, for minor requests like asking the goddess for a good night's sleep, pleasant dreams, spiritual communication, help with paying bills, or curing constipation. Why did those last 2 requests seem odd? Anyway, for such minor matters, the goddess's automatic response system would usually handle them. As long as there was no malicious intent, the success rate for such low-level rituals was quite high. As mentioned before, in the Beyonder world, many Sequence 9 Beyonders had higher spirituality than lawyers, but they didn't know how to perform rituals. Hobert's advantage was that he knew the ritual process. After about 1 or 2 seconds, the simple altar finally showed a response. Although the candles were still burning, the room suddenly became dim and quiet. Hobert immediately felt a wave of drowsiness. His eyes quickly became too heavy to keep open. Wait, he hadn't cleaned up the altar or laid down on the bed yet. Despite his internal struggle, Hobert's body went limp. The pain of falling on the floor didn't wake Hobert. The moment he fell, he was fast asleep on the ground. He slept until dawn. If Donna hadn't knocked on his door to wake him, he might have continued sleeping. After lying on the floor all night, his body was sore and aching. Most critically, the 3 candles he had just bought yesterday had burned out completely. Each one cost 3 soldi. Thinking about how he had spent 9 soldi last night, Hobert's heart ached along with his body. He seriously suspected that the Evernight goddess had a grudge against him. Hobert arrived at the law firm by carriage and felt a bit sore in his shoulders as he sat down in his office chair. After adjusting his posture, he wrote down the tasks for the week on a piece of paper and roughly prioritized them. He planned to first investigate Zachary, as mentioned by Mr. Robin. This case was quite complex, so he decided to start the investigation and then summarize the clues and evidence. In comparison, the other 3 cases given to him by Barton were much simpler and could be scheduled later. To investigate Zachary, Hobert thought of a breakthrough: the gang leader of the East Burrow, Weir. Since Zachary was also a gang leader in the East Burrow, Weir, as a peer, should know something about him. Around 9 in the morning, Hobert called a cab and first went to the mercenary club. Thanks to Barton's reputation, Hobert's gun permit was ready by this morning, and he bought a revolver at the club. He believed the revolver would come in handy during the investigation of Zachary. At around 10:30, Hobert arrived at the Blue Night Bar in the East Burrow by carriage. The place was still the same. Even though it was morning, loud laughter could be heard from a distance. As soon as he opened the door, a strong smell and noise hit him. Hobert first saw a short figure walking towards him. As the person got closer, he recognized it was Zio, wearing a gentleman's hat. "Mr. Hobert, we meet again," Zio said with a smile. As soon as she spoke, the bar fell silent. Hobert replied, "Yes, Miss Zio, it's good to see you getting along peacefully with Weir," while observing the surrounding drunkards to see what was going on. After a second or two, a drunkard suddenly said, "Mr. Hobert, my arm was dislocated when I was young, and since then, I haven't been able to do heavy work. Do you think it can be cured?" He showed his skinny arm, asking Hobert for a diagnosis. Hobert was stunned. Did he look like a doctor? Another drunkard said, "Mr. Hobert, my leg was injured last year, and it hurts a lot during the rainy season. Can you take a look?" Zio suddenly shouted, "I've said many times he's not a doctor." Although she was small, her voice and presence were intimidating, making the drunkards avoid eye contact. Hobert sighed, thinking that in such situations, the beyonder abilities of an arbiter were more useful than those of a lawyer, who would need to persuade each person individually. At this moment, Weir ran over. "Sir, why are you here?" His attitude was very respectful. Hobert realized that it was because he had asked Emilyn to heal Weir's injury, and Weir had kept this a secret, leading everyone to mistake him for a doctor with miraculous potions. Understanding this, Hobert smiled and said to everyone, "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm a lawyer. I can make the culprits who injured you lose everything, but I can't cure your illnesses." Hearing the words, "lose everything," everyone instinctively shrank back, and no one dared to ask Hobert for a diagnosis again. Hobert then turned to Weir. "I'm here to ask you about a gang leader named Zachary." Weir was stunned and looked at Miss Zio, who had stopped at the door and then walked back step by step. Hobert immediately understood. "Miss Zio is also here to ask you about Zachary?" We looked at Zio and then at Hobert before smiling. "Yes, sir. I've only met Zachary a few times. His territory is near the Cuckoo Bar. You can ask around there." Hobert looked at Zio. "Miss Zio, are you planning to go to the Cuckoo Bar?" "Yes." Zio did not hide her intention. "I think we can go together." As they talked, they walked out and were breathed a sigh of relief, glad that these 2 people he couldn't afford to offend were finally leaving. At the door, Hobert turned back and said to Weir, "Do fewer things that go against your conscience. Next time, you might not be so lucky." Weir was stunned. It was both a warning and a reminder. He quickly replied, "Yes." But Hobert didn't hear Weir's response. By the time Weir spoke, there were only the creaking doors and the receding figures. Hobert and Zio walked quickly through the rundown, homeless-filled streets of the East Burrow. Hobert smiled and said, "Let me guess, Miss Zio, did you receive a commission about insurance company stock fraud?" Zio coolly replied, yes. The gentleman's hat on her head suited her current demeanor. We have a common goal, Hobert said persuasively, using his beyonder ability. Perhaps we can exchange clues or even collaborate more deeply. Zio had already thought of exchanging information with Hobert when she returned to the bar, but she wasn't very enthusiastic about collaboration. However, for some reason, she suddenly felt an urge to accept Hobert's invitation. Okay, but on one condition. Can you not walk so fast? Hobert looked at Zio's short legs. Sorry, I didn't consider a lady's feelings. So, should we find a place to talk? After all, I just got you out of jail. This time, Hobert's beyonder ability didn't work. Zio smiled. I'll thank Miss Audrey. I believe that noble lady won't treat you badly. Hobert said, I beg to differ. I solve your problem in just one day. Isn't that efficiency enough to earn your gratitude? Zio pointed to a nearby cafe. I won't argue with you about this. Since you insist on me thanking you, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. Argue. Hobert suddenly realized why he was arguing with Zio over such trivial matters. Could this be a side effect of the lawyer potion? While Hobert was lost in thought, Zio had already entered the cafe, and he quickly followed. They each ordered a cup of cheap coffee, and Zio talked about her commission, which was similar to what Hobert had guessed. She had also received a commission similar to Mr. Robbins' case. Hobert concluded, Zachary's fraud targets are all middle-class people. He said, this class has savings but no power. Even if they lose all their savings, the police won't put much effort into investigating unless there are clear clues. If the same thing happened to a noble, the police would be under pressure to give their best effort. I had a similar guess, Zio said, sipping her coffee. So this is definitely a premeditated, planned fraud. Hobert glanced around the cafe. There were few customers at this hour, and the two waiters were chatting idly at the counter. He quietly asked Zio, have you heard of beyonders called swindlers? Zio was slightly taken aback, as this essentially revealed their identities as beyonders. But she quickly realized there was no need for secrecy. Hobert must have heard from Miss Audrey that she was a beyonder, and Hobert, knowing a beyonder doctor, was surely one himself. Zio considered Hobert's question. I've heard some beyonders take pleasure in fraud. Hobert nodded. That's likely referring to Swindler, Sequence 8 of the Marauder Pathway. Fortunately, swindlers aren't skilled fighters. If we're not deceived, I think the two of us could subdue one. Zio frowned, not expecting this seemingly ordinary commission to involve beyonders. Are you saying Zachary is a swindler? It's possible. The gang leader and insurance company manager personas could be identities he crafted, Hobert said. Or he might not be, and someone else is behind this. He finished his cheap coffee. I wanted to warn you, Miss Zio, that our investigation may require preparation for confronting a beyonder. That's the main reason I sought your cooperation. Zio nodded. Thank you for the warning. However, while we're cooperating, we won't be splitting the payment equally after completing the commission. You'll collect your fee from your client, and I'll get mine from my client. Hobert smiled. Of course. He then asked, do you know the Cuckoo Bar? Ah, having a partner familiar with the East Burrow is truly delightful. Zio neither appreciated nor disliked Hobert's praise. She silently paid for the coffee and led Hobert to the Cuckoo Bar. The Cuckoo Bar was typical of the East Burrow. Opening the door, Hobert felt like he'd entered the Blue Night Bar with a different sign. The same raucous laughter and pungent odors, the same drunken, hazy-eyed patrons eyeing newcomers, the same shifty characters whispering in corners. Zio, clearly accustomed to such establishments, nonchalantly hopped onto a bar stool and ordered a simple meal. Hobert checked his pocket watch, realizing it was lunchtime. The bar's simple fare included mashed potatoes, meat pies, and not-so-fresh salad, all cheaper than the cafe's offerings. He didn't rush to inquire about Zachary's whereabouts. Instead, he ordered a meal and wolfed it down. Having once survived on instant noodles for a week, Hobert was highly tolerant of food quality. Audrey's housekeeper, Lisa, would likely refuse to touch anything here. Hobert finished first and struck up a conversation with the bartender. Let's chat about the latest news at the Cuckoo Bar. The bartender was about to ask for a tip, but suddenly found the gentleman's suggestion quite reasonable. It was just a chat. After all, no need for a tip. Certainly, sir. I heard the Blue Night Bar's boss, Weir, is back. Seems the rumors of his paralysis were false. Zio, who had been prepared to watch the young Master Hobert make a fool of himself, was surprised. She realized this might be Hobert's beyond her ability. She marveled at how convenient this power was, effortlessly persuading others. Meanwhile, Hobert, growing more adept with his lawyer beyond her abilities, thought to himself, I've already paid for the meal. No need to tip you. After sharing 2 trivial pieces of gossip, the bartender continued. I heard Boss Zachary swindled a large sum of money. Some say he's enjoying life in Desi Bay, while others claim he fled to the Berserk Sea. Hobert inquired, when did he leave the Cuckoo Bar? Hobert nodded, noting it matched Mr. Robbins' timeline. He then asked, do you know or have you heard of Mr. Hmon? The bartender shook his head. I haven't heard of him. Hobert thanked him for the information. As he was about to discuss the next steps with Zio, a middle-aged man with a kind face and a warm smile approached them. Gentlemen, oh, pardon me, sir and miss, you seem quite interested in Boss Zachary's whereabouts. Hobert countered, and you are? The man politely tipped his hat. Sir, I'm Darkholm, the new boss of the Cuckoo Bar. You know, someone has to handle the dirty work. He continued, Zachary was a respectable boss, but he's long left Backland. I've taken over his operations. I can show you to the treasure room. If you see anything you like, I'll give you a discount. As he spoke, he kept winking at Hobert. Hobert was puzzled, wondering if they were being mistaken for buyers of stolen goods. Treasure room? Why not call it a treasure vault? Before Hobert could decipher Darkholm's winks, the man was already pulling him towards the exit, still winking. Don't worry, we'll have exactly what you're looking for. Hobert decided to play along and followed Darkholm out of the bar, with Zio jumping off her stool to follow closely. In a corner outside the bar, Darkholm wore an expression of narrow escape. You too, I just saved your lives. You don't know, but the bar is full of Zachary's loyal subordinates. Asking about his whereabouts was practically suicidal. Hobert felt like he was dealing with a street con artist. The I saved your lives routine was far too simplistic. Neither Hobert nor Zio thanked him, seemingly waiting for Darkholm to continue his performance. Undeterred by the lack of audience response, Darkholm maintained his air of camaraderie. I saved you out of genuine goodwill and respect for the goddess. Her oracle teaches us to help others within our means. He sighed. You don't know my predicament. Zachary treated me as a mere pawn, placing me in the bar to entertain guests, but I had no real authority. But I have true information about Zachary. He hasn't actually left Backland. He's just in hiding. I sincerely want to help you both. For the right price, I can take you to him. Hobert exposed his ploy. You're trying to use us against Zachary so you can become the true boss of the Cuckoo Bar, aren't you? Darkholm smiled kindly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of cunning. You've seen right through me. Kind-hearted people are easily bullied in the East Burrow, and it's even more unlikely for gang members there to be kind. So, when Hobert and Zio saw the amiable smile on Darkholm's face, they immediately knew it was just a facade. Hobert said to Darkholm, if you can take us to Zachary, I can promise you that he won't ever interfere with your position as the boss of the Cuckoo Pub again. I believe this is the best deal you can get. However, Darkholm shook his head and smiled slyly, bargaining, esteemed sir, I am very loyal to Boss Zachary. Only when I see tangible benefits will I consider betraying him. Hobert twitched his lips. More money? He said, all right, how about £2? 10 pounds. Hobert laughed. Zachary's life isn't worth that much. £3. Esteemed sir, as a gentleman, you shouldn't argue with someone as lowly as me over such a small sum. £8, no less. Any lower, and my conscience will ache. Who told you I was a gentleman? You're the gentleman. Your whole family is full of gentlemen. £5, not a penny more. This time, Hobert was spending his own money, and it wasn't as easy as when he spent the law firm's funds. Zio looked at Hobert haggling with Darkholm, completely lacking in dignity. Wasn't it said that lawyers were supposed to be rich? Why did this one seem so poor? Then she remembered. Wasn't she also saving up for the potion formula of Sequence 8 Sheriff? It seemed poverty was a common ailment among wild beyonders. As Zio pondered, Hobert and Darkholm reached an agreement after some friendly negotiations. For £5 and 10 soli, they would learn Zachary's hiding place, and payment would be made upon seeing him. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Darkholm's face. I've never seen such a shrewd negotiator, sir. I have one small request. You don't have to pay me right away, but could you show me your wallet to prove you can pay? Hobert, growing impatient, pulled out a £5 note and a £1 note. Hurry up, or it'll be dark soon. As you wish. Seeing the money, Darkholm's amiable smile reappeared on his face. Please follow me. He walked ahead, introducing the streets and features of the East Burrow while humbly leading the way. After a few minutes, Darkholm brought them to a small round courtyard. Several families lived here, and upon seeing Darkholm, they quickly threw down their laundry or half-made matchboxes, ran back to their houses, and shut the doors and windows. Darkholm's expression changed, and he coldly commanded, "Everyone come in." Outside the courtyard, over a dozen thugs appeared, blocking the entrance. This courtyard was unusual. The walls were high, and there was only one exit, making it an ideal spot for extortion. Some of the thugs leered at Zio, while others glared menacingly at Hobert, as if trying to intimidate him with their eyes. Smiling, Darkholm said to Hobert, "Sorry, sir. I expect more compensation. I don't want to get rough with you or the lady. Please hand over all your money and valuables, and leave behind your fine coat, well-made shirt, and leather wallet. To preserve your dignity, we'll leave you your pants." Hobert instantly realized that Darkholm probably didn't know where Zachary was at all. His earlier act of betraying Zachary was just a ruse to see if Hobert had any cash worth robbing. After haggling earlier, Darkholm suspected Hobert might be broke, so he made sure to check the wallet. For most people, this would have been a serious misstep, but Hobert and Zio remained calm. Hobert handed his cane to Zio. "Miss Zio, I believe you'll need a weapon." Zio took the cane. "What about you?" Hobert pulled a revolver from his holster. "Though my shooting isn't great, at this range, I should be able to take down 2 or 3 enemies with 6 bullets. Please buy me time to reload." As Hobert drew his gun, Darkholm's men began to panic. As gang members, they also had guns, but they hadn't brought them because none of them had a gun permit. Carrying a gun in broad daylight was like handing themselves over to the police. The key issue was that Darkholm never expected Hobert to have a gun. This was Backlund, where the wealthier areas had excellent security and gun permits were hard to acquire. In middle-class neighborhoods like Cherwood and St. George, very few people own guns. In the wealthy Empress Burrow and West Burrow, where nobles and rich folks lived, gun permits were more common. But nobles and wealthy gentlemen rarely ventured into the East Burrow. To Darkholm and his crew, their prey, having a gun, was a black swan event. "He's only got one gun." Darkholm quickly recovered. "But he's got dozens of pounds on him, worth more than your lives. Charge him, grab the gun." Bang! Hobert fired a shot, the bullet skimming past the thug's hair and embedding in the wall. "That was a warning shot. The next one will be aimed at your heads." Cold sweat coated Hobert's palms. Firing at a living person for the first time made him a little nervous. Fortunately, the shot completely broke the thugs' morale, and they scrambled out of the courtyard, running as if their lives depended on it. Darkholm tried to run too, but Zio, wielding the cane, quickly caught up and knocked him to the ground. The Arbiter pathway grants outstanding combat ability at Sequence 9, while the Lawyer Sequence 9 only strengthens one's debating skills. Hobert hurried over, pointing his gun at Darkholm, and suddenly had an idea. "Mr. Darkholm, everything that just happened is evidence of your extortion. I'm filing a lawsuit with Miss Zio, the Arbiter. According to criminal law, you could face 2 to 5 years in prison. If you disagree, you can have your lawyer contact me." Darkholm, sitting on the ground with his hands raised, was dumbfounded. Huh? Zio also looked at Hobert, bewildered by what he was doing. Hobert continued. "Given the impracticality of formal punishment, I suggest a simplified resolution. Break one of Darkholm's legs. Miss Zio, please make the final judgment. Zio thought Hobert's tactic was a form of coercion. My judgment is, your resolution is quite precise. Execute it immediately. Hobert took a deep breath, feeling the potion inside him loosen for the first time. Hobert felt that a previously tense nerve in his body suddenly relaxed, and his mind felt much lighter as a result. At the same time, he was clearly aware that this wasn't yet the digestion of the potion, but merely a slight loosening, probably just a precursor to digestion. This recent impersonation was a spontaneous idea from Hobert. After receiving feedback from Arbiter Zio, it resulted in this unexpected effect. In that brief moment, Hobert realized that the combination of lawyer and arbiter was almost the perfect match for digesting potions. Although Zio didn't know the acting method, she had been an arbiter for quite some time, and her potion had long been digested. Therefore, she didn't experience the process of potion digestion, nor did she have the same insight as Hobert. Darkholm, lying on the ground, immediately begged for mercy. Sir, madam, it was those people who just ran away that forced me to do this. Please forgive my recklessness. I am willing to give you all my possessions as atonement. Hobert snapped back to reality and coldly said, You don't know Zachary's whereabouts, which means you're of no use to us. Miss Zio, I suggest breaking his left leg. His right leg seems to have been injured before, so if we break his left leg, it will be symmetrical. Zachary is my best friend. He told me many secrets, Darkholm frantically said. Before he left, he said that after this job, he would receive a blessing from God and gain unparalleled power. Both Hobert and Zio paused. Darkholm hurriedly continued. Yes, that's what he said. He said his body would undergo a qualitative transformation. The next time we meet, he will be a powerful figure beyond my reach. Hobert and Zio exchanged a glance. This sounded like a description of becoming a beyonder. Could Zachary have gained the opportunity to become a beyonder after completing that swindle? This suggested there was an organization behind him. Could Hmon be a member of that organization? Was he Zachary's superior? Hobert stared into Darkholm's eyes. You know Hmon, don't you? And no, I don't. I don't know him. Although Hobert's beyonder ability didn't produce the expected results and didn't make Darkholm reveal information about Hmon, Hobert could sense Darkholm's inner struggle and determined that he was lying. Hobert didn't expose him on the spot. I'm sorry, but the information you've provided doesn't satisfy us. Today, you must pay for what you've done. Miss Zio cheerfully added, When it comes to breaking someone's leg, I don't think anyone is better at it than me. Hobert was taken aback, remembering that when they were arbitrating against Weir, they also had to break his leg. He couldn't quite understand why Zio was so enthusiastic about breaking people's legs. Could it be that she couldn't stand others having longer legs than hers? Darkholm continued begging for mercy, loudly shouting some information he thought was valuable, but none of it piqued Hobert and Zio's interest. With one strike of her cane, Zio broke Darkholm's left shin, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. Many of the tenants in the courtyard quietly opened small slits in their windows or doors, wanting to catch a glimpse of the two heroes who broke the local bully Darkholm's leg. It was hard to imagine that such a small lady could have so much strength, while the tall gentleman seemed to be merely watching. Darkholm's screams not only surprised the tenants, but also filled them with satisfaction, as if a weight had been lifted off their chests. After delivering the deserved punishment to the scoundrel, Hobert and Zio quickly left the courtyard. Zio, slightly disappointed, said the trail's gone cold. However, Hobert smiled and said, Not yet. He glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. I believe if we keep a close watch on Darkholm, we'll eventually gain something. Zio was momentarily stunned, but since the trail had gone cold at this point, she was willing to trust Hobert's words. She looked around, then pointed at a nearby building. We can go up to the rooftop to keep an eye on him. Great idea. Once they reached the top floor, Hobert witnessed how agile the arbiter truly was. Zio leaped from the top floor and with a push of her arms, landed on the roof. However, Hobert embarrassingly needed Zio's help to clumsily climb onto the rooftop. From the rooftop, they could see Darkholme in the courtyard far below. He had long stopped screaming. At some point, he had managed to stand up, hopping on one leg, loudly berating his subordinates. Clearly, Darkholme wasn't as weak as he appeared. After scolding his subordinates, Darkholme took the paper and pen handed to him, quickly scribbled a few lines, and stuffed them into an envelope. Then, he selected a young boy from among his subordinates, gave him some instructions, and the boy eagerly nodded before leaving with the letter. Hobert clumsily clambered down from the top floor, saying, "That letter must be key." Zio also realized what was happening. She guessed that Hobert had discovered something earlier and was pretending to leave, so Darkholme would expose the mastermind behind him. Fortunately, the boy wasn't walking very fast. After a few minutes of following him, Hobert and Zio caught up. The two patiently tailed him from a distance. After about half an hour, the boy deposited the letter into an abandoned mailbox. By now, they had left East Burrow and entered the factory-dense outskirts. The air here had a pungent odor, like someone was roasting sulfur. The factory where the mailbox was located had been abandoned for unknown reasons, leaving only a few crooked mailboxes in front of it. After the boy left, Hobert and Zio found a hidden spot to keep an eye on the mailbox. Now, all they had to do was watch this letter to find out who was behind Darkholme. Hobert speculated in his mind that this person was likely Hmon. Even just knowing Hmon's address would be a crucial lead. As they waited, time passed slowly. It wasn't until the sun had started to set that a man wearing a dark coat and hat cautiously approached, observing his surroundings before retrieving the letter from the mailbox. The man's collar was raised, and his hat brim was pulled low, making it impossible to see his face. After obtaining the letter, he left at an unhurried pace. Hobert and Zio quickly followed. The man was likely a beyonder, so they kept a safe distance. After a couple of streets, the man, still walking leisurely, turned into a narrow alley where only 2 or 3 people could walk side by side. When Hobert and Zio reached the alley entrance, they realized the man had started running. Damn, they'd been spotted. The man had chosen the perfect moment to escape. He probably began running the moment he turned into the narrow alley. By now, there was some distance between them, and the man turned a corner, disappearing from Hobert and Zio's sight. Fortunately, the streets in the factory district were long, so when the two reached the new corner, they could still see the man in the distance. There were a few workers on this street, including a middle-aged man in dirty work clothes, walking toward Hobert and Zio while curiously watching the chase. Hobert sensed something was off, but there was no time to think. After a struggle, they finally caught up with the man. Zio kicked him down from behind, but when they saw the terrified face beneath the clean coat and hat, they found ragged work clothes underneath. Hobert realized something was wrong. "Why did you run?" "As someone gave me £1 in cash and told me to run in his clothes." Hobert immediately thought of the middle-aged worker who had been walking toward them. "We've been tricked." Hobert suddenly recalled that although the middle-aged worker's body and face were filthy, his hair wasn't dirty, and it clearly had the impression of being pressed down by a hat. He slapped his thigh in frustration, wondering why he had only just noticed these details. This was the ability of a swindler. They could mislead thoughts, which was why Hobert had sensed something wrong earlier, but had overlooked it under the influence of the swindler's power. Feeling slightly annoyed, Hobert resolved that if he encountered another swindler in the future, he would have to be more cautious. They might slip away right under his nose. Zio was also frustrated. "What do we do now?" Hobert turned to the worker lying on the ground. "The hat is yours. The coat is mine." "Yes, yes, yes." The worker quickly took off the coat and handed it to Hobert before limping away, clearly still hurting from Zio's earlier kick. Hobert searched the coat, finding 2 letters, a pocket watch, and a pipe. The pipe seemed like something the man used frequently. If they had the ability to perform dowsing rod divination, they could use it to locate him, but dowsing was a unique beyonder ability of a seer, and neither Hobert nor Zio were skilled in divination. Hobert then looked at the 2 letters. As expected, one was from Darkholme, addressed to Dear Mr. Hmon. The man who had just escaped right under their noses was Hmon. Darkholme reported that someone was inquiring about Zachary's whereabouts, even knowing Mr. Hmon's name, and described Hobert and Zio's general appearance in the letter. The second letter was also addressed to Dear Mr. Hmon. Hobert skipped to the end, where the signature read, Your loyal Zachary. Zachary was still in Backlund. Hobert read the letter carefully. Dear Mr. Hmon, it's been 8 days since I took the potion, but why hasn't the whispering in my ears diminished? It's as if a solemn voice is proclaiming some grand declaration. Although I can't understand what it's saying, the content stirs something deep within me, filling me with an uncontrollable excitement. Is that sacred voice the voice of the Lord? Besides the whispers, I hear people talking quietly in front of me, but I can't see them. My hiding place is clearly an abandoned factory. So why does it become so lively at night? Those voices are terrifying, keeping me awake night after night. If this continues, I'll be crushed by these maddening voices. I believe you must have a way to alleviate these symptoms. Please, help me solve these problems. I'm on the verge of jumping into the Tussock River. It might be a form of relief. Additionally, as per your instructions, I attempted the rituals you mentioned. I believe they were successful because for a moment, I saw the Lord's kingdom. I can feel my power growing, like drinking a refreshing glass of cold water on a hot summer day. I hope to gain more strength and look forward to your further guidance. The second half of the letter radiated madness, and after reading it, both Hobert and Zio felt uneasy. It was clear from the letter that Zachary had become a beyonder, though it was still uncertain which pathway he belonged to. However, his condition seemed off. Pointing at the letter, Hobert said, We have 2 clues now. One is the abandoned factory, and the other is the banks of the Tussock River. The area isn't large. Zio asked, What about Hmon, who just escaped? Hobert thought for a moment. Hmon left Zachary's letter as a form of protection for himself. Based on the letter's content, it'll be easier for us to find Zachary. This increases the likelihood that we'll abandon our pursuit of Hmon. Also, we know too little about Hmon. We may need to have another friendly exchange with Mr. Darkholme to learn more information. But if we delay, Zachary might get a warning, and then we won't be able to find anyone. So, both emotionally and logically, we'll go after Zachary first. Zio spread her hands. Is this what it's like dealing with a swindler? We know their plan, but we still have to follow it. Hobert smiled thinly. Yes, that's exactly what dealing with a swindler is like. But he probably doesn't realize that once we find Zachary, whether or not he's willing to talk, I'll have ways of getting more clues about Hmon. He added, We can't waste any more time. We'll talk as we go. Ah, perfect. There's a carriage over there. Hobert approached the driver of the cab and, after a brief conversation, learned about 3 abandoned factories along the banks of the Tussock River. Zio, not used to handling such beyonder cases, was a little slow to catch up with Hobert's thought process, but seeing how reliable Hobert had been so far, she didn't hesitate much and quickly followed his lead. Riding the cab, they picked up speed and soon arrived at the first abandoned factory. Hobert only needed one glance to know it wasn't the right place. There were too many homeless people living there, and if Zachary had any sense, he wouldn't attempt ritual magic in such a place. The cab moved on to their second target. In the carriage, Hobert reasoned, Let's recap. A month ago, Zachary carried out a scam involving thousands of pounds. Hmon was the mastermind behind this, luring Zachary to work for him with the promise of a potion. After successfully pulling off the scam, Zachary received the potion he had been dreaming of. Zachary planned to consult Hmon on occult knowledge at any time, so he didn't flee to another city. Instead, he found a hidden spot to master the potion's power and frequently wrote letters to Hmon. Hobert rubbed his chin and glanced at Zio. Do you have anything to add? Their handwriting is very neat, Zio said, adjusting her hat. What do you mean? Most of the gang members in the East Burrow are illiterate. Even those who can read only know a few common words. I've never seen a gang boss write such neat letters like Zachary and Darkholme. Hobert pondered for a moment. Maybe we should visit Mr. Darkholme sometime, especially since his injuries are thanks to us. Zio laughed like a carefree youth, saying, "You're right." At that moment, the horse pulling the cab neighed loudly, refusing to move forward no matter how much the driver whipped it. Hobert opened the window and looked out. The factory ahead gave off an unsettling vibe. Dozens of crows circled above it, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the abandoned building. He straightened his coat and got out of the cab. "This is the place we're looking for." Hobert paid the fare and, after the carriage had moved away, climbed over the wall into the abandoned factory with Zio. This place was already on the southern outskirts of Backlund, secluded and perfect for shady dealings. By now, the sun had set. After surveying their surroundings and finding no signs of danger, Hobert and Zio quickly dashed to the front of the factory building. Just then, a crow dropped in front of them. Hobert gave it a brief glance, noticing no visible injuries on the crow. It seemed as if it had simply grown too tired to fly. Looking up, he saw crows still circling overhead, much like vultures anticipating a feast. Both of them had an ominous feeling, and Hobert, leaning against the factory wall, said, "I sense an evil power." The ritual Zachary mentioned in his letter is unlikely to be a prayer to the 7 Orthodox deities. Zio paused before replying, "I'm good at fighting, but not so much at dealing with evil forces." Hobert said, "Since neither of us feels any immediate danger, it means that Zachary's ritual, while evil, isn't highly dangerous. Still, to be safe, if either of us senses any danger, we'll immediately retreat and report to the church." The spiritual intuitions of an arbiter and a lawyer might not be as sharp as those of a seer or listener, but they were still good enough for basic danger detection. Moreover, reporting things was a standard skill in the Tarot Club, and Hobert had no qualms about using it in this situation. Zio nodded, and without further delay, the two of them sprang into action. The factory was empty, with only some dusty debris piled against the walls. It was clear that anything valuable had been sold off before the place was abandoned. Hobert drew his gun and flipped off the safety, while Zio pulled out a stiletto hidden in her pant leg. The two made their way directly to the stairs. Before they even reached the second floor, they heard faint sounds coming from above. Their muscles tensed up. Since there were no warnings from their spiritual intuition, they decided to go all out. Zio took the lead, with Hobert following closely behind, and they charged up the stairs. No matter what potion Zachary had taken, Hobert and Zio, both at Sequence 9, were confident they could take him down. Fearing that Zachary might be armed, Zio, upon reaching the second floor, leapt forward with agility, rolling to draw attention. Hobert was right behind her, aiming his gun at the source of the noise, ready to fire. But there was no fierce resistance, as they had anticipated. Hobert swallowed the "don't move" that had been on the tip of his tongue. In a dilapidated office, there was indeed a figure. His hair was disheveled, and his face was as dry and wrinkled as a mummy's. His body was covered in sores, and he was pacing back and forth in front of a crude altar, completely absorbed in the act. Zio took out Zachary's portrait from her pocket. She could barely recognize the man pacing before them as Zachary. Hobert said, "Something's wrong with him." He seemed on the verge of losing control. Only now did Zachary appear to notice Hobert and Zio. His left eye was dull and lifeless, but his right eye flickered with a strange light. As Zachary's right eye fixed on Hobert and Zio, they both felt an intense sense of dread, as if they were being watched by something filthy and malevolent. Hobert quickly said, "Don't look into his eyes." He averted his gaze to avoid contamination. Zachary let out a dry, sinister laugh. In a solemn tone, as if proclaiming a divine revelation, he said, "I've seen it. I've seen the kingdom of God. On a golden land, I hold a torch and look out over the kingdom of God. The ancient deities roam the land, towering and massive, blocking out the sky, exuding the foul stench of suffering. Enormous crows circle above, carrying human skulls in their beaks, feasting on the souls of the dead." His words were like a curse, causing Hobert and Zio to feel an unbearable headache. With trembling hands, Hobert fired a shot, and the loud bang jolted him and Zio out of their nightmare-like state. Clearly, Zachary had been influenced by some powerful evil entity. Hobert's first shot missed, so he fired 2 more, finally hitting Zachary in the stomach. Zachary collapsed to the ground, too weak to continue his vile speech. But he immediately began crawling toward the altar, muttering, "The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the degenerate nature of all living things. I beseech the power of corruption." The altar began to change subtly, as if some malevolent force was descending. Hobert rushed forward and finished him off, shooting Zachary in the head at close range. This guy had been trying to invoke the power of the true Creator. Was he seeking death? With Zachary's muttering interrupted, the corrupting force gradually dissipated. The crows in the sky let out a collective screech and finally stopped circling, perching on nearby trees to rest. Zio exhaled deeply. Although she didn't fully understand ritual magic, she realized that Hobert's swift actions had prevented the evil force from descending, saving them both. Still uneasy, Hobert holstered his gun and dismantled the makeshift altar built from abandoned tables. He glanced again at the twitching corpse, speculating that Zachary had likely consumed a secret supplicant potion. Sequence 9 secret supplicants were among the most prone to losing control. The true Creator's influence on low-level Beyonders was immense, evident from Zachary's ramblings in his letter. Additionally, their heightened intuition made them hear things they shouldn't hear and see things they shouldn't see, making them prone to madness. Because of this high intuition, secret supplicants could easily grasp ritual magic, but performing rituals for evil beings often led to either unnoticed contamination or a complete change in personality. Zio, suppressing her disgust, briefly examined the body, confirming that Zachary was indeed dead. She glanced at Hobert and said, "We've hit a dead end again." "Not necessarily." Hobert leaned against the wall to catch his breath, then picked up 3 candles from the floor and lit them according to the ritual's requirements. The tension of his first kill and the adrenaline from their brush with death left his muscles trembling slightly. But now time was of the essence. Hobert, drawing a symbol representing the Evernight goddess in the center of the candles, asked Zio, "Miss Arbiter, have you ever heard of mediumship?" Zio's mouth fell open. You could do mediumship? For a wild Beyonder, mediumship was an advanced form of ritual magic. Hobert smiled. "If Zachary were alive, I wouldn't dare try it with my current spiritual state. But now that he's dead, it's much easier." The spirituality of a Beyonder from the lawyer pathway isn't particularly adept at performing rituals like spirit channeling, so Hobert had to pray for divine assistance. If the ritual is done correctly, with the right materials burned and the incantation spoken accurately, any Beyonder spirituality can establish a connection to the divine kingdom. As long as the petitioner harbors no ill intent, the deity's auto-reply system will typically provide a response. Although the Evernight goddess seems somewhat unreliable in the last experiment, spirit channeling is a crucial ability of the corpse collector pathway and one of the goddess's main domains. So this time Hobert decided to ask her for strength again. Who else could he turn to? The artificial death seemed to have some rudimentary consciousness, but Hobert didn't know its honorific name, and it wasn't guaranteed to respond to his prayers. Should he call upon the Lord of Storms, Leodero? That guy specializes in lightning. He'd be more suited to helping destroy evidence than assisting with spirit channeling. The god of steam and machinery wouldn't be appropriate either. Imagine if Hobert asked for help with spirit channeling and ended up with a bicycle on the altar. A bicycle? What bicycle? Why a bicycle? The true Creator and the hidden sage could also assist with spirit channeling, but who would dare ask for their help? After drawing the symbol representing the Evernight goddess, Hobert constructed the wall of spirituality using holy night powder. Next, he took out the Amantha pure essence, carefully dripping it onto the candles. He then burned the petals of moonflower and night-scented jasmine. In Hermes, he solemnly intoned, "I pray for the power of the night." I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the favor of the Evernight goddess. Your faithful believer seeks the goddess's power, allowing me to communicate spiritually with the person before me who is under the influence of an evil god. Once Hobert finished the incantation, Zio, who had been watching, immediately felt the entire room grow quiet. Her previously surprised and excited heart calmed down. Hobert let out a breath of relief. This time, the goddess was more reliable. Then his eyes turned completely black, as if his Sefirah had disappeared. He saw Zachary's spiritual form gradually dissipating. Without needing any instruction, Hobert, as if he had performed spirit channeling countless times, skillfully manipulated his own spirituality to intertwine with Zachary's. Hobert silently repeated in his mind, "The scam involving Hmon insurance. The scam involving Hmon insurance." Hobert's vision suddenly became gray and misty, as though he were falling into a fog so thick that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. After reciting the phrase 7 times, the scene before him changed. The first thing he saw was a middle-aged man with an earnest smile. This was the same worker who had approached Hobert and Zio during their pursuit earlier that afternoon. So it was Hmon. The spirit channeling scene wasn't distorted either, which meant that Zachary's spirituality wasn't too badly contaminated, allowing Hobert to proceed with the channeling confidently. Hmon, with that same sincere smile, said, "Only by creating corruption and resentment can we please the Master. How about we try bankrupting a few happy families? The Master surely enjoys the taste of lives slowly crumbling under the pressure of reality. Look at our land of hope. Some people are madly chasing profit, while others struggle just to keep their families intact. I imagine you wouldn't want to be one of those manipulated by others, would you? We target middle-class families. They have savings and dream of living like the wealthy, making them easy prey. How about we set the scam amount at £6,000? Anything higher would attract the attention of official beyonders, and that would cause us a lot of trouble. First, you need to become a respectable insurance manager. That's not too hard. All you need to do is walk with your head held high, act arrogantly, and when speaking with others, respond with the most shameless lies and the most insincere flattery. Do that, and you're halfway there. The scene shifted, showing Zachary looking presentable and conducting himself gracefully while meeting with different clients, including Mr. Robin, Hobert's employer. After these scenes ended, Hobert's vision once again turned to the misty fog. As suspected, Hmon was the planner, and Zachary was the executor. Hobert silently repeated in his mind, "The whereabouts of the scam money. The whereabouts of the scam money." After 7 recitations, the fog before Hobert swirled, and once again, Hmon's smiling face appeared. With the same sincere expression, Hmon said, "Why did I set the amount at £1,600 each time? To make it easier to split the loot, of course. Yes, split the loot. No need to be coy about it. What? You want £600? No, no, no. You only get £100. I also only get £100. The rest goes to the Lord's emissary." "That's right. It's Mr. Hmon, the man you met that day. He's the Lord's priest." Hobert saw Zachary reluctantly hand over the bulk of the money to Hmon. The mist reappeared, and Hobert fell into a brief contemplation. Based on Zachary's behavior before his death, it was clear that the Lord Hmon referred to was indeed the true creator. If this Hmon was the bishop of the true creator's followers, then Hmon and Zachary were likely connected to the Aurora Order. In his mind, Hobert drew a line. He would investigate no further than Hmon. Even if there were more obvious clues, he would stop. Involving the Aurora Order meant that he and Zio, both Sequence 9s, wouldn't survive even 10 attempts to confront them. Hobert continued the spirit channeling. Hmon's hiding places. Hmon's hiding places. After 7 recitations, the mist churned, revealing a townhouse with the number 109, Vask Avenue. The scene shifted again, showing a dilapidated building with the number 56, Gaspin Street. The vision moved forward, reaching the 3rd floor and stopping in front of room 303. The continuous spirit channeling had drained Hobert's spirituality, and he was already very tired. Nevertheless, he persevered and silently recited, "The potion formula. The potion formula." In the fog, Hmon's smiling face reappeared. "This is a gift from the Lord, and we must also thank Mr. Hmon for his generosity." Hmon handed over a note, which read, "Secrets Supplicant Potion. Main ingredients: 70 grams of black crystal, half a brain of a red-beaked crow. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of purified water, 10 milliliters of Ferodo fish blood, 5 drops of hemlock juice, 9 grams of black sparrow flower powder." As Hobert quickly glanced at the potion formula, the text on the paper suddenly twisted, and the black ink formed the shape of a cross. On the cross seemed to be an inverted figure bound in chains. The cross expanded rapidly. Before Hobert could make out the figure on the cross, he abruptly ended the spirit channeling. Huff, huff. Hobert was drenched in cold sweat, narrowly avoiding the gaze of the true creator. Just being glanced at by that entity would have been enough to drive him to madness, even if it didn't lead to complete loss of control. He summarized in his heart, "At the low sequence level, it's best not to involve any beyonder information when spirit channeling. Otherwise, it's easy to attract malicious attention, which is extremely dangerous." Zio crouched beside Hobert and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" What had been a perfectly normal spirit channeling session had suddenly turned into Hobert waking up as though from a nightmare, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Hobert waved her off, leaned against the wall, and took a few deep breaths before struggling to his feet. He made the sign of the crimson moon and stars on his chest. "Praise the lady." After closing the ritual, he pulled out Zachary's forged stock contract from his pocket. "Zachary, the defendant, I now represent Mr. Robin in filing charges against you." After entering the state of the lawyer, Hobert immediately felt his spirituality become lively again. Waving the forged contract in his hand, he said, "This is evidence of your fraud. Even though the police didn't catch you, and it's unlikely you'll face legal punishment, I will still sue you. I'll make you understand your crimes." Zio, who had already begun her search, gave Hobert a curious glance. She felt like she understood what Hobert was doing. After all, she enjoyed being an arbiter, so maybe Hobert enjoyed being a lawyer, but she didn't fully grasp it. Hobert's lawsuit continued. "It was your shameless fraud that bankrupted my client, forcing them to move to the slums. To atone for your crimes, Miss Arbiter and I will confiscate all your assets and beyonder characteristics. If we can't recover the money you swindled, all of your assets, including your beyonder characteristics, minus necessary fees, will compensate my client and Miss Arbiter client." At that moment, the right eye of Zachary's corpse suddenly opened, and the eyeball, filled with a wicked gaze, rolled out of the socket on its own. Though Zachary was dead, it seemed he could still sense the malevolent look in the eye. Clearly, most of the corruption had concentrated in this eyeball, causing it to mutate. It could be considered a sealed item, albeit not one with powerful functions or severe side effects. Since the external power had only polluted Zachary's eye, it didn't affect the integrity of his beyonder characteristic. "And your eyeball, too," Hobert declared. "Your eyeball is confiscated as well, to compensate my client and Miss Arbiter's client. If we recover the stolen money, your assets will be used to compensate for the effort, money, and risks Miss Zio and I took in pursuing you. Although Mastermind Hmon hasn't received the punishment he deserves yet, one day I will completely seek justice for my client, Mr. Robin." Zio gave Hobert a strange look. It was the first time she had heard of a lawsuit where even the defendant's eyeball was seized. After completing the lawsuit, Hobert felt a clear sign that the lawyer potion within him had noticeably digested. He immediately gained some insight. As a lawyer, it wasn't necessary to seek justice for a client in court. Whenever a defendant paid the price due to a lawsuit, the value of the lawyer was realized. The moment a relationship between a client and lawyer was established, a spiritual contract was also formed. So as long as the task was completed beyond expectations, spiritual feedback would be received. Now, Hobert had exceeded expectations. The The defendant, Zachary, was dead, and all his assets would be confiscated. Given the crimes he committed, he didn't really need to face such a harsh punishment. Thus, the first rule of a lawyer's principles is always complete the commission beyond expectations, regardless of the method or approach. Zio had already finished her search. I only found about 20 pounds in cash. Hobert nodded. Zachary probably spent the stolen money on potion ingredients. Generally, the extraction of a sequence 9 beyonder characteristic is slow, but perhaps due to Hobert's lawsuit and the mediumship, Zachary's beyonder characteristic had separated faster than expected. The beyonder characteristic of the secret's supplicant resembled a mass of black sludge. Approaching it, or even gazing at it, made it feel as if countless whispers could be heard at the ear. To perform the ritual, Zachary had purchased some occult herbs. Hobert emptied the herbs from 2 tin boxes, one to hold the beyonder characteristic and the other for Zachary's mutated eyeball. After discussing a few things with Zio, they set a fire, completely destroying the evidence. Upon leaving the abandoned factory, Zio remarked, "This was definitely the most thrilling thing I've done since becoming an arbiter." After committing arson and murder together, the trust between them grew significantly. To avoid attracting the coachman's attention, they walked a considerable distance before hailing a cab. Both were already exhausted, but now was not the time to rest. After giving the coachman the address for 109 Vask Avenue, Hobert quietly told Zio everything he had learned about Hmon during the seance. However, Hobert didn't mention the potion formula. He had no intention of selling it, but rather keeping in mind. For instance, if he heard of someone purchasing ingredients from the formula, he would know that person was a secret supplicant and likely had ties to the Aurora Order. Since he wasn't planning on exchanging the formula for monetary rewards, Hobert didn't share it with Zio. When Zio heard that the case might be connected to the Aurora Order, she expressed concern. "I've heard those people are extremists." She whispered, "will they take revenge on us for killing their man?" Hobert smiled. "Miss Zio, this is Backlund. All 3 major churches have high-sequence beyonders stationed here. Trust me, the Aurora Order fears exposure far more than we do. Besides, Zachary was clearly one of their peripheral members. If I'm not mistaken, Hmon gave him a ritual that was inherently flawed. Zachary was despicable, but he was also a tragic figure, constantly being toyed with by Hmon. As long as we don't dig into the Aurora Order's secrets, they won't risk exposure to avenge such a minor figure." Zio breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert's reasoning was sound, and she believed the same. Hobert continued, "We've already spent 2 or 3 hours tracking and dealing with Zachary. It's unlikely we'll catch Hmon now. However, Hmon's escape was probably rushed. Let's hope he left enough valuables at those 2 locations to compensate for our client's losses." Then he produced the 2 tin boxes. "I know a reliable beyonder gathering. I can sell these there, and we can split the proceeds. Before that, though, let me estimate their value. A sequence 9 beyonder characteristic typically fetches 300 pounds, though few are willing to consume the secret supplicant potion, so the characteristic might only sell for 270 to 280 pounds. Zio's eyes lit up, astonished that this lump of sludge was worth so much money. While wild beyonders knew about sealed items, and some were aware of beyonder characteristics, few understood the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility, so they didn't have a concrete concept of either. Clearing her throat, she suggested, I also know a reliable beyonder gathering. Should we go together? Is it the gathering hosted by Mr. A? Hobert asked. When Zio nodded, he chuckled. Miss Zio, if you don't want to die tragically at home one day, I suggest you abandon that idea. Zio was momentarily stunned, but quickly guessed. Are you saying Mr. A is part of the... She lowered her voice further. The Aurora Order? Hobert nodded. Yes. I've heard that core members of the Aurora Order use letters as their code names. Zio forced a bitter smile. I was even planning to take Miss Audrey to a gathering hosted by Mr. A tomorrow. That shouldn't be an issue, Hobert reassured her. Their regular gatherings are a way to raise funds and secretly spread their faith. Not only will they not cause trouble at the gathering, but they'll also ensure it's orderly. Zio let out a sigh of relief. That's good to know. Hobert then pulled out the mutated eyeball. This thing has many uses, but not many people know how to handle it. It's hard to say what price it might fetch. I estimate somewhere between 50 and 100 pounds. I happen to know a merchant who deals in beyonder materials. You should be quite interested in this. Give me 4 or 5 days, and once I've sold it, we'll split the money. Zio nodded. All right. As they spoke, she pulled out the 23 pounds and 6 soli they had just found, splitting it into 2 equal portions, one for Hobert and one for herself. By the time they arrived at 109 Vask Avenue, night had fully fallen. A red moon hung low on the horizon, as if watching over Hobert and Zio's actions. They waited for the carriage to leave and made sure no one was around before breaking in. One armed with a gun, the other with a bayonet, they quickly searched the house. The building had 2 floors. The ground floor contained a living room and kitchen, while the upper floor had 2 bedrooms and a study. As expected, they didn't find Hmon. Since Zachary knew about this place, Hmon wouldn't risk staying here. In the second-floor study, they discovered a safe. Hobert fetched some tools from the basement and pried it open. To their surprise, the safe contained quite a bit of cash, jewelry, and gold. Hobert made a rough estimate. These valuables should be enough to cover the losses of our client. Given Hmon's fraud, I suggest we forcibly execute the compensation without informing him. We'll split the assets and compensate our client individually. I'll let you arbitrate the matter. My arbitration is, follow your suggestion. Zio wasn't sure if Hobert was joking or genuinely asking for her opinion. She felt like an old, blind judge who could only agree with a lawyer's advice, lacking judgment of her own. When it came time to divide the loot, Zio felt overwhelmed. She was good at counting cash, but determining the value of the jewelry drove her to the brink of madness. Thankfully, Hobert had no intention of cheating her, and the split was fair. Finding this much wealth meant they had already exceeded their mission's expectations. Both of them were exhausted by now, and they agreed to check the second address they got from Zachary the next day. However, Hobert reasoned that the next location wouldn't be as fruitful. This is south of the bridge, where security is relatively good. That's why Hmon left some valuables here. Gaspin Street, though, is in the East Burrow. If Hmon has any sense, he wouldn't stash anything valuable in a den of thieves. Zio agreed. It'll also give us a chance to visit Darkholme tomorrow. After neatly packing their share of the loot into small boxes, Hobert said, Miss Zio, we're on the same boat now, so I need your contact address. Zio didn't hesitate much before giving him her address, as they had already established enough trust. They then each took a hired carriage and left Vask Avenue in opposite directions. Back home, Hobert was utterly exhausted and famished. Dinner had long been over, but thankfully his foster mother, Melissa, had left him some food in the kitchen. After wolfing down the meal, Hobert carried his little box to his room and collapsed into bed. When Zio returned to the apartment she shared with Furs, she exclaimed, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Furs was sitting in an armchair, reading a magazine. Zio remembered that when she left in the morning, Furs had been in the same position, reading a magazine, with almost the exact same posture. However, judging by the dinner on the table, hunger must have driven Furs out of her chair at least once, probably to the kitchen or washroom. Furs put down the magazine and looked at Zio, who was wolfing down a piece of bread. Why did you come back so late today? It was already 10 o'clock. If Zio were just an ordinary girl, Furs would have been worried long ago. Even though Zio was agile and capable, Furs still worried about her being out so late. After all, some clueless thug could easily find themselves on the receiving end of Zio's skills. Zio mumbled between mouthfuls of food, Wait until I show you something good. A few minutes later, after finishing the bread and downing the soup on the table, Zio let out a satisfied burp and opened the small box she had brought back. Fur's eyes widened at the sight of the jewelry and gold. Dear God of steam and machinery. Zio, did you rob a bank today? She quickly glanced towards a window. Thankfully, the curtains had already been drawn. Zio beamed with pride. I followed the clues from Mr. Esker's commission and traced the fraud case all the way to the mastermind behind it. These are the valuables we recovered. It's a pity, though, I was this close to bringing the fraudster to justice. Furs gave Zio a strange look. Someone must have helped you with the investigation, right? Zio was stunned. Ow, how did you know? Because you only know how to think with your muscles. There's no way you could have handled a case this complicated on your own. Zio gave an embarrassed chuckle. All right. I did work with someone today. She then began recounting her experiences. As Furs listened, it felt like she was hearing a tale. You're saying a lawyer can channel spirits and knows a bunch of beyonder knowledge that you can't even wrap your head around? Exactly. I'm sure he's a beyonder, Zio said confidently, and he must either be part of a secret organization or come from a family of beyonders. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so much. Furs nodded in agreement, but soon grew anxious. You witnessed him kill someone. To stop you from reporting him, could he send his family to kill you? I don't think so, Zio replied. I helped too. Still, you should be careful, Furs warned as she eyed the small box. You've taken quite a bit of money. Even that could be enough reason to kill. Now uncertain, Zio agreed, and the two quickly moved to a different residence for the night. The crimson moon was obscured by clouds in the night sky, plunging the outskirts of Backlund into complete darkness. A shadowy figure paused in front of a typical countryside yard. After confirming no one was around, the figure swiftly vaulted over the courtyard wall. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a hoarse voice came from inside the house. Who? Lord Hmon, it's me. Oh, Hmon. The clouds above shifted, revealing the crimson moon once more. Under the moonlight, a middle-aged man with a sincere smile could be seen standing in the courtyard. It was Hmon the swindler, the man who had escaped from under the noses of Hobert and Zio. Lord, I've come to inquire about two people. One is a tall young man who seems to have some resistance to mental influence. The other is a short woman, agile and looking quite capable in combat, Hmon explained. They were tailing me this afternoon, but I managed to spot them and successfully shake them off. There was a brief silence from inside the house before the person spoke. You suspect I sent them? Hmon smiled sincerely. I suspect no one, Lord. Only you know some of my secrets. Hmon let out a cold laugh. If I wanted to deal with you, you'd be dead by now. You'd better think about whether you've offended any big shots during your swindling. Since it's not you, Lord, then it's very likely the official Beyonders. Hmon spread his hands. They've sabotaged your plan, and I think Zachary has already been taken by them. I thought about it all night, and there's only one possibility. The ritual you had Zachary perform caught the attention of the official Beyonders, and through Zachary, they found me. Hmon never considered that Mr. Robin, whom he had swindled, might have provided information about him to others. In Hamon's mind, Robin and his cousin were insignificant figures in Backlund, and at most, they could only track down Zachary, never pinning the blame on him. Hmon let out a sinister laugh. I understand now. Your aggressive approach earlier was just a cover for the failed plan. In a cold voice, he continued, although Mr. A said we are partners and I should show you proper respect. But if things go wrong, there's always a price to pay. Before Hmon could retort, a solemn muttering suddenly echoed in his ears, and his brain felt as if someone were twisting a knife inside. He was immediately overwhelmed with excruciating pain, thrashing his head against the wall with loud bangs. He now deeply regretted approaching these lunatics 3 years ago, all for the sake of obtaining the acting method. But it was too late now. Enduring the intense discomfort in his head, he shouted, I'll cultivate another secret supplicant, one who will willingly participate in Lord Hmmon's experiments. The solemn muttering gradually faded, and Hmon collapsed in the corner, gasping for breath, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. From inside the house, Hmon spoke, Find a place to hide. If anyone continues pursuing you, you know what to do. Don't worry, when the time is right, we'll avenge you. If no one pursues you further, go and cultivate a new secret supplicant. Go now. I won't report your failure to Mr. A. Hmon propped himself up against the wall, standing shakily. Thank you. Thank you for covering for me. I won't make the same mistake again. The muttering from earlier had left him feeling as if he'd just recovered from serious illness. He no longer had the strength to vault over the wall, so he walked out through the gate, leaning against the wall. As Hmon exited the courtyard, a hand emerged from the shadows behind the wall and gently closed the gate. Southern Continent, the non-existent town. The morning dew glistened, slowly sliding down the blades of grass before finally falling to the ground. Whoosh! A young woman with messy hair and slightly shabby clothes was running through the grass, humming an out-of-tune nursery rhyme. Dew had soaked her pants, but she didn't care, happily playing. Elliot smiled as he caught up, gently picking a leaf off her head. I have to go out for a bit. Be sure to listen to the teacher, he said. She was Elliot's older sister, Moira. Because their family's beyonder characteristics were limited, typically, only one child in each family could consume the lawyer potion at the age of 12. When Moira turned 12, she gave the opportunity to her younger brother. As a result, she became like other family members who hadn't consumed a potion, insane after enduring the torment of frenzied howls. Once she turned into a lunatic, the maddening howls seemed to fade away. However, whenever her symptoms of insanity slightly improved, the frenzied howls would return. Thus, the Bulk family's lunatics would remain insane forever. After settling in non-existent town, the Bulk family purchased many slaves to care for the family's lunatics. Meanwhile, those like Elliot, who remained clear-headed, had to leave town to engage in beyonder combat and provide income for the family, allowing it to sustain itself. Sometimes they were hired by warlords to fight, and other times, the various churches of the Southern Continent would employ them for dirty work. As beyonders of the lawyer pathway, who possessed considerable combat strength after reaching Sequence 8, they never lacked commissions. The only work they refused to accept was from the Rose School of Thought. Of course, the Rose School never sought them out either, since the Bulk family and the Rose School, though not on adjacent pathways, were mortal enemies who would fight to the death upon meeting. Elliot looked at his sister. I think I found a way to save our family. Even if it means sacrificing myself, I will break free from the family's curse. You'll get better. We all will. In the distance, someone called, Elliot, time to go. Elliot squeezed his sister's hand, which was covered in grass and dirt, before leaving without looking back. Moira smiled foolishly as she watched her brother walk away, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks. At 8:10 in the morning, on Gaspin Street in the East Burrow of Backland, wearing a light trench coat and carrying a cane, Hobert glanced at his pocket watch again. Miss Arbiter was 10 minutes late. Another horse-drawn cab approached, and when the door opened, Hobert finally saw Zio. Zio jumped out of the carriage. Sorry, I'm late. Hobert smiled. No, I just arrived early. He noticed Zio's dark circles. Didn't sleep well? Zio glanced around warily. Yeah, I never sleep well with a new pillow. Unlike Fur's imagination, where she expected to be immediately captured by 7 or 8 beyonders as soon as she stepped off the carriage, Hobert hadn't realized that Zio and Fur's had changed locations overnight, only getting some rest in the early morning. As Hobert and Zio walked side by side for a short distance, Hobert suddenly turned around. The street behind them was filled with workers rushing to their jobs, and a few beggars slumped against the walls. Hobert remained calm, but whispered to Zio, "We're being watched." Zio was briefly startled. Indeed, someone was tailing them from afar. The person trailing them was Fur's, whose dark circles were even worse than Zio's, and whose skin looked terrible, as if she hadn't slept in 3 days. Zio forced a smile. Maybe it's a gangster informant. You might not know this, but gangsters always keep an eye on strangers coming to the East Burrow. However, Hobert said, it's better to be cautious. Let's turn at the next corner, find a place to hide, catch the stalker, and question whose underling they are. There's absolutely no need for that, Zio said with a cheerful laugh. Relax, the gangsters in the East Burrow basically all know me. No one dares mess with us. Hobert reminded, but we were just extorted yesterday. Ha ha ha. Zio was nearly sweating from anxiety. That was because Darkholme just became the boss and hasn't had dealings with me yet. Seeing Zio's unnatural expression, Hobert nodded thoughtfully. I think I understand. Last night, when splitting the loot with Zio, Hobert had a high level of trust in her. This was because he knew Zio's character from the original work and had a fair understanding of her. However, he overlooked one point. Zio might not necessarily trust him. In Zio's eyes, for safety's sake, she naturally had to guard against Hobert doing something illegal or immoral for the sake of 1,600 pounds. Hobert didn't explain, believing that in a few days, Zio would understand his credibility. After this event, they would be able to establish enough trust between them. They soon arrived at 56 Gaspin Street, a rundown East Burrow apartment building. From the outside, it looked old and dirty, with many spots where the walls had peeled. The two entered room 303. Everyone had gone to work at this time, so Hobert and Zio easily broken again. As Hobert had predicted last night, there were only a few dirty work clothes, and it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time. This was probably one of Hmon's small hideouts. He could change clothes here and operate in the East Burrow without raising suspicion. After confirming there was nothing of value, they went to the Cuckoo Pub. Darkholme wasn't there, but his subordinates immediately recognized Hobert and Zio. In an instant, the 7 or 8 thugs scattered like rats whose nest had been discovered, trying every possible way to escape from the various exits of the pub. Zio kicked one fleeing thug to the ground, and with just a couple of threats, he immediately agreed to take them to his boss. Darkholme's residence was much better than Weir's. At least it was clean, tidy, and didn't have any foul odors. When Darkholme saw Hobert and Zio, he immediately tried to run on his crutches. Zio said coldly, "Do I need to break your other leg?" Darkholme immediately stopped, a friendly smile spreading across his face. "How can I help the two of you?" Seeing that Darkholme was cooperative, Hobert nonchalantly nodded towards the door, completely disregarding gentlemanly manners. "Aren't you going to invite us in for some tea?" Darkholme replied, "It would be my honor." As he led the way, he ordered his subordinates to boil water and prepare tea. It was evident that Darkholme enjoyed the finer things in life. His house had a living room, a bedroom, and decent decor, looking quite out of place in the East Burrow. Hobert plopped down on the sofa and tossed the letter he was carrying to Darkholme. "Read it yourself." Darkholme immediately had a bad feeling. He hobbled over to the table, picked up the letter, and after glancing at it, his face turned pale. This is a letter from boss Zachary." Hobert said leisurely, "Sorry, wrong letter. This is the one." He threw the letter Darkholme had written to Hmon onto the table. Darkholme only needed to see the envelope before collapsing onto the sofa. The smile disappeared from Darkholme's face, replaced by a look of despair. He asked in a dejected tone, "Did you capture Mr. Hmon?" Hobert replied ambiguously, "I think you're now the real boss of the Cuckoo Pub." Darkholme wasn't the least bit pleased. Instead, he looked worried. "But what about Zachary?" This time, Hobert spoke with certainty. "You'll never see him again." Darkholme slumped on the sofa. After a long pause, he asked, "What do the two of you want from me?" "I want you to explain how you came to know Hmon and why you follow his orders." "Sir, I have no choice." Darkholme smiled bitterly. "As far as I know, every pub in the East Burrow has some mysterious backers. They include ambassadors from various countries, noble lords, Highlanders, and even landlords from the southern continent. The Highlanders he mentioned referred to people from the highlands at the foot of the Hornaces mountain range. These people were fierce warriors, and for a long time, they were one of the biggest problems for the Lone Kingdom. With the advancements in gunpowder weapons over the past century or two, the Highlanders were finally subdued. Some of them came to Backlund, and due to their bravery and ruthlessness, they quickly became prominent figures in the East Burrow's unique gangs. Darkholme spread his hands. "Too many people in the East Burrow have lost hope in life. They are well suited to be spies or assassins. Who could resist employing such cheap and fearless warriors?" He continued, "No one knows who truly owns the Cuckoo Pub, but Zachary has been a boss there for a long time. Before he left, Zachary took me to meet Mr. Hmon. Only then did I realize that Hmon was the real boss behind the scenes." I was merely working for Mr. Hmon, gathering some intelligence for him, managing the pub's black market, and handing over most of the profits to him. I once tried to falsify the accounts and pocket some of the profits for myself, but Mr. Hmon quickly saw through my little trick and nearly broke my right leg. Of course, Hmon would see through it. He's an expert con artist. Hobert nodded. No wonder he noticed yesterday that Darkholm's right leg seemed injured. I'd also like to know more of Heyman's hideouts. Half serious, he added, "We've destroyed a few, but we haven't found what we were looking for." Darkholm immediately said, 56 Gaspin Street. I go there every week to hand over the pub's accounts and profits. Hobert shook his head. We just came from there. From the moment they entered, Zio had been yawning continuously. Now, hearing Hobert's tone change, she immediately perked up as it was finally time for her favorite part, interrogation. Darkholm became flustered. I only know of that one place. Hobert calmly pulled out materials like Holy Night powder and Amantha essence. I know of a potion that can turn your mind to mush. If I ask you questions then, you'll definitely answer honestly. The unfortunate part is that after that, your mind will stay scrambled forever, and you'll become a madman. Zio memorized everything Hobert said. She had to admit, Hobert's interrogation method was very innovative, greatly enhancing her violent aesthetic when dealing with criminals. Hobert's intimidation was perfect for dealing with a scoundrel like Darkholm. Ordinary threats wouldn't have fazed Darkholm, but when he saw Zachary in the letter, most of his psychological defenses had already crumbled. Additionally, from the intelligence he had gathered, he vaguely knew of the existence of the Beyonder world. When he heard Hobert's words and saw the potions Hobert brought out, though he didn't understand what they were, his intuition as an ordinary person told him that the contents of those small bottles were not simple. Thus, the remaining bit of Darkholm's psychological defenses collapsed as well. I know this much, and I also know that Mr. Hmon seems to have many Beyonder abilities. He unintentionally revealed that he has connections with a farmer named Hmon in the southern outskirts. He also mentioned finding clues to a treasure at number 37 Minsk Street. That's all. That's really all. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. Now, that's more like it. He put away the potions and powders. If someone claiming to be Heyman's associate contacts you, just say that we've interrogated you multiple times already and that your leg injury is proof. You don't need to send us a message. When we come to the Cuckoo Pub, just say the goods you ordered earlier have arrived, and we'll understand. Hobert and Zio stood up together. Darkholm hurriedly asked, and then, I haven't thought that far yet. Hobert, however, replied, that's not something you need to ask. Suddenly remembering something, he added, by the way, where did you learn to read and write? When I was young, I attended a grammar school, Darkholm said with a bitter smile. Later, when my father's business failed, we had to move to the East Burrow. Sir, to tell you the truth, I dream of going back to the south of the bridge, to my old home. But when I went back to check, another family had already moved in. It's no longer the home I remember. Another business failure. Small merchants these days are just too prone to bankruptcy. Hobert glanced at the furnishings of the house. No wonder Darkholm's residence seemed so out of place in the East Burrow. Then he marveled at Heyman's meticulous planning. Someone like Darkholm, who had once been middle class, would be more desperate than the people of the East Burrow to regain a middle-class life. Only strong desires can be better exploited by someone like Hmon. Taking a deep breath, Hobert walked outside, saying something he had once told Vale. If you do fewer things that extinguish your conscience, you might live a few more years. Thank you for the advice, sir. With Darkholm's voice of gratitude behind them, Hobert and Zio walked out onto the street. Zio quietly conferred with Hobert. I remember you mentioned yesterday, during the mediumship with Zachary, that Hmon spoke of Bishop Hmon. Could it be that? Hobert replied in a low voice. It's unlikely Hmon accidentally revealed such important information. He must have his reasons for doing so. We shouldn't let ourselves be used by him. Additionally, Hmon is likely connected to the Aurora Order. For our safety, let's stop investigating this case here. Zio shared the same thoughts. She let out a long breath. This is the most complicated and dangerous commission I've ever experienced. Had it not been for her cooperation with Hobert, she might still be stuck dealing with Darkholme, unable to trace Hmon or find Zachary. Hobert smiled, but the rewards are quite considerable. Commissions involving the Beyonder world may bring quick profits, but they're also very dangerous. It's best to handle fewer of them for now. Hobert continued, "Are you attending Mr. A's gathering today?" "Yes. Yesterday. I thought about it for a long time. Although Mr. A is very dangerous, the gathering itself should be safe," Zio said, "so we plan to attend the gathering as usual." Hobert added, "Could you take me along?" Zio was slightly surprised. "Don't you have a reliable gathering of your own?" Hobert smiled. "The more such gatherings, the better." Zio nodded. "Sure, after lunch, we'll go and meet up with my friend." She understood perfectly well that Hobert's contribution to this investigation far exceeded hers. Splitting the spoils evenly wouldn't be fair to him. Taking him to Mr. A's gathering would be a way to repay the favor. With yesterday's tense atmosphere gone, Hobert and Zio chatted casually, though they were careful not to reveal any specific information about themselves. Their conversation was harmonious, but behind them, Furs was fighting the urge to bite her nails. She had to stay on high alert while following them, always wary that Hobert might suddenly turn hostile. Luckily, the worst-case scenario she had imagined didn't happen. Hobert didn't seem to have any malicious intent, but that's what made it strange. Why didn't he have any ill intentions? Watching them chat, Furs had a sudden realization. Could it be that this guy has feelings for Zio? Zio might be short, but her face is quite pretty, with a rare kind of youthful innocence that appeals to certain perverse nobles. No, I have to warn Zio not to fall for it. Guys like Hobert, these rich young men, love to deceive naive girls. When Hobert wasn't paying attention, Zio left a message for her friend, explaining that Hobert would also be attending the afternoon gathering. Furs covered her forehead, thinking it's over. Zio might have already fallen for him. Still, she went ahead with the plan, carrying the small box to meet up with Zio at Viscount Glaint's residence. 1,600 pounds. This was the largest sum of money Furs and Zio had ever seen, so it couldn't be out of her sight. 2 cabs pulled up almost simultaneously at the Viscount's residence. The short Zio introduced the two. "This is my good friend, Furs." "Furs, this is the Hobert I've mentioned to you." Furs coldly said, "Mr. Hobert, it's a pleasure to meet you." Hobert was slightly taken aback. "Miss Furs, it seems that meeting me isn't a pleasure for you. So this is the magician lady?" She's about 160 centimeters tall, wearing a high-collared long dress, with messy brown curls draped over her shoulders and tired light blue eyes. Hobert said pointedly, "Miss Furs, you don't look like you're in great shape." Furs impatiently replied, "Isn't it because—" She took a deep breath and then said coldly, "Sorry, I need to talk to Zio alone." Without waiting for Hobert's response, she dragged Zio away. Hobert grew increasingly puzzled, watching the two women whispering in the distance, occasionally glancing in his direction. "They're definitely bad-mouthing me," Hobert muttered under his breath. At that moment, Zio shouted loudly, "Oh, Furs, is there a curly-haired baboon living in your brain?" Hobert didn't know what Zio and Furs had discussed, but after they regrouped, Hobert felt that Miss Magician had significantly reduced her hostility towards him. The three of them, guided by a servant, met with Viscount Glaint. Glaint looked at Hobert. "Have we met somewhere before?" "Yes, Viscount," Hobert smiled and said, "I had the honor of witnessing the Viscount's grace on the dance floor at a banquet." Christian, being a commander, of course attended or hosted some banquets, and Hobert had encountered Viscount Glaint at a few of them. However, one was a noble and the other the child of a commander, so they had no interaction and were only familiar with each other's faces. Glaint laughed. "Next time at a banquet, I will be sure to notice you." Then he asked, "And you, are you also?" Hobert smiled and said, "Yes, I'm also a mysticism enthusiast." Glaint revealed a smile that said, "I understand." At this moment, the butler appeared at the door and said, "Young master, Miss Audrey has arrived." Glaint personally went to the door to greet her. "Dear Audrey, every time I see you, you possess a different kind of beauty." Audrey, wearing a hood and leather boots, entered. "Glaint, your compliments are becoming more and more like the way elders praise others." "Oh, Mr. Hobert, I didn't expect you to be here as well." Hobert stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Miss Audrey," he explained. "I just completed a commission with Zio, and we're heading to attend a gathering together." Suddenly, Glaint exclaimed, "I remember now. You're the lawyer who managed to bail out Miss Zio in just one day." Audrey shook her head with a smile. "Viscount, your memory is becoming as unreliable as the elders." Everyone burst into laughter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 5 young people went together to attend Mr. A's gathering. This gathering was unlike the one hosted by the Mercenary Club. It wasn't as safe. So, Hobert borrowed a hooded cloak from Glaint and entered the venue wearing it. Audrey and Glaint were here to purchase potion formulas, but unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. No one was selling the spectator or apothecary formulas. Hobert came mainly to check the quality of the Beyonder materials being traded. Comparatively, the materials traded at gatherings initiated by the Mercenary Club were of a higher grade, even including Sequence 5 level materials, while those traded here were mostly Sequence 8 or Sequence 9 materials. Of course, at such gatherings lacking trust, any good items would typically be traded privately. At this moment, a piece of transaction information loudly announced by the waiter caught Hobert's attention. The waiter said, "A gentleman is seeking a way to defeat his past self." Someone at the gathering laughed twice. Strangling oneself might be the best way to defeat oneself. This remark drew a lot of laughter. However, after Mr. A cast a cold glance at them, the laughter abruptly stopped, as if they'd fallen into an ice house. After order was restored, the waiter continued reading other transaction information. Hobert stroked his chin. Defeating one's past self. Now that's interesting. He raised his hand and beckoned the waiter. "I'd like to trade with the gentleman seeking the method to defeat himself." Zio and Audrey were slightly taken aback. They too had heard the information and felt the mystery of the Beyonder world. Could there really be a method to defeat one's past self? Hobert's response also surprised them slightly. Could this lawyer already know how to defeat one's past self? Zio hurriedly reminded Hobert, "This is not a game. If you deceive other participants, you'll face punishment from Mr. A." Hobert smiled wryly. "Do I seem that unreliable to you?" As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at Furs. Zio was momentarily stunned. Hobert had indeed shown his reliability yesterday. It's Furs who had always told me not to trust him, and now I find myself losing faith in him. Yet, he's a Beyonder who even knows ritual magic. Audrey suddenly said, "I'd like to observe this transaction." During Zio's case, Hobert had left a deep impression on her. More importantly, she was also curious about what method there could be to defeat one's past self. Oh heavens, that's one's past self. How could one defeat it? Hobert said to the waiter, "Please relay my companion's wishes." The waiter nodded and went toward the closed room. After a short while, he returned. The gentleman has agreed to your request. Please follow me." Hobert walked in front, with Audrey following closely, and Zio and Glaint also tagging along. They were all curious about how one could defeat their past self. Furs muttered, "You always act like you know everything." Saying that, she also followed. The venue had many small enclosed rooms specifically for participants to conduct one-on-one transactions. The person they were about to meet clearly hadn't expected so many observers. His first reaction was to stand up and run, but after seeing the waiter and realizing that the others meant no harm, he awkwardly smiled. "This reminds me of an old surgery case. Only one patient on the bed, but so many people watching." Hobert smiled. "Apologies, your question is quite complex, so we might need to have some necessary discussions." The other party, wearing a hood, only revealed his chin, but from the voice he sounded quite young. "Indeed, this problem is not easy to solve. I've attended several gatherings, but I haven't found the answer I'm looking for yet. I hope you won't disappoint me." Hobert nodded. "Can you explain in more detail? Why do you want to defeat yourself? Which aspect of yourself do you want to defeat?" He spread his hands, We all know that a person can't go back in time to defeat their former self. That would be meaningless. But in the occult world, defeating one's past self can have many interpretations. For instance, overcoming a past psychological shadow could also be seen as defeating one's past self. Zio and Glaint didn't quite understand Hobert's meaning, but Audrey and Furs seemed to catch on, their faces under their hoods showing thoughtful expressions. The other party straightened up. You seem very professional, and that raises my expectations for your answer. He continued, There's a gentleman who, in his youth, committed many crimes, but one day, under the guidance of a deity, he had a moral awakening. Since then, he has abandoned a life of murder and arson, becoming a priest and spreading the light of the gods, helping many people through difficult times. However, his younger self has always tormented him, preventing him from finding ultimate redemption. So he wants to defeat his past self. Hobert's first reaction was, a giant bishop from the Church of the Earth Mother? The person described sounded a lot like that giant bishop with a name that ends in sky. Hobert guessed it must be him. There couldn't be so many people in Backlund who had turned over a new leaf in such a way. Hobert decided to probe the other party. I think I understand. The person you mentioned is trying to defeat the evil and bloodthirsty side of his past self, correct? The other party shifted excitedly in their seat. Your description is spot on. Could you please tell me how to solve this problem? Before that, let's first talk about compensation, Hobert replied. How about 120 pounds in cash? The other party suggested. Zio's eyes widened. 120 pounds, just like that? She had seen someone selling a sheriff potion formula earlier for 450 pounds. Even though she could make a large profit from the commissions completed with Hobert, it still wasn't enough to cover 450 pounds. But how did this lawyer earn money so quickly? However, Hobert said, I'm more interested in getting the apothecary potion formula from you than cash. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Zio and the others immediately looked at Viscount Glaint and then at the hooded figure sitting opposite them. The hooded figure stood up as if ready to flee. How did you know? Audrey, observing the person's body language, deduced that they felt very insecure, more like a fugitive, as though someone might appear at any moment to arrest them for a bounty. Hobert had already gathered the information he wanted. Based on this reaction, there was no doubt it was the giant bishop. At the same time, he understood why the person felt so insecure. After all, the Lone Kingdom was not a major region of worship for the Earth Mother, and Earth Mother priests and followers wouldn't easily trust heretics here. Hobert quickly reassured him, a friend of mine is a follower of the Earth Mother. I heard about the bishop's experience from him, though I forgot the bishop's name. I only remember that it had a Fasak Empire ring to it, something like sky. The person breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. It's Bishop Utravsky. Then he asked, what's your friend's name? In Backlund, there were quite a few casual followers of the Earth Mother, but only a few dozen devout ones, and he knew most of them. Hobert blurted out, Emilyn. The man was visibly confused. I don't recall a follower by that name. If Hobert hadn't said it so quickly, he would have thought the name was made up. Hobert waved his hand. That doesn't affect our deal, nor does it affect the trust between us. The man nodded, pausing for a moment before saying, your asking price is too high. My limit is 150 pounds, and the apothecary potion formula is worth at least 230 pounds. Perhaps we could arrange a three-way deal, Viscount Glaint interjected. I could pay Mr. Hobert 150 pounds in cash, then pay you 100 pounds, and you provide me with the apothecary potion formula. That would mean I'm effectively buying the formula for 250 pounds, while you each receive your compensation, 150 pounds for one and 100 pounds for the other. After that, you can proceed with your own transaction, and no one owes anyone. The man, however, shook his head. Apologies, but we are here to spread the Earth Mother's light, not to sell potion formulas. He added, Bishop Utravsky indeed has permission to exchange potion formulas for an opportunity for self-redemption, but we cannot sell them. We can only conduct mystical transactions. Of course, if you begin to sincerely believe in the Earth Mother's light and contribute to the church, there will be opportunities to obtain the formula. The man was a servant of the bishop who had followed Utravsky to Backlund, so he knew all the details. Viscount Glaint appeared disappointed. I don't wish to convert because of this, Hobert said. In that case, we can do this. You can owe me the payment for now, and when I assist Bishop Utravsky in the future, he can pay me with the apothecary potion formula. For instance, bringing Mr. Moriarty, who could completely resolve the issue, to the giant bishop would be an easy task for him, although he would have to wait until the beloved fool advanced to sequence 7. Audrey suddenly found Hobert's "you can owe me" quite familiar, but after thinking about it, she couldn't recall owing him anything. The man thought for a moment. Agreed. I'll now tell you how to defeat your past self, Hobert said. You will need the help of a mid-sequence Beyonder from the Spectator pathway or an equivalent mystical item, along with a mid-sequence combat-capable Beyonder to assist. The specific method for the Spectator to separate Bishop Utravsky's evil, bloodthirsty personality, then hypnotize both the separated personality and the combat-capable Beyonder, or draw them into a dream world together. In the dream world, the combat-capable Beyonder only needs to kill the separated personality for the bishop to be truly redeemed. After Hobert finished explaining, the room fell silent. Audrey's eyes sparkled. She hadn't expected to have such a mysterious ability once she became a mid-sequence Beyonder. Zio and Furs felt like they were learning about the Beyonder world for the first time. Could you really defeat yourself this way? Viscount Glaint, on the other hand, appeared thoughtful, now viewing Hobert with a slightly different attitude. After a few moments, the man said, "This method sounds very feasible, but where will we find a mid-sequence Beyonder from the Spectator pathway? Could it be that Bishop Utravsky hasn't acquired the mental terror candle yet?" Hobert realized that if the bishop had the mental terror candle, he wouldn't be seeking a way to defeat himself. With that in mind, Hobert spread his hands. "If I help you find the person, the payment won't just be the apothecary formula." The man nodded. "You're right," he added. "Your answer is indeed worth £150. Hobert smiled. "I'm Hobert, a lawyer. When I go to assist Bishop Utravsky and collect the debt, I'll mention my name and profession." The man stood up and said, "You are a generous and trustworthy gentleman." The transaction concluded, and Hobert and his group of 5 left the gathering, heading to Viscount Glaint's carriage. Zio couldn't help but ask Hobert, "Aren't you afraid Bishop Utravsky won't honor the debt?" Hobert smiled. "He can run, but the church can't. If he doesn't pay up, I'll just sell off his church's belongings to settle the debt." Though he seemed careless about the transaction's payment, it was because he knew the bishop was committed to his self-redemption and wouldn't easily deceive anyone over such matters. That's why Hobert felt at ease, leaving the debt unpaid for now. Hobert added with a smile, "Besides, this is the only way I'll get the apothecary potion formula." Glaint smiled at Hobert and said, "If you can get the potion formula for apothecary, I'm willing to buy it for £270. The extra £20 is for you to tell me about the entire process of the transaction. I have a hunch, and yes, in the field of mysticism, premonitions are crucial. I have a feeling that this deal will involve many fascinating pieces of occult knowledge, which is exactly the kind of information I'm after." Audrey smiled and said, "I would also like to sit in on it. I believe the generous Viscount Glaint wouldn't mind an additional listener." Glaint smiled and replied, "Of course." The two of them then looked toward Hobert. "Happy to help," Hobert smiled and added, "Additionally, I hope that the 5 of us who share common interests can form a small mutual aid alliance. Of course, I understand that the esteemed Miss Audrey and Viscount Glaint have entered the Beyonder world out of curiosity. But in the future, you may need some Beyonder materials or require us to investigate things that might be inconvenient for you to look into yourselves." Glaint nodded. "You're absolutely right. In the future, I may have more dealings with the Beyonder world. Having a few trustworthy partners would be very beneficial." He smiled and added, "And naturally, in the future, I can also provide you all with potions you can use without any concerns." Audrey chimed in, and I can offer my psychological analysis." Inside, she was already very excited. This would be a Beyonder circle outside of the Tarot Club, and it was one that she was helping to establish. If run well, it might even become a new mystical organization in the future. What she didn't know, however, was that this group already had 2 members of the Tarot Club and 2 future members, essentially making it the Backlund branch of the Tarot Club. Hobert smiled and said, "I can provide reliable legal aid and help resolve mundane or Beyonder-related issues." Zio, feeling the enthusiasm, added, "I excel at arbitration, investigation, and interrogation." Finally, everyone turned to Furs. Caught off guard, Furs stammered, I'm good at obtaining things that are not convenient to retrieve directly." Hobert clapped his hands. "Should we come up with a name for our group?" Audrey suggested, "How about Justice League?" "Girl, just how much do you love the word justice?" This made Hobert think of the Avengers. That's a good name. Then, the Justice League is officially formed. We are gathered together on the principle of mutual assistance, seeking to expand our reach within the Beyonder world. The 5 young people were somewhat excited, knowing that from now on, the Justice League would be their own small realm. Once the excitement had calmed down a bit, Audrey suddenly asked, "Why would the Earth Mother Church have the potion formula for apothecary?" Hobert replied, "This involves a rule that the Church has deliberately kept hidden. We all know that the Earth Mother Church has a complete set of potion formulas for the planter pathway, but they also deliberately absorb Beyonders from the apothecary pathway. Just like how the Evernight Goddess Church, aside from having a complete set of sleepless pathway potion formulas, also cultivates Beyonders from the corpse collector pathway." Audrey nodded thoughtfully, sensing that Hobert hadn't shared the whole truth. But since it was a deliberately hidden matter, she didn't press further, as in the Beyonder world, mysticism knowledge equated to power and wealth. The 5 parted ways in front of Viscount Glaine's estate. Zio and Furs watched the other 3's carriages leave, exchanged a glance, and both felt that Hobert had given them a valuable lesson today. They had met Audrey and Glaint a few times before, but they had never solidified their relationships. Yet, this was Hobert's first time participating in one of their operations, and he had already united them around him. Indeed, as an observer, Furs clearly recognized that the cornerstone of this Justice League was not the beautiful Miss Audrey, nor the highest status Viscount Glaint, but Hobert. Zio suddenly asked, "It's clear that Hobert knows a lot about mysticism. Should we ask him about the full moon ravings?" Furs shook her head. "Let's wait. I still don't fully trust him." That was her weak spot, something she dared not reveal lightly. Hobert glanced at his pocket watch. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, so he first headed to 51 Henry Street in the West Burrow. He asked the coachman to wait for a moment, then glanced at the sign at number 51, Gal Herbal Shop. In the lower right corner of the sign were the words, "Various occult materials for sale." The window displayed some common and decorative herbs. Together with the shop's dark interior, it exuded an air of mystery. This was the place. Hobert entered the shop. The first thing he noticed was the variety of herbs and occult materials filling the room. Even above the counter, there were rows of neatly arranged display cases. The products were organized meticulously, and the glass bottles containing the medicines were polished to a gleaming shine, giving off a sense of abundance and professionalism. Behind the counter, Gal sat in a chair smoking a pipe. Upon seeing Hobert, he immediately removed the pipe from his mouth and smiled. "Mr. Hobert, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. What can I help you with this time?" "This time, I'm here to sell you some special materials," Hobert said. "But I need to conduct the transaction at the Mercenaries Club. The carriage is just outside." Gal smiled and said, "May I take a look?" "No, it must be traded at the club." If Gal were a character mentioned in the original work, Hobert would know whether to trust him. But since he didn't recall seeing Gal's name, he remained cautious in their dealings. Very well. Gal called over a shop assistant to mind the store, then donned his hat, picked up his cane, and grabbed a small briefcase before following Hobert to the carriage. They smoothly entered the Mercenaries Club, where, guided by an attendant, they entered a small meeting room. It was then that Hobert took out and opened the iron box containing the mutated eyeball. Gal glanced at the eyeball, then quickly closed the lid of the iron box. "Goddess, where did you get something so evil?" Hobert smiled. "If I have to explain its origin, the price will double." "All right, I won't ask then." Gal placed his hand on the iron box, as if examining it. After a while, he asked, "Name your price." £100. Gal shook his head. "Although it's rare, it's also not very useful and hard to sell. Moreover, if the church discovers it, it will be a big problem." Hobert smiled. "From what I know, it has quite a wide range of applications, such as in some curses, rituals that attract the attention of malevolent entities, and even creating potions with Beyonder properties. If the mutated eyeball were to fall into the hands of official Beyonders, it might be used as an ingredient for some poison or simply destroyed." Hobert had never been an official Beyonder, nor would he think about things from their perspective. In his view, in this metropolis of 5 million people, one more mutated eyeball wouldn't make the city more evil, and one less mutated eyeball wouldn't make it better. For him, exchanging these things for cash to strengthen himself, allowing him to be a bit safer in this world, was enough. With his current strength, there was no need to overthink it. Seeing that Hobert was an expert, Gal didn't haggle too much. After a friendly negotiation, they settled at £85. Hobert took out £5 and placed it in his wallet as his cut from fencing the goods, then wrapped the remaining £80 in paper. He planned to split the money with Zio after selling the Beyonder characteristic of the secret supplicant. Hobert hadn't planned to sell the Beyonder characteristic of the secret's supplicant to Gal. He intended to wait for the gathering, where he would sell it. First, there was the protection of the golden-masked individual, and second, it would serve as his entry ticket to that circle. Most participants in that gathering were military personnel who had a natural foundation of trust. People like Hobert, who hadn't served, were rare. To fully integrate into their circle, he needed to complete a few trades at the gathering to prove his reliability. After completing the deal with Gal, Hobert went to the message wall on the 3rd floor and asked the attendant to leave a message. "I currently have a batch of jewelry and gold for sale, roughly valued at £1,500. Hobert planned to sell those assets and hand over the cash to Mr. Robin and his cousin. If they were to sell it themselves, they could easily attract unwanted attention. And with the backing of the mercenary club, no one would dare disrupt transactions here. After leaving the message, Hobert saw that it was still early, so he ordered a cup of tea and rested in the lounge area. He had been rushing around for the past 2 days and was beginning to miss his days on the Backlund University campus. Back then, he had promised to treat 2 classmates to a meal, but he still hadn't fulfilled that promise. Hobert remembered that one of those classmates had a family of judges, and the other was from a wealthy merchant family. Their connections would surely come in handy in the future, so he needed to maintain those relationships. He held a newspaper in his hand, but didn't read a single word, his mind occupied with various concerns. After a while, Hobert realized he had gradually adapted to the lifestyle of this era, where every opportunity was used to build connections. Life on Earth, no, life in the Common Era, was becoming more distant. As he was lost in thought, he overheard 2 soldiers nearby discussing, "The battle in the southern continent should have started by now, right? How could it have started so soon? They left on Sunday night, and it's only Wednesday afternoon." "You don't know? They're heading to the southern continent in a military airship." "What? A military airship? I bet those Faceac bastards will be just as surprised when they're ambushed by our men." The military sure spared no expense this time. Their resolve is undeniable. The rewards for this mission will definitely be rich. Hobert pretended to be focused on his newspaper, but his mind was racing. This must be part of the retaliation against the Faceac people. Though the military hadn't acted directly, they were providing many conveniences for the mercenaries. Around 5 o'clock, Hobert finished the last sip of his tea, used the washroom, and then hailed a cab back home. Dinner was as lively and pleasant as usual. After the meal, the family enjoyed some tea and conversation before each retired to their rooms. Tonight, Hobert had 2 experiments to conduct. After locking his door, He first set up a wall of spirituality, lit candles on the table according to the binary method, and drew a simple throne symbol with a circular sigil representing distortion on the table. The simple drawing and sigil together formed the symbol of the Black Emperor. Hobert had noticed this symbol on the back of the chair during the Tarot Club meeting. Because of the uniqueness of Sefirah Castle, this symbol theoretically represented his own mark, which is why he had designed this experiment. Finally, Hobert placed the beyonder characteristic of the secret's supplicant in the center of the simple altar. Once everything was prepared, he chanted in Hermes, "Creator in the shadow of order. You are the beginning and end of all order. You are the ruler of the bell of order. Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to accept his offering. I pray for you to open the door to your kingdom." Inside the wall of spirituality, a strange wind suddenly stirred, and a patch of darkness that seemed to swallow everything appeared on the ceiling. Hobert didn't expect such a large reaction, so he quickly used reverse walking to enter the nation of disorder. Seated on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw two bronze doors appear in the air at the end of the pool in front of him, and he vaguely heard his own prayer. This first confirmed that his three-segmented honorific could indeed point to himself on the Iron Throne, something he had long wanted to test but hadn't had the time for. Next, Hobert noticed a white glowing star had appeared in the pool before the Iron Throne, extending his spirituality toward it. He saw himself standing before the simple altar in his bedroom. Using the real sight of the nation of disorder, Hobert carefully examined himself. Yesterday's mediumship subject, Zachary, was already showing signs of losing control and had been noticeably tainted. Hobert's astral and spirit bodies were protected by the nation of disorder, so he didn't need to worry about being polluted by Zachary. However, he feared that the pollution might use his spirituality as a bridge to contaminate his mind and ether bodies, as Zachary had clearly been tainted in those two layers. Under real sight, the colors of his body appeared normal, though he did look a bit tired. It seemed he had overused his spirituality yesterday, leading to physical exhaustion. Hobert withdrew his spirituality from the Iron Throne. The first experiment was a success. His self-designed honorific was effective. He then proceeded with the second experiment. His spirituality extended toward the bronze doors, which opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of the altar. With a grasping motion, the beyonder characteristic of the secret's supplicant vanished from the altar and appeared before the Iron Throne. Success. He rubbed his forehead. His spirituality had been somewhat drained. In the future, whenever he acquired beyonder materials or characteristics, he could store them in the nation of disorder without worrying about them being discovered or stolen. Elated by the experiment's success, Hobert returned to his bedroom, intending to rest and restore his spirituality before proceeding with the granting ceremony to retrieve the beyonder characteristic of the secret supplicant. Just as he re-entered his body, there was a knock on the door, followed by Christian's voice. "Hobert, are you all right? I sensed an unusual force in your room." "Darn it." Hobert hurriedly tidied up the table. "I'm fine," he called out, before rushing to open the door in a fluster. Outside stood Christian, concern written all over his face. It couldn't be helped. Hobert's family members were just too prone to losing control. Christian gave Hobert a thorough once-over before finally relaxing. Seeing that no one else was in the hallway, he whispered, "Just now, I clearly sensed a surge of powerful energy." Hobert half-truthfully replied, "I was just experimenting with my abilities." Seeing that Christian still looked skeptical, Hobert quickly shifted the topic. "Could it, maybe, have something to do with what happened to me yesterday?" The doorway wasn't the best place for a conversation, so Christian led Hobert into the study, where Hobert briefly recounted his experiences from the previous day. Hearing it involved the Aurora Order, Christian immediately became more serious, giving Hobert a thorough examination from head to toe. After concluding that there were no issues, Christian reminded Hobert to constantly monitor his condition in the near future. At the slightest sign of anything unusual, he was to come to him immediately. If an evil god had indeed taken notice, there might be no apparent symptoms at first, but over time, Hobert could gradually become corrupted, with the effects erupting at some point. Christian also agreed with Hobert's assessment. The Aurora Order wouldn't go after him, a mere peripheral member, for revenge. Besides, Christian, as a commander of the kingdom, wasn't afraid of any retaliation from the Aurora Order. After spending more than an hour in the study, Hobert was finally free again. Back in his bedroom, Hobert realized that having a mid-sequence powerhouse at home did indeed provide some protection. Just like with the wealth he acquired yesterday, he could leave it safely at home without having to constantly keep it on him, unlike furs. But that came with its own problem. His secrets were at greater risk of exposure. Previously, he had performed a prayer ritual to the Evernight goddess, but it was relatively simple and didn't cause much of a disturbance. Besides, since the goddess held dominion over concealment, Christian hadn't noticed anything. However, the experiment he had just conducted was different. Hobert couldn't yet precisely control the power projected from the nation of disorder into the external world, which caused the surge of energy to spill beyond the wall of spirituality, where Christian sensed it. Hobert quickly calculated his finances and decided he could afford to rent a place outside. This way, he would have a safe spot to attend the tarot club and conduct his experiments in peace. After waiting for another half hour without further interruptions, Hobert once again used the reverse walk method to enter the nation of disorder. The beyonder characteristic of the secret's supplicant was still there. Hobert decided to leave it for now. He wasn't about to perform a bestowal ritual at home. He then proceeded with his daily observation routine. Since it was already quite late, Rafter had already started watching some inappropriate content. Hobert quickly moved on, turning his focus to Elliot. It wasn't that Hobert had a voyeuristic habit. He was trying to determine whether Elliot and Raft could be trusted. Once he was confident in his conclusions, he wouldn't observe them so frequently. Elliot was having dinner at a restaurant with two companions. The food looked rich and had a distinct southern continent flavor. The three of them were eating quietly, savoring the meal, unlike the other diners who were loudly conversing at nearby tables. Hobert glanced at the restaurant, noting its strong local southern continent style, with beautiful feather decorations and wooden pillars and beams quite different from northern continent architecture. Just as Hobert was about to move on, he noticed a man dining alone in the corner who looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, Hobert remembered. The man had been at the Mercenary Guild gathering, recruiting a teammate skilled in communicating with spirits. Their mercenary team had been tasked with a mission to retaliate against the Fasak Empire in the southern continent. Hobert's thoughts raced. General Anthony was secretly supported by the Fasak Empire, which meant the mercenaries had chosen his territory for their revenge. While Hobert's mind was whirling, the middle-aged man had already risen to pay his bill. Hesitating for a moment, Hobert made up his mind, imprinting the man's image into the star that represented Elliot, before speaking in a supreme voice, "Follow him." As long as he didn't channel power into the star, only Elliot would hear his words. In a restaurant in Cancel City, southern continent, as Elliot ate, the mighty figure seated on the iron sword throne suddenly appeared in his mind. He then saw the image of a middle-aged man dressed somewhat sloppily, followed by that supreme voice, "Follow him." Elliot almost jumped out of his seat. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. That strange and powerful being had been watching him all this time. At the same time, he saw the middle-aged man in his mind, standing up to pay the bill. Suppressing his fear and excitement, Elliot tried to act natural. He thought about his sister playing in the grass and his good friend's angelic daughter, whose 12th birthday was coming soon. In the end, he decided to obey the mysterious being's command. One of his companions, noticing something off, asked, "Choked on a bone?" "No." Elliot forced a smile. "I just remembered something. I'll be back later tonight." Not waiting for his companion's reactions, Elliot stood up and left the restaurant through a side door. He carefully tailed the middle-aged man, afraid of being noticed. Cancel City, the second largest city under General Anthony's rule, wasn't much more than a commercial district with a few intersecting streets and a basic wall around the outskirts. In the southern continent's small cities, walls were essential. You never knew when war might break out. Within the city, Following the man wasn't too difficult. But when the man climbed over the wall and left the city, things got trickier. Unable to follow too closely, Elliot had to rely on details like trampled grass to track the man's path. Tracking was something Elliot had practiced since childhood. In the dense forest, he was confident he wouldn't be detected by a higher sequence beyonder. After following for some distance, Elliot noticed from the footprints on the grass that the middle-aged man had gathered a group of people in the forest, and they were all heading in the same direction. After over an hour of careful tracking, Elliot found himself near the road leading out of Cancel City. In the distance, he heard the sound of hooves. There was a sizable convoy approaching. Elliot guessed the middle-aged man's target was the convoy. Just as he found a hiding spot, two figures glowing with black light dashed out from the grass and toppled one of the carriages. Next came the sounds of imprison, exile, distort, and weaken. Some of the horses on the road died directly from the aftermath of the battle, while others, startled by the sudden conflict, dragged their carriages and crashed into each other, putting those inside the carriages at a greater disadvantage. Elliot lay flat on the ground, not daring to move. This was the fiercest Beyonder battle he had ever witnessed. By his estimation, at least 4 Sequence 5s were involved, along with at least 10 Sequence SXS and an uncountable number of Sequence 7s and Sequence 8s. The mysterious being seated on the Iron Throne was tracking the middle-aged man, who was part of the ambushing group. Many of them were Beyonders from the lawyer pathway. Their control abilities were formidable, continuously using weaken, disorder, and corrosion to suppress the Beyonders inside the carriage. Their companions, mostly Beyonders from the Arbiter pathway, excelled in close combat. They primarily used imprison to trap the enemy before rushing in together to finish them off. The battle was one-sided from the start until a red spear of flame was shot from one of the carriages, momentarily halting the enemy's advance, giving the ambushed group a brief moment to catch their breath. However, the carriage that had fired the red spear soon began to emit a radiant light. With a solemn shout of punishment, 2 Sequence 5s shrouded in black holy light, and another Sequence 5, exuding an aura of chaos, began to assault the one who had thrown the flaming spear. The other Beyonders in the carriage took this opportunity to jump out and flee toward the forest on the opposite side of the battlefield. But after running only a short distance, they heard the sounds of distortion and imprison nearby, clearly indicating that the ambushers had set up another trap in that direction. In the end, the ambushed Beyonders had no choice but to regroup and break out along the road. Elliot pressed himself even lower to the ground as the battle approached his location. He didn't want to die in such a senseless manner. It was at this moment that he realized the mysterious being on the Iron Throne wasn't following him, but was focused on this extraordinary battle. Such a high-level conflict, in a time without large-scale wars, was significant enough to determine the stability and ownership of a warlord's territory in the southern continent. This was something worthy of the attention of a being on the level of the mysterious Iron Throne. The mysterious being on the Iron Throne was observing the battle with great interest through true vision. During the time Elliot had been tracking the middle-aged man, the being had taken a break from the Nation of Disorder, and now he could leisurely watch the fight. Hobert, for the first time, realized that the imprison ability of the Arbiter pathway and the weaken ability of the lawyer pathway could be used in conjunction. First, the opponent is imprisoned, and then 3 or 4 weaken abilities are applied, leaving the target with almost no fighting power. When over 100 Beyonders, organized and premeditated, launched an attack, the power was immense. Even an entire regiment of troops would be no match for them. The battle between the Beyonders came swiftly and ended just as quickly. Soon, the Fasak Empire's Beyonders, pursued by lone Beyonder mercenaries, disappeared around a bend, and the battlefield gradually moved away. On the now quiet road, only the cries of horses remained, along with a few Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 members of the victorious side patrolling the battlefield and tending to their wounded. Elliot finally dared to lift his head slightly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to his area, he was about to leave when something caught his eye. An object glowing with a black light, about the size of cherry. It was the beyonder characteristic of a barbarian, and its owner had died so brutally that their body was barely recognizable, possibly explaining why the beyonder characteristic had separated so quickly. The characteristic wasn't far from Elliot. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He glanced at the attackers far off, still finishing off the defeated, then at the beyonder characteristic. This was exactly what the Balk family needed. The shortage of beyonder characteristics, as the population grew, had led to many madmen in their town. The main battlefield had moved far away, and the mid-sequence beyonders were still locked in combat. This was an opportunity. Elliot made up his mind, adjusted his stance, and dashed forward to grab the large, cherry-like beyonder characteristic. Just as he was about to leave the road, he spotted a necklace clearly imbued with beyonder powers. He snatched the necklace and was about to leave when he noticed a bizarre beyonder mask. Just as he reached for the mask, a towering throne and a mysterious figure flashed in his mind. Go! Elliot realized he had likely been influenced by a beyonder item from the battlefield, unknowingly growing more and more greedy. Thankfully, the voice of the mysterious being on the Iron Throne cleared his mind. But it was too late. A Sequence 8 patrolling the battlefield shouted, "Who's there? Stop!" And, along with a Sequence 7 and another Sequence 8, started chasing him. Elliot ran desperately, but couldn't shake off his pursuers. Just as panic was setting in, a majestic throne appeared in the sky above him, glowing with holy black light, visible even in the night. A vague figure sat on the throne, radiating immense pressure. The three pursuers were startled and scattered in fear. Soon they realized that the powerful being on the throne wasn't attacking them, but had thrown the space in front of them into a chaotic state. When the chaos cleared and space returned to order, the thief who had stolen the beyonder characteristic had vanished, and all traces were erased. After helping Elliot escape his pursuers, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder. Tonight's battle had taught him much. He had gained practical insights into the abilities of Sequence 8, Sequence 7, Sequence 6, and even Sequence 5 beyonders from the lawyer pathway, as well as how beyonders of the same pathway use their powers in combat. In the lawyer pathway, Sequence 7 was a qualitative leap. Before that, barbarians and lawyers didn't have very strong abilities. But starting at Sequence 7, one could use various effects with bribery. That was when real offensive abilities became available. As Hobert was reflecting, a strange echo sounded in his mind. Someone was chanting his name? Or rather, Elliot was chanting his name, since up to this point, only he and Elliot knew his true name. Hobert sighed. He was indeed a bit tired tonight, but the great being on the Iron Throne still had work to do. He used reverse walk to return to the Nation of Disorder, seated himself on the Iron Throne, and saw that the star representing Elliot was pulsing nonstop. Extending his spirituality, Hobert realized that Elliot wanted to offer him the extraordinary necklace he had taken. Elliot knelt devoutly on the ground and said, "Mysterious and great being, thank you for your guidance, which allowed me to obtain the beyonder characteristic of a barbarian. Thank you for reminding me not to be lost in greed. Thank you for helping me escape my pursuers. Your loyal servant wishes to offer this necklace as a sacrifice, expressing my heartfelt gratitude." After repeating this 3 times, the image of the great being on the throne finally appeared in his mind. Then, the great being spoke in a solemn voice. "I am not interested in your offering, mainly because it would consume too much spirituality, and if the sacrifice didn't make it to the Nation of Disorder, things would be awkward." Elliot's voice became even more humble. "Great being, I know this offering is crude in your eyes, but it is the most valuable thing I possess. I really don't know what kind of offering would properly express my gratitude." After a second or two of silence, the solemn voice replied, "Tomorrow night, prepare a simple altar. Draw this symbol in the center of the altar, light 3 candles in the format of binary law, and burn spiritually rich herbs. The incantation is..." Elliot breathed a sigh of relief. The great being finally wanted his offering. The solemn voice added, "From now on, you may call me Creator. Also, in the Beyonder world, always remember to exercise restraint." The voice faded, and the majestic throne disappeared from Elliot's mind. He was filled with indescribable excitement, believing that his heartfelt gratitude had moved the great being, prompting him to reveal his true name, referring to the name of a true God. Regardless of whether the great creator could hear him, Elliot respectfully said, "I will obey your will." He understood that the creator's final words were a reminder, a lesson, and a blessing. What Elliot didn't know was that the great creator simply didn't want his eyes in the southern continent to carelessly turn into a beyonder characteristic. That night, after Hobert left the Nation of Disorder for the 4th time, he was utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. On the southern continent, along the road to Cancel City, lone mercenaries were cleaning up the battlefield. The mercenary captain, Castor Augustus, frowned as he questioned his 3 subordinates. "You're saying that the other party suddenly appeared in midair and didn't attack you?" The battle had been a great victory, and the entire mercenary team was immersed in an atmosphere of exhilaration. However, during the latter half of the battle, a minor incident occurred. Someone had snatched 2 insignificant spoils of war from them. It was a matter that was neither too big nor too small, but it had to be clarified. One of the 3 pursuers who had been chasing Elliot said, "Captain, if they wanted to attack us, we wouldn't have stood a chance." Castor frowned even more deeply. At this moment, his assistant, Conrad, came rushing over. "I've confirmed that the beyonder characteristic taken was from Borg Calvin." "Viscount Calvin's nephew?" Castor asked. "Yes," Conrad replied. "As for the beyonder item taken, it's hard to determine. While we have most of our opponent's information, we don't know exactly what beyonder items or sealed artifacts they possess. However, based on descriptions from the subordinates tending to the wounded, it should be an item at Sequence 7 or Sequence 6 level." Castor was silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Clearly, the other side knew about our actions and took advantage of our battle to achieve their goal. But a high-sequence beyonder, using such critical information, sent their servant or subordinate to take such a risk, only to grab a mid-sequence beyonder item and a Sequence 8. Beyonder characteristic? This was the funniest thing he'd heard all year. Conrad analyzed. Perhaps the beyonder item was extraordinarily significant. He continued, "By the way, the divination indicated that the person who stole the beyonder characteristic belongs to a local beyonder faction. However, any divination about the strong figure on the throne failed without exception. It seems a new strong power has emerged in the southern continent, and the forces within Anthony's territory will have to be reshuffled," Castor said. "Since the losses aren't substantial, let's avoid conflict with the local beyonder organizations. Quickly gather the spoils, and let's retreat as soon as possible." Luckily, this new powerhouse harbored no malice towards them. Given the displayed strength, if the figure wished, most of the mercenaries would have turned into beyonder characteristics on the southern continent. The next morning, Hobert felt his spirituality and mental state had recovered significantly. After sitting in a law firm for a while, he went out to visit clients. He planned to rent a house on a nearby street that morning. His wealth had returned to over £70, not including the dividends from the 2 spoils of war or the reward promised by Mr. Robin. As for the type of house, he had already decided a 2-story terraced house would be ideal. The space would be large enough to conduct rituals without attracting the neighbors' attention. Preferably, the house would be near the law firm so that if he worked late, he could easily rest nearby. After strolling around Brightland Street and the neighboring streets, Hobert soon found 2 suitable rental properties. Following the instructions on the rental notices, he easily located the landlords who lived nearby. After comparing the 2 rental properties, Hobert chose the terraced house at 192 Blanca Street. The house's structure was similar to the popular 2-story terraced houses of the time. The first floor had a living room, kitchen, dining room, and a small storage room. Upstairs were 3 bedrooms and a bathroom with a bathtub. The house was quite spacious, equivalent to a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout that Hobert remembered. The annual rent was £52. Hobert rented it for half a year and paid £26, leaving him with £48, won solely and 6 pennies in savings. The newly rented house was close to the law firm, only a 10-minute walk away. After having lunch at the office, Hobert, not having received any letters from the mercenary club, indeed went out in the afternoon to visit clients. The client he planned to visit was one of the cases Barton, the lawyer, had given him last week. Mr. Barron, the owner of a suburban farm, had written to the law firm seeking legal assistance. Following the address in the letter, Hobert took a hired carriage to a suburban farm. The repeal of the corn laws had caused many small landowners and tenant farmers in Lone to go bankrupt, but that was only part of the story. Several farms around Backlund survived, including Mr. Barron's. Mr. Barron owned several hundred acres of land and employed a dozen farmers to work for him. He also had a grand villa built on his property, indicating that his financial situation was quite good. At the farm stables, Hobert met Mr. Barron, who was grooming his beloved horse. Barron looked to be in his 30s, tall and strong, sporting the typical mustache common in the Fanapotter Kingdom. Barron warmly welcomed Hobert, setting aside his task and inviting him into the parlor for tea. After some casual conversation, Balaam finally revealed the legal assistance he needed. He wanted a divorce from his wife, but did not wish to split his assets with her, which is why he sought the help of a professional like Hobert. According to the Loan Marriage Act, if a wife initiated a divorce, she would receive no property, often not even half of her dowry. However, if the husband initiated the divorce, the wife had the right to claim half of the assets. The only exception was if one party had betrayed the marriage. In that case, the wrong party could gain the upper hand in dividing the assets. Hobert internally cursed him as a scumbag, but kept a warm smile on his face. I understand. You want your wife to initiate the divorce. There was nothing he could do about it. It was his job, after all. Barron was his client. Hobert had prepared himself for such things from the moment he returned for the sheriff's court. Barron, rubbing his forehead, sighed. I must seem like an irredeemable villain to you, don't I? I truly love my wife, but she doesn't love me. I can sense it. She's always had someone else in her heart. Maybe that's why she's refused to bear my children. Barron then told the story of how he met his wife, Penny. She had come to the farm as a worker 8 years ago, full of energy and cheerfulness, leaving a strong impression on him. At the time, Barron had a happy family, but 6 years ago, his wife died of an illness, and Barron mourned for a long time. It took him a year or two to recover from the grief. During this time, Penny, still lively and upbeat, helped him rediscover the beauty of life. 3 years ago, Barron proposed to her. Although Penny seemed somewhat reluctant, Balaam didn't pay much attention to it and went straight to her parents to discuss the marriage. Her parents were overjoyed. After all, Barron was a significant figure in the area. After they married, Barron yearned for a child, but after 3 years of trying, nothing happened. During that time, Penny became increasingly withdrawn, losing the vivaciousness she once had. Barron's patience with her waned over time, and now they couldn't even coexist peacefully, which led Barron to write to the law firm for help. After hearing the whole story, Hobert didn't know whether to admire Barron's courage. In these times, when a master forced a maid or servant to serve him, they would usually just pay them off afterward. A marriage between master and servant required tremendous courage on both sides. In this respect, Barron truly loved Penny. However, no one had ever asked for Penny's opinion on the marriage. After thinking for a moment, Hobert advised, Mr. Barron, since you still love your wife, why not offer her some means of livelihood or a sum of money when you divorce? That way, you'll maintain a good reputation and avoid future troubles. I've already considered that, Balaam replied. I plan to give Penny the wool processing workshop. The profits from it will be enough for her to live comfortably. Hobert understood. Barron was willing to give her something, but not half of the estate. If you're willing to hire me, I could discuss this matter with your wife, Hobert said. Barron hesitated for a few seconds before saying, All right, Mr. Hobert, it's time to take this step. I'll hire you as my lawyer to handle this matter. Regarding the fee, I've already discussed it with Mr. Barton in the letter, Balaam added. Hobert nodded. Barron was willing to pay a commission of £10 for this case. Though this fee seemed modest, it was only due to Hobert's high starting point as a lawyer. Most commissions range between 10 and 20 pounds. For a case like this, a higher fee would only be charged if it had to be settled in court based on Baron's assets. Naturally, the great lawyer Barton wouldn't handle such a small case personally. Even the correspondence with Balaam had been handled by Barton's assistant. Hobert had come prepared with a standard contract, and after both parties signed it, Hobert asked, "Where is Mrs. Penny now?" Baron's cheerful demeanor from earlier had faded, and he forced a smile. "She's visiting her parents. Every once in a while, she stays with them for a few days. When she returns, I think it's better if I visit her at her parents' home to discuss this," Hobert interrupted. Speaking with her separately was the wisest course of action. However, Hobert checked his pocket watch. "It's a bit late today. It wouldn't be appropriate to visit Mrs. Penny now. Please give me her parents' address, and I'll visit them tomorrow morning." After obtaining the address, Hobert stood to take his leave. As he expected, it took him quite a while to find a cab, and he had spent over 2 hours commuting throughout the afternoon. The only consolation was that this was an official assignment from the firm, so his travel expenses would be reimbursed. Thinking of reimbursement, Hobert suddenly remembered old Neil. By now, the signs of his imminent loss of control should be apparent. At next week's gathering, Hobert would need to remind Klein and see if there was still time to save old Neil. On the southern continent, as night quietly descended, Elliot carried a lantern deep into the woods to a secluded clearing. He first constructed a wall of spirituality and then, following the instructions of the Creator, began drawing symbols, lighting candles, and burning herbs. Once everything was ready, he started chanting, "Oh, Creator in the shadow of order, you are the beginning and the end of all order. You are the Lord who governs the bell of order. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. He prays for you to accept his offering. He prays for you to open the gates to your realm." When the chant ended, a fierce wind suddenly stirred within the spiritual wall, and above the simple altar, a black vortex appeared. The vortex grew larger and larger, as if it would devour everything around it. When it had grown taller than the surrounding trees, 2 massive bronze doors appeared within the vortex. Elliot was utterly stunned by the sight. So this was the gate to the divine kingdom. The gates of the divine kingdom were far more grand and imposing than what Elliot had imagined or what had been described in books. Elliot was completely awestruck. The 2 bronze doors opened slightly, and a tremendous force swallowed the necklace from the altar. Then the bronze doors closed, the vortex vanished, and everything returned to calm. After a long while, Elliot hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Praise the Creator." At that moment, he felt he had gained a new understanding of the Creator. His family's curse really had a chance of being lifted. He then repented in his heart for ever doubting the Creator's power. Unfortunately, he still couldn't report the existence of the Creator to the elders of the family. Perhaps some of the sealed items within the family could please the Creator. In a nation of disorder, on the Iron Throne, Hobert was playing with the necklace in his hand. The necklace was silver, with a main design of an inverted triangle. In the center of the triangle was a crystal resembling a sapphire, with a swirling power seemingly moving inside it. Utilizing the status of a nation of disorder, Hobert had already discerned the necklace's abilities and its negative effects. The first ability allowed one to perform mediumship using the necklace, even with living beings. The second ability granted highly sensitive spirit vision. As long as the necklace was worn, one could see all undead creatures, easily identify their weaknesses, and communicate effectively with nature spirits. The negative effect was that wearing it for too long would gradually turn the wearer into a lifeless corpse without emotions or thoughts. Therefore, after every 12 hours of wearing, it had to be removed for 3 hours of rest. Hobert placed the necklace on the armrest of the Iron Throne. The negative effects were easy to avoid, making it a rather practical beyonder item. In the future, he wouldn't need to pray to the Evernight goddess for help with spirit communication anymore. However, with his Sequence 9 spirituality, using the necklace would probably only allow him to communicate with spirits once. Wait a minute. Hobert suddenly thought of a plan. He could leave the necklace in the Nation of Disorder, then pray to his own power, and use the Iron Throne to invoke the spirituality of the Nation of Disorder to activate the necklace. He could even transfer the ability to the real world. Theoretically, this was possible, and he would have to find an opportunity to test it. Next, it was time to name this Beyonder item. Hobert guessed that the Beyonder characteristics used in making the necklace likely came from a sequence 7 spirit medium of the Corpse Collector pathway. However, during its creation, only the primary abilities of the spirit medium had been retained, with some of the rituals and knowledge related to spirits not being preserved. Hobert murmured, "Since it comes from a spirit medium, let's just call it the spirit necklace." After finishing all this, he felt his spirituality was nearly exhausted, having used too much while capturing the sacrificial item earlier. Hobert glanced at the spirit necklace once more and left the Nation of Disorder. That night, Hobert was exhausted again. He thought to himself that ever since he gained the ability to freely enter and exit the Nation of Disorder, his sleep quality had greatly improved. It didn't take long after lying down before Hobert fell into a deep sleep. The next day, to avoid being unable to find a hired carriage in the countryside, Hobert simply applied for a 2-wheeled carriage from the office. After an hour and a half in the carriage, he arrived at the village where Penny's family lived. Looking at the scenery of the villages along the way, Hobert joked to himself, "Who would have thought I'd become a rural lawyer?" After asking for directions twice, Hobert successfully found Penny's house. It was a very ordinary farmhouse, low and cramped. Inside the farmhouse, only Penny's father was home. His hair and beard were white, and he looked very old. Upon learning that Hobert was a lawyer and was here to see his daughter, the old man hurriedly called out Penny's name several times. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, the old man explained to Hobert, Penny went to the riverside. She should be back soon. Hobert nodded. "That's fine, I can wait." Sure enough, after a few minutes, a woman in her 20s with some beauty returned, holding a very cute little boy. Upon seeing the child, Penny's father almost jumped up. "Why did you bring him back too?" The woman was likely Penny. She ignored her father and looked at Hobert, asking, "And you are?" Hobert stepped forward and said, "Hello, madam. I am the lawyer Mr. Barron hired." Penny smiled wryly, then sighed in relief. "So he finally knows." The old man nearly collapsed. "I told you to get rid of that child. He'll ruin your life." The boy, still playing with the flower garland in his hand, paid no attention to the adult's conversation. Penny's eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at the boy. "But he's my son. Who could bear to abandon such a little angel?" Hobert felt as though he could see a patch of green growing on Mr. Barron's head. This situation made things much easier. Just as he was about to speak, he realized something was off. "How old is the child?" Penny replied, "A little over 4. "So, this child wasn't born during your marriage with Mr. Barron?" "That's right. Benny was born before Barron and I got married." Hobert thought for a moment, which made sense. Otherwise, it would have been hard to hide a pregnancy from one spouse. But a new question arose. Why hadn't Penny gotten pregnant with Mr. Barron's child in the past 3 years? Hobert pondered, then took out some documents from his bag and reviewed them. Sure enough, Mr. Barron had been married to his ex-wife for 5 years, and they didn't have any children either. He asked Penny, "If it's convenient, could you tell me more about this child's background?" Penny was silent for a few seconds before saying, "All right, some things are bound to be revealed eventually." Penny then told her story. 5 years ago, a young man came to the farm, hired by Mr. Barron to prune the fruit trees. This young man was handsome and sunny, and he quickly fell in love with the young and beautiful Penny. On a certain dark and stormy night, the two succumbed to temptation. Not long after, Penny became pregnant. When the young man found out, he swore he would marry her, but the next day, he disappeared without a trace. Penny searched for a long time, but she never found him. As her belly grew, she had no choice but to return home and give birth to the child. Originally, she thought she could work and raise the child by herself, and life would still be good. However, Mr. Barron insisted on marrying her. Penny was afraid that if Mr. Barron found out she had a child, he would be furious and harm the boy. So, she didn't dare reveal the truth. Penny's parents, eager to see the marriage succeed, worked hard to conceal the secret. The long-held deception made Penny feel increasingly guilty towards Mr. Barron, which is why her smile had become so rare. Hobert chuckled. Well, this reduces my own guilt quite a bit. Hobert asked Penny, Ms. Penny, for the future with Mr. Barron, I must confirm. Do you intend to divorce him? Please answer seriously. Penny thought for a few seconds before replying, I am grateful to Mr. Barron and feel deeply guilty towards him. I can only say that I don't dislike him. She smiled bitterly, saying, although that family is not what I wanted and Mr. Barron has been temperamental over the past year, I can sense his respect for me. Who would want to end such a marriage? I understand, Hobert said. Madam, forgive my frankness, but your initial concealment has sown the seeds of today's bitterness in this marriage. Furthermore, I believe Mr. Barron should know the truth. Also, please end this unfortunate marriage for both of you. Continuing serves no purpose. I know. Penny looked worriedly at her child. But she had been born into an ordinary farming family and had no means to protect this child. She feared that once Barron learned the truth, things would spiral completely out of her control. Hobert reassured her. Trust me, ma'am. We are all adults here. No one will harm the child. Mr. Barron won't either. He continued, while it's necessary for Mr. Barron to know the truth, it should be done carefully. You cannot simply present the child before him. I will inform Mr. Barron of the truth. That is the best approach. Although this was Penny's first meeting with a young lawyer, theoretically, they should lack trust. However, after hearing his words, she found them very persuasive and indeed the best course of action. If she were to tell Mr. Barron the truth while holding the child, it could easily provoke his anger. You're right, Penny said, but you must ensure Benny's safety. Hobert replied earnestly, I assure you, this is a matter between the two adults and will not affect the child. He added, I believe the sooner we handle this, the better. There's a carriage at the village entrance. Shall we take Benny and set off immediately? Penny hesitated for a moment, but quickly steeled her resolve. All right, wait, Penny's father suddenly said with a troubled expression. Child, what if Mr. Barron gets angry? What if he... Father, Penny smiled. Perhaps this is my fate. Since it can't be changed, I might as well embrace it. The old man shook his head. No, I cannot let little Penny get hurt. I must go with you. With that, he grabbed an axe and tucked it at his waist. Penny was about to dissuade him, but Hobert smiled and said, That's fine, but please handle that axe carefully. Don't damage the carriage seats. Penny looked concerned. Mr. Lawyer, Hobert smiled. You should understand a father's worries, just as you worry for Benny. In fact, he suddenly recalled his own father in the old days. If he had stirred up trouble he couldn't resolve, his father would likely have acted similarly to this old man. Once back on the road, the carriage became a bit crowded. After all, it was only a two-wheeled cart, and now it held 3 adults and 1 child. Benny seemed curious as he sat on Penny's lap, asking all sorts of questions. Upon learning that Hobert was a lawyer, Benny's eyes widened as he asked, Are you like that loudmouth, Upton? Not at all, Penny replied. This uncle is a real lawyer. She smiled as she explained to Hobert. Upton is a young man in the village who loves to debate anyone he meets. Strangely, he's very eloquent and has never lost a debate or argument. Some jokingly say it's a pity he doesn't become a lawyer, and gradually lawyer became his nickname. However, he seems to dislike that nickname. Once, when I saw someone call him lawyer, he turned pale with anger. The more Hobert listened, the more uneasy he felt. Has this Upton always been so articulate since childhood? Upton's behavior resembled that of a lawyer. After consuming the potion of the lawyer pathway, Hobert often found himself unwittingly debating with others. When a casual reminder from Zio made him aware of this, he began to avoid arguments to prevent exposing his beyonder abilities and pathway. Perhaps Upton didn't dislike the nickname lawyer, but rather it was the name of the potion he consumed. He might not have turned pale from anger, but from fear when ordinary villagers uncovered his secret. I don't know, Penny replied. Upton and his mother moved here 5 years ago. They seemed quite wealthy and bought a lot of land. Look, That house over there is theirs. Hobert saw a charming two-story house. In the countryside, it was undoubtedly a mansion. He speculated that Upton was likely a wild lawyer, so he discussed the Upton family with Penny. He learned that Upton's father had passed away a decade ago, and his mother, who had been in poor health, also died last year. Now, the large estate was home to Upton and a male servant. After gathering this information, Hobert already had plans to investigate further when the time was right. He didn't intend to harm Upton. He was simply curious about where Upton's potions came from. The carriage traveled for more than half an hour, arriving at Mr. Barron's farm gate. Once again in the stable, Hobert saw Mr. Barron bathing a large white horse.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.